In the vast expanse of the infinite universe, a new star emerges from the darkness, a beacon of limitless potential. This is the dawn of everything, the birthplace of life possibilities and an extraordinary journey ahead. We stand at the threshold of a new era where every choice shapes the destiny of our world. Education is the compass that opens new horizons for future generations, guiding them to uncharted realms of discovery. The world within lies a story of hope, a relentless quest for perfection, where the health of one becomes the mission of all. The future unfolds in the enigmatic shadows of the universe. But when humanity merges with technology, new dimensions of opportunity and wisdom engage. In the whispering forests, we discover harmony with nature. Where oceans flourish in balance and sustainability. This is an invitation to soar beyond, where dreams transcend into reality, where space and time converge, revealing infinite possibilities before us. Where boundaries dissolve, paving the way for a unified world in a shared rhythm of progress. Giving today, we cultivate a brighter tomorrow. In this universe, we see a profound connection. Our DNA, an eternal thread to our past, and a guide to the limitless future ahead. Opening up the infinite horizons of FII8.
vacillando come stella solitaria. Era un'ombra forse no, nella notte tanto buia.
Non l'ho mai riconosciuto, troppi occhi intorno a noi che non hanno mai vissuto. Dentro a noi c'era un vero amore, sai, che non potrai scordare mai.
Good morning. This was a gift for my chairman. Good morning, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear business leaders, dear partners, dear members, dear friends. Good morning and welcome to the 8th edition of the Future Investment Initiative here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. First, allow me to thank the great singers from the Full Circle Opera Company from Soweto, South Africa, for their outstanding performance. When we speak of infinite horizons, we are not merely picturing vast landscapes. We are invoking the limitless possibilities that define our human spirit. The horizon is not an end, it's an invitation to push the boundaries of what we believe is possible and to shape the future that reflects our highest ambitions. In this room, you are the architects of that future. As leaders of industry, nations, and innovation, we must ask ourselves, are we brave enough to truly embrace the enormity of this moment? Are we prepared to go beyond the known, beyond the immediate, and into the infinite? We stand at the crossroads where the choices we make will not just shape the next quarter or even the next decade, but the next era. The future will belong to those who dare to dream beyond the horizon. Today we call on each of you to be the leaders who do not see the world as it is, but that it could be. This is the essence of infinite horizons, a refusal to accept limits and a bold leap into the uncharted. But boldness demands courage. It requires us to move beyond our comfort zone and into the unknown, embracing the uncertainty that comes with the progress. We have the power right here in this room to redefine the narrative, to turn impossible into possible, So let us be the generation that not only talks about sustainable planet, equitable societies, and inclusive economies, but create them. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, today is also a special day for me. I am filled, I would say, with a mix of emotion, excitement for what it lies ahead, but also a sense of nostalgia. So today marks not only the beginning of another extraordinary edition of FII, but also the transition to a new personal chapter for me. After 8 remarkable years, this will be my last edition with you as the FII Institute CEO. As I stepped down from my role, I had always made the commitment to pass the baton by the end of 2024 to the next generation after I approach the age of 65. Here I am. I will dedicate myself to my role as an advisor to leaders, to the board I serve, including, of course, as a priority, the FII Institute, and most importantly, to my family and friends. In a world that often moves too fast, I want to be present, to spend meaningful time with those I cherish, sharing wisdom and creating memories that last. Alongside these commitments, I hope, with all humility, to contribute something lasting, a legacy that fosters peace in the world. A mission I started 30 years ago by curating in 1994 the Peace Conference in Casablanca. My decisions come with a profound sense of pride and gratitude. I remember when FII was just a dream, an audacious idea that dared to bring together leaders, thinkers, and doers from around the globe. We believed that together we could redefine the future, bridge divides, challenge the status quo, and imagine a new world built on innovation, sustainability, and humanity. And look how far we have come. Together, we have built much more than a conference. We have built a movement that doesn't not shy away from the thought conversation, but embrace them. A movement that doesn't not just talk about change, but drives it. A movement that is above all committed to the future. I am deeply grateful to His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman for his vision and support, which have been the cornerstones of FII's success under the patronage of His Majesty King Salman. I also want to express my heartfelt thanks to our chairman, His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, and my friends and colleagues from the Board of Trustees, whose leadership and dedication have been instrumental, to the extraordinary teams at the FII Institute and at RNA. You are the unsung heroes who have made every edition not just possible, but exceptional. You are the best. But above all, I want to thank you, our partners, members, speakers, and participants. You are, in fact, the hairbreadth of this movement. Your trust, your contributions, and your unwavering commitment are the driving force behind everything we have achieved. FI will continue to drive, to grow, and to evolve. I believe that through our collective efforts, we can and will create a world that is more inclusive, more sustainable, and more prosperous for all. This is a new beginning for FII, for all of us, and while I will maybe not directly leading the charge, now know please that my energy, my determination, and my passion will always be here with all of you who believe in the power of a shared vision and the audacity to shape the future. So thank you for allowing me to be part of this incredible journey. It has been the honor of a lifetime. Let us please make this 8th edition of FII our most impactful yet, as we continue to dream big, act boldly, and build a better future for all. Let's make history together here in a city which become my second home, in Riyadh, and let's meet again at FII now, and at FII9. And now, please join me in giving a warm welcome to a visionary leader whose dedication, passion, has been the driving force behind the Future Investment Initiative. Our chairman, our governor of our founding partner PIF, my dear friend and mentor, His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan.
Sorry. Good morning, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, and distinguished guests. Welcome to the 8th edition of the Future Investment Initiative. Since its inception in 2017, FII has transcended beyond just discussions, becoming a transformative force for action, progress, and solutions. Over 7 years, it has facilitated over $125 billion in deals, exemplifying what is possible when global leaders unite with purpose. This year, as we gather in spirit of collaboration, more than 7,000 delegates and 600 global speakers will join forces, bringing truly global perspective to the table. Today, we face challenges that are no longer isolated, but interconnected. Launched this week, the FII Priority Index highlights pressing global issues such as economic instability, the rising cost of living, healthcare disparities, social inequalities, and political tensions, all of which stretch across borders. Yet these challenges open pathways for progress. And our theme this year, Infinite Horizons, Investing Today, Shaping Tomorrow, captures a vision of investing in the future with purpose and ambition. At this crucial moment, we stand on the edge of infinite horizons. We have the responsibilities and the opportunities to shape future that invest not only in our economies, but in humanity itself. This is the essence of what we call investing with purpose. It means focusing on long-term sustainable investments that address global challenges, foster innovation, and create lasting impact. This approach demands a shift from short-term gains to sustainable growth that benefit both our economies and societies. As investors, it's essential that we prioritize sectors that drive transformation, from next generation green technologies and healthcare innovations to youth engagement through sports. Investing with purpose means investing in a future that brings genuine value. Returns remain important, yet today, more than ever, we recognize that economic, social, and environmental outcomes are interconnected. And these must be at the core of our decision-making. Our world is rich of untapped potential. Emerging markets are example for how long-term investments can ignite growth. By 2030, it's projected that the growth of emerging markets economies and outpace developed markets economies. This underscores the need for strategic investments in places that will drive tomorrow's global economy, but the cost of inaction is high. In a world marked by uncertainties, countries that can mobilize capital and bridge gaps between East and West, North and South are essential. Saudi Arabia stands as a superconductor with its unique resources and strategic geographic location, enabling it to drive investments in critical areas like energy, infrastructure, and technology. AI alone could add nearly $20 trillion to the global economy by the year 2030. Transforming industries, enhancing productivities, and addressing critical challenges. By the year 2027, AI's role as an economic driver will become a benchmark of national power. AGI, or artificial general intelligence, marks the next frontier, promising machines capable of problem solving and driving productivities that will impact every sector, from healthcare to energy. When we talk about purposeful investment, the energy sector exemplifies its transformative power. For example, major energy players have invested over $65 billion in low-carbon technologies since 2017. This is only the beginning. Transitioning to a net zero economy requires long-term investors committed to ensuring a just energy transition, balancing our current energy needs with a vision for a sustainable future. Our goal is not just to fuel economies, but to empower a future where energy sustains progress and wealth for generations to come. This is the new frontier where purposeful investments meet sustainable impact. However, realizing this vision demands alignments between government policies and fiscal strategies. Without the right fiscal frameworks, even the most promising investment stall. Too often, deals don't materialize simply because they don't make economic sense under current policies. Here we look to governments to bridge this gap, creating conditions that motivates and sustain investments. For the energy transition to truly succeed, for example, public and private sectors must move together, ensuring that policy and investment acts as a catalyst. As we look to COP16 and One Planet Sovereign Wealth Fund Summit in Riyadh in the next few weeks, our focus will be clear. The FII Priority Compass has shown that while rising living costs remain a top concern, climate change is now the fourth highest priority globally. We must address these challenges with renewed commitment to investing with purpose. Yesterday, we broke new ground with two historic summits, one dedicated to New Africa and another focusing on women empowerment. At the FII Institute, we are committed to inclusivity, and the outcomes of these discussions will guide our efforts in the months ahead. Let this 8th edition of the FII not just be a forum of words, but a platform of lasting impact. Investing with purpose means creating a new standard where financial returns and human progress will go hand in hand. Together, as leaders and global investors, we can transform today's challenges into tomorrow's opportunities, building a vibrant future for global economy and for all humanity. Thank you very much.
Excellency, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, special guests, friends, colleagues, good morning. And wherever in the world you may be joining us from, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the 8th edition of the Future Investment Initiative, or between you and me, of course, it's the FII. This is day one. I am your host or your guide, maybe even like a driver. I think you get the gist of what I'm saying. And my name is Dumi Makhabo. Not only is it a pleasure to be here, but of course it is an honor to be here as well. Events like this are truly special. They have the possibility to change lives and to change the way our future tomorrow looks like, feels like, and how we may experience it. And certainly, events like this don't just happen. So I'd like to just take a moment not only to acknowledge, but to thank two special individuals. Of course, you've just heard from them, but I think we need to acknowledge them once again. The first is His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan. He, of course, is the governor of the PIF, the chairman of Saudi Aramco and FII. To him, thank you so very much, as always. And, of course, to the CEO of the FII Institute. And Richard, I would just like to say, not only do we wish to thank you, we will certainly miss your continued constant presence and leadership, but we're really thrilled to know that you're not lost to us for good, that you will still be participating. So I'd like to acknowledge him, if you may, please. I think it's also important that we recognize that it's not just the people that happen. It takes a lot of resources to put an event like this together. I mean, just look at how many people are in the room. And for that, of course, we have the FII founding, vision, and strategic partners to thank. So please, let's acknowledge them as well. Bear with me, this is going to take a little bit of a minute, but there are a few important things that I would like to share with you. The first, I would like to introduce you to something that I think is a fun and interesting initiative. For that, I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to our screens for FII Institute TV. Let's take a look at that.
This tension between the old order and the new order, I think, is a real phenomenon that the West is going to find very difficult to get their minds around. It means that you will have, a two-horse race or a multi-horse race rather than just one.
I think to me the key is, how do you go on events like this to find young, smart, creative people that are leveraging technology to do the fintech revolution, to do the trade revolution? How do you move that over to public policy? What makes me sad is that governments are always well behind in adapting to technology, to digital opportunities, and to artificial intelligence.
We are being, for the first time, real about solving the climate crisis and blending the government with the private markets. So it can be fluffy from time to time, but I think now we're taking it seriously and we're seeing amazing founders building impact-oriented ventures and amazing capital allocators blending financial return with the aim of getting social and environmental positive outcomes.
I love what is going on in the global south, and I think the future of the world, the power is changing to this part of the world.
Give the example that if you want to make it, you can make it. It's a lot of hard work, and I always think it's a great privilege to be opening doors. So to be the first, I think is an amazing privilege.
Governments, they push the development, but we need the private sector to get things done. They are the one that creates jobs. So if government gives people opportunity, give them opportunity of having skills to get the jobs delivered by the private sector, that's how things are going to move.
I am convinced that the next 5 years will see a huge change of the way we'll be living, the way we'll be traveling, the way we'll be eating, the way we'll be even gathering. So everything will change. And this is the next big topic, is how do we see the world, not by 2050, but just by 2030.
A hero with 1,000 faces. Each of us, you, me, and the people we talk to, the entrepreneurs, investors, each is a hero in their own career, in their own family. They're trying to be a role model and for their next generation, and also do something that's courageous for their industry.
If you were living in the chocolate factory of Willy Wonka, there's like a golden bar going around that is about all the environment, all the climate, all the needs for food around the globe.
You have the power to change the future of a country. You have the power to change the future of people. And it's fantastic. That interests me because it touches culture, economy, education, whatever subject. That's politics.
We need people to take the responsibilities and to see, oh, we are here.
I see a trend continuing towards more globalization. And I don't know that I would call it globalization. I would call it our common humanity. I would call it our common destiny. We inhabit this small, beautiful planet. We're not going to go anywhere, and we need to be able to find a way to make life better for all of us.
I think that's really quite exciting. Now, how do you get to watch FII TV? It's really simple. Just go onto your browser and type in FII TV, and it'll take you straight there. Really, really easy. Something else that I'd like to introduce you to, and I'm really excited about this one, is that we have 2 AI avatars, and they have a name. One is called Sophia, and the other one is called Sean. And they'll be joining us at various intervals over the next 2 days. They'll be joining some specific sessions and giving us some real-time data during those sessions. They'll also be helping me make sure that things run smoothly and that we are managing to remain on schedule. That was the second thing. The third thing is where you come into play and participate in these conversations. We'll be having some live polling during some of the sessions. And in order to do that, all you have to do really is quite simple, is point your phone, the camera on your phone, please point it to the QR code that you'll see on the screen, and then you'll be able to participate in the poll and we'll be able to get those results. So also really, really simple and straightforward. The other thing that I want to point your attention to is you'll notice on the back of your card, there is your ID card or your access card. There is a QR code there. If you haven't already done so, please scan that in order to download the FII app. That app will help you navigate the space. It's got a map of the venue, and it's also got information on various sessions just to help you interact better with your colleagues, make better connections, and also navigate the space. And last but not least, some of the sessions will not be in English, so please be sure to reach out for your translation kit whenever necessary, because like me, maybe your Arabic or your French is not as great as it should be, but I promise I am working on it. I feel a little bit like I should have asked you to take notes. That was a lot of information, but don't worry, we're here to guide you through it as we go along over the next 2 days. Yeah, seeing as I am the driver, I think we should now get this vehicle on the road, don't you think so? There's certainly no question that we're navigating an increasingly complex financial landscape with AI playing a role, markets which can be moved by social media, and the geopolitical winds that continue to blow ever more powerfully. Will we adapt? Well, we're human, so of course we will adapt. That's not the question. I think that the real question is how quickly will we be able to harness the winds that blow? I'm looking forward to seeing how that evolves. And with that, we shall turn our attention to our very first discussion of the day. For that, please welcome David Rubenstein, the co-founder and co-chairman of Carlyle Group. And he won't be by himself. He will be in conversation with His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, the governor of PIF, chairman of Saudi Aramco and FII Institute. Also, Stefan Bancel, the CEO of Moderna. Laura Cha, senior advisor to the board of Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing Limited. Laurence Fick, who is the CEO of BlackRock. Kenneth C. Griffin, founder and CEO of Citadel. Paul Hudson, CEO of Sanofi. Ruth Porat, president and CIO of Alphabet and Google. Noel Quinn, former group CEO of HSBC. Eduardo Severin, co-founder and co-CEO of B Capital and co-founder of Facebook. Dr. Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google and chairman of KBE. And Stephen Schwartzman, co-founder, chairman, and CEO of Blackstone Group. And if you're wondering where they all are, if you'll turn your attention to the center of the room, there you will see them. Enjoy the first discussion.
So thank you all for joining us. We have in this panel 10 superstars, and it's very difficult to figure out who to ask first, so I will try to do it alphabetically. So for those who are at the end of the alphabet, you will be the last people speaking, but we won't get to you for a little bit. So first, let me ask Yasser, is the biggest problem with being the governor of the PIF fund that you don't have enough requests for money? You don't have enough people looking for money from you? Is that the biggest problem you have?
I think it's one of many, but here's what changed over the years. When we started the PIF back in 2015, actually I shouldn't say start because PIF was established back in 1971. A lot of people would come looking for our money to be invested abroad, but that thing shifted over the years. So now we're more focused on the domestic economy, and we've been achieving and doing so many big things since then. I'll just give some of the examples. We have established 92 new companies. Companies like Neom, Red Sea, Gidea, Alat, Savi, all of these companies are big investors in new sectors that were not in existence in Saudi Arabia. So we've been investing for the past 8 or 9 years. And now most of our projects are getting operational and commercial. And people are seeing the difference between what's their perception of Saudi Arabia back in 2015 and before that, and what it is right now. The Saudi economy is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. I think in 2022, we were the fastest economy in the G20. We were growing by more than 7%. It's projected that we will continue to be in the top growing economies in the G20. It's projected also for us to grow more than 5%, second to India as a G20 country. So now we see a shift from people want us to invest or take our money to invest from there to co-investments. We have created so many JVs with many international companies and many international companies and also with local companies. So there is a big paradigm shift, I think, for how PIF is deploying investments. So that narrative may be still there to a certain extent, but it's changing now.
When you started the PIF fund, you started at the PI fund, were most of your investments outside of the kingdom, and now a larger percentage are in the kingdom?
Initially, we had less than 2% investment internationally, and then we grew that. That was only $150 billion assets under management. Today, we are about $930 billion assets under management. So initially, we had less than 2% of international investments. Most of the investments were developmental projects within the Saudi economy. But then it increased from 2% all the way up to 30%. Now our target is to bring it down to a range between 18 to 20%. Having said that, the absolute dollar amount, it's still growing because our AUMs is growing. So it was like, a roller coaster. Down, up, and now it's down as a percentage, but the dollar amounts are increasing.
How important is artificial intelligence in what you're investing? Are you investing in artificial intelligence companies, and are you using artificial intelligence to make investments?
I mean, Ruth is here next to me for a good reason. That's part of our investments in AI. Most of the people around the table, we have either ongoing discussions or potential discussions to invest in AI. And the reason why we are investing in AI is Saudi Arabia is very well positioned to be a global hub, not only a regional hub, for many reasons. And the AI sphere. One, you have very efficient utilization of energy and low cost of energy. Two, you have massive lands. And three, it's not only the fossil fuel that we have, but we have most of the technologies and the renewable energy. We're lowering the, I'm sorry, maybe the sound is...
Hey. Well, is your mic working? I think it is. So final question for you, if I could. One of your investments has been in something in the golf area, LIV Golf, well known. You're known around the world for LIV Golf. So let me ask you, is it intimidating when you play with Tiger Woods, or is he intimidated by you when he plays with you?
You mean he's intimidated or me intimidated?
Right. Is he intimidated by you because he might want some money from the PIF fund, or you intimidated by him?
Not at all. Actually, I love, playing with the most talented players in the world. Tiger Woods is one of them. All the rest of them, Greg Norman, Dustin Johnson, Brooks, Bryson, John Ram, all of them, they're really amazing people. And I think what Live Golf brought to the table is trying to rejuvenate the sport itself. It was an aging sport. All the audience in the average age of about 45. Our new proposition is bringing the youth back to the game and to make it to somewhat extent more accessible and more inclusive rather than exclusive.
So let me go now, thank you, to Stefan Bancel. Stefan, for those who don't know, is the CEO of Moderna. How many people here got a Moderna vaccine? How many people wanted a Moderna vaccine? So are we better prepared for a global pandemic than we were a couple years ago?
Good morning, David. Definitely. I think the improvement in technology, in the cooperation around biology, and the manufacturing scale. We should not forget that one of the challenges with COVID is that when the vaccines were approved in record time, there was not a lot of supply. Now there's a much stronger manufacturing network across a lot of companies, so I think we are better prepared.
And let me ask you today, if should people still get a COVID-19 vaccine? I see TV advertisements for them, but are they still necessary? Do I need to get a vaccine now? I'm not worried about COVID. Should I be worried about it?
I think you should be, David. I mean, if you look at the US where you live last year, we had more than 600,000 people above 65 years old being hospitalized. That is 3 times higher than flu. That is a real problem. And that leads me to actually, I think one of the biggest issues we have in our society is that we call healthcare, but it's actually sick care. Okay. And if you look at the sick care system that we have and the aging population, the math doesn't work anymore.
Okay, well, we've got a special guest coming in. Where is he? There he is.
Thank you, David.
There he is.
According to an influential 2024 Global Pandemic Preparedness Summit report, 79% of countries still lack sufficient health emergency coordination mechanisms. With such glaring gaps in global defense system, it is unlikely the world is truly ready to respond to the next pandemic.
Well, that was downbeat. Okay, so one final question. What is the biggest healthcare problem facing the world today?
I think it's just aging population, which is we are at this stage where we have an aging population, we have a sick care system, and we cannot afford this system. And if you look at the cost to governments, the cost to employers, it's a bigger issue. I think we need to move into a preventive medicine where we can use technology to make sure we see disease very early and we prevent disease from happening.
I think an aging population is good. I mean, I'm aging and I'm happy, but okay. Let me ask Laura. Laura was the head of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. So do you see any opportunity for a rapprochement between China and the United States in the near future? Easy question.
Well, I think the relationship between China and the U.S. is on everybody's mind. And I think it impacts on all the economic policies, decisions. I think in the last few years, the global trend is that political consideration is driving national economic and industrial policy. And as a result of that, the impact on global economic policy is much more acute than before. I think the consideration for economic policy due to national rivalry, economic rivalry in terms of security of supply chain, and all these have always been there. I think it has been brought to the forefront. The relationship, the U.S.-China tension affects a lot of the major decisions nowadays. And then, of course, the coming U.S. election will have a big impact on that as well.
So if I was going to locate a company offices in Asia, why would I pick Hong Kong over Singapore?
Oh, we have a lot going on for Hong Kong. I think Hong Kong is part of China, but we are under one country, two system. We have common law. We have a simple tax system. We have well-recognized and acceptable regulatory track record and standards. It's accepted by global investors. That is very much going on in our favor. With China's recovery and in terms of economic growth, we will benefit. Hong Kong will play an important role.
Okay. And final question right now. Let me ask you, today, would you say that technology has changed Hong Kong in any dramatic way over the last 5 or 10 years?
I think like everybody else, technology has an impact on us. I think we have seen the huge the technology advance in China, for example, in terms of payment system. That has an impact on us. For anyone who have been into China recently, you know that everything, is on your smartphone. your payment, your basically, eventually you move to your personal assistant will be on your smartphone. And so that has a spillover effect. And more importantly, Hong Kong plays a financing role to help finance these new technology advancement.
Okay. Larry Fink. Larry, you are the founder and CEO of the largest asset manager in the world. You're managing now 12 and a half, 13 trillion, whatever it is, who knows? So it's a lot of money. What are the biggest global trend you see now in money management? Are people moving into stocks, moving into debt or credit instruments? What do you see as the biggest trend and the biggest worry of people that are your clients?
Well, David, thank you. Yasser, thank you for having us. There's not one major trend. Right now, there's a great deal of uncertainty, but I don't think it really changes the future of the markets. I would just say the biggest macro trend that I see is the amount of capital that is needed to digitize, to decarbonize, to rebuild our infrastructure. We're talking about trillions of dollars of capital. We're talking about an amazing amount of new jobs. We're going to have shortages of electricians. This capital is going to be furthering a growth in equities. And the other thing I would say is what you're witnessing because of the transformation and the need of technology and AI, scale is becoming more and more important in every industry. And you're seeing a growth in the major companies in every industry. And I think that's going to be one of the dominant themes. So for instance, Walmart in the retailing space continues to become more important to the average consumer. They're employing more and more technology, more and more AI. That's an example of what we're seeing. So with this huge pool of private capital, there's $9 trillion sitting in money markets. In addition, the tremendous need to build out this infrastructure, it's just going to be an investment blossoming. Right. And I really do believe this is going to be powering the equity markets for the coming years. And I think we're witnessing now earnings are despite at extreme PEs, we're seeing earnings catching up to the PEs. And I do believe we're going to continue to see this type of growth worldwide. Now you're going to see a rebalancing of the world through that. The countries that are adapting the new technologies faster are going to be the larger winners in this global world. And so it will present some social issues around the world. But the global theme is the need to deploy more capital to rebuild our infrastructure, to build out AI. And it's going to be powering a real tremendous investment boom, and it's going to be powering these large capitalized companies.
So you started your company in 1989, I think it was.
88.
88. So you started in 88. What's the biggest technological change in money management world or at BlackRock since you started?
I would say it's not a sudden change. It is our use of technology. A good example at BlackRock, we've added over $5 trillion in assets, and up until this time when we were adding companies through acquisition, we did not add one employee. So we actually added 4 multiple points in margins, and all of that is the utilization of more and more technology. And I think to service our clients as well as we're doing, to have the trading volume that we are instituting, it just requires more and more technology. And then the algorithms we're using now in terms of getting different indications, different mechanisms to invest is really helping the power of the firm.
Can you explain how we've had interest rates go up so high and now they're coming down and we haven't had a global recession? Normally when you have interest rates go up that much, you usually produce a recession at some point. Are we likely to have a recession, or do you think we've avoided it?
Well, Stefan talked about the aging society. Actually, higher interest rates benefits a large segment of our society.
In a minute.
As we are older, we're saving more money. So what we witnessed is actually a stretching of the social fabric. Wealthy people earn more money in higher interest rates because they're savers. The people who don't save, who are borrowers, when you have higher interest rates, those are the ones who are being harmed. So you actually saw more fragmentation in a society. But I think the playbook of higher interest rates can slow down an economy has to be relooked upon because of the aging of our population. Two, in the United States, because 98% of Americans have a 30-year mortgage. The transmission of higher interest rates takes many more years because their major asset is their house, their major liability is their mortgage. That did not move.
Okay. So when before the Fed finishes this year, would you expect a 25 basis point rate cut or a 50 basis point, or you don't know?
I think it's fair to say we're going to have at least a 25, but that being said, I do believe we have greater embedded inflation in the world than we've ever seen. We have government and policy that is much more inflationary, whether it's immigration, excuse me, our policies of onshoring. All of this, no one is asking the question at what cost. Right. Historically, we were, I would say, a more consumer-driven economy that the cheapest products were the best, the most a progressive way of politicking. Today, I think we have governmental policies that are embedded in inflationary. And with that being said, I think we're not going to see interest rates as low as some people are forecasting.
We have a comment from our avatar. Welcome.
Global leaders should consider how to address public debt. The Conference Board C-Suite Outlook 2024 reports that U.S. CEOs now rank the national debt as their top geopolitical concern. With last year's fiscal year deficit reaching $1.7 trillion, debt servicing costs are rapidly approaching defense spending levels, potentially crowding out other national priorities.
Okay, so now Ken Griffin. Ken, here we are. Ken is the founder and CEO of one of the most successful and largest hedge funds in the world, and also the founder and chairman of Citadel Securities, which is one of the largest market makers in the world. So Ken, are the markets going to be receptive to, let's say if Donald Trump were reelected again, do you think the markets would be responding positively to that, or they don't really care who's likely to be president?
I think the markets are always forward-looking. The expectation today is that Donald Trump will win the White House in just a few days. We'll know shortly. And big picture, the reduction in uncertainty is almost always positive for asset prices. And we're at that moment of peak uncertainty. It is a race that Trump is favored to win, but it's almost a coin toss. So I would say that post-election, we'll generally see a risk-on environment as people come to adapt and adopt a new regime, whether it's a Harris regime or a Trump regime. This uncertainty will be behind us.
Ken, you're running these major financial organizations. You spend a lot of time on education, K-12. Why do you care so much about K-12 education, and are you thinking it's getting worse or better in the United States?
So obviously in the United States, we have taken a hit when it comes to our quality of K-12 education over the last 40 years. And I would say that one of the opening moments today was the focus on education here in Saudi Arabia. That's a lesson for the whole world. If we're going to have a prosperous global economy, we need education systems around the world that work to deliver not just K through 12, but preschool through college to train the workforce of tomorrow.
And today, do you use artificial intelligence in making investment decisions? You have several hundred or thousand people making investment decisions. Do they use artificial intelligence, or they just use their gut?
Well, I would say that all of us in this room owe a great debt of gratitude to Google, because Google was really the firm that put machine learning back on the map about a decade ago. And when Google announced and released TensorFlow to the world, it was one of the great gifts to the world. This branch of technology that was originally developed back in the 80s and 90s but was not usable in a day of limited compute became available to all of us to use. At Citadel, it took us about 10 days to use TensorFlow to start to make markets in the US equity market on a much more capable and effective way. And we've been using machine learning techniques for about a decade now in our day-to-day activity, which impacts about $400 billion of asset trading per day.
Thousands of people try every year, maybe tens of thousands, to get a job at Citadel. For those people here who want their children to work there, who might want to work there themselves, what's the best way to get a job at Citadel? What are you looking for in your people you're hiring?
So we'll have about 100,000 college applicants this year, and a STEM background is really helpful to get a job at Citadel. We find that students that have a strong background in engineering, in mathematics, in sciences, that can understand how to frame and solve a problem are the students that excel within our four walls.
Okay. We go to Paul Hudson. Paul, you run the CEO of Sanofi, who is one of the larger, healthcare companies in the world. So what do you think is the biggest healthcare problem the world's facing at the moment?
Well, the healthcare inequity is our single biggest challenge. It doesn't have to just be in developing nations. It can be everywhere. Maybe give you a couple of examples. We're going to have 21 million climate migrants and refugees. We're going to have 250,000 deaths unexpectedly related to climate. We're going to have BMIs increasing. We're going to have the challenges of delivery of healthcare. Excuse me. We will have a gap of about 10 million healthcare professionals by 2030. So we may make medicines and vaccines. We may not have healthcare professionals to actually give them. And ultimately, in the end, the cost on the climate of the CO2 of delivery of healthcare is skyrocketing, more than airlines. So if you're delivering healthcare and trying to help people live better lives, you will contribute more than 5% to the global CO2 burden, and we can do better.
So one of the big healthcare problems I thought in the world is obesity, and now there are drugs that help you lose weight. Are those drugs safe?
Well, that's a complicated question, but there's undoubtedly a challenge with the cardiovascular potential impact on people. Many people are dying because they're simply overweight. How they got there, what could happen, is a much bigger question. And often, for example, just to connect the two comments, that if you're a pre-diabetic and you get coached and you eat properly and you avoid becoming obese and becoming a diabetic, you will create 3x less carbon in your adult life. 3x less. And so we have this convergence of climate and health in almost every aspect. As for safety, I think we would all probably say that keeping people away from cardiovascular events is a good thing, and over time we'll find out, but the evidence supports that.
The next big thing that drug companies are working on, I understand, is reducing the impact of Alzheimer's. So in the foreseeable future, or at least in my lifetime, what's the chance of you're getting an Alzheimer's drug that works?
Well, I think we've been working on things like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's for many years as an industry, and we know neurodegeneration in any form is such a huge economic impact and a personal, individual impact, and caregivers as well. I think most people would expect with the advent of AI that there is a moment where we possibly may see 100 years of innovation in 5 to 10 years. And in these sorts of areas, it's really needed. The drugs that are being approved recently are, absolute, no doubt progress.
Right.
But can we say that we're curing these things? Are we really addressing these things? Absolutely not.
Okay, we have our avatar again. So you have a comment?
According to Boston Consulting Group, 70% of R&D priorities for low and middle income countries, including maternal conditions and infectious diseases, remain unaddressed. However, serving just 10% of the untapped insulin market in these regions could yield an additional $1 billion for manufacturers.
Okay, so now we'll go to Noel Quinn. Noel was for the last 5 years the CEO of HSBC. So why should people want to work in the banking industry? Is it an exciting industry? Why wouldn't they want to go work in the hedge fund or private equity world? Why should people want to work in the banking industry?
Well, listen, I've been a corporate banker for 37 years, and I used to say to relationship managers when they join the bank, you're in a privileged position because you get paid to do an extended MBA. You get to see the great businesses of the world, the businesses that aren't so great. You get to see businesses in different industries, different technologies, different geographies, and you're getting paid to do it. So that, for me, is a great education, and I've been privileged in having access to all of the different industries of the world and seeing some really great businesses and entrepreneurs. Why wouldn't you want to do a job like that?
Now, as fintech comes along, is fintech helping banks become more profitable and more efficient, or is it competing with them such that they're becoming less profitable?
Listen, we've been around, HSBC's been around for 158 years. There's been competition all the way through that 158 years. Competition's good. technology is an absolute necessity. So I welcome technological development, technological innovation, whether it's in a fintech or not. We partner with fintechs. We learn from fintechs. We learn from the tech innovators. And a bit like Larry said, we processed over $600 trillion of payments last year. 98% of that went through digitally, untouched by hands. You cannot be a global payments house, a global trade house, a global FX house if you do not embrace technology. It is impossible to do it.
And do people really still go into banks to cash checks anymore, or you don't really need them to do that? They can do it online?
They tend not to go in and cash checks very often.
They do.
But what the real role of a bank, and you take this theme of this exercise, this conference, how do we make the future become a reality, not just for the developed world, but for the developing world? And every single bank, and ours included, and Larry's organization, and Ken's, and Steve's, our mission is to try and bring real infrastructure development, real economic development, to bring people out of poverty, to bring infrastructure into places where it hasn't yet been built, to decarbonize today's infrastructure. Right. That's the role of banks, to help economies develop, to connect the world. And if I think about what was said earlier, the fiscal position of most governments of the world mean they cannot fund that infrastructure. They need intermediaries, the private sector, to help fund the infrastructure that has to be built. That's particularly true in the developing markets. We're very fortunate. We're talking about AI. We're talking about a lot of development in our industries in the developed markets. Most of the developing markets will not see that benefit if they do not get access to energy, they do not get access to water, they do not get access to basic infrastructure. So the financial services industry has to not only embrace all of the new innovation for the developed world, right. It has to bring that innovation into the developing world. Fiscal budgets will not allow governments to fund it. We have to partner with the governments of the world to use private sector finance with public sector policy and limited public sector finance to make that investment.
Now, HSBC has credit cards with HSBC on it. You ever had your credit card denied when you were the CEO?
Ironically, I have, yes.
You did?
Yeah.
What do you do?
The colleague that was with me said, "You cannot believe what's just happened to the lady that was serving me in the sandwich shop."
Okay. Find out later.
And it was mainly a technology problem.
So Ruth Peratt. Ruth is the President and Chief Investment Officer of Alphabet and Google, previously the Chief Financial Officer of Morgan Stanley. So are the egos bigger on Wall Street or in the technology world?
That is equitably distributed.
So is a bigger problem for Google the US government or artificial intelligence?
Oh, you're starting with such fair questions. Look, I think the most exciting place, if I can switch to that, is the upside that we see with artificial intelligence. And one of the most important elements when you think about the transformational impact is to make sure that we can, each of us in each of our companies across the globe, really maximize what is the upside and protect on the downside. So I think it's imperative that we collectively work with governments everywhere to make sure that there's a firm foundation. If you don't have that firm foundation, you're not going to be unleashed to pursue the upside. So it has to actually be a very constructive, collaborative approach.
Okay. So let me ask you, somebody wants to do a Google search. I don't know how many searches are done a day, but I assume billions or so. I read that sometimes when a criminal is caught, they can go in and get the Google search right away. How long does it take for you to cough up the information about what somebody searched for? And can you get it yourself, or do you have to get a criminal indictment where you give it up to somebody?
There's a really strict legal process around it, so people can't go in and find out what your search is, but if there's a legal process, the legal processes go down their own path.
And one of the things that you've done, other than the Google search business, is the automated driving, which is autonomous. Are we going to have autonomous driving in our lifetime, you think?
We're excited about what we've seen in autonomous driving. More than 1 million people die on the road every year from human error. And the delta between safety when you actually get autonomous driving to work well is extraordinary. So if you want to save lives, we should be embracing autonomous driving. And when you think about the planet, most of us who have a car don't use it most of the time. And so there are elements that are better for the planet as well. We're rolling it out now, San Francisco, LA, Atlanta, and across the United States, continuing to grow that. So our expectation is yes, it's taking time. There's a human change element to it as well, but people who get in it, anyone who wants to come to San Francisco, it's the second largest tourist attraction now in San Francisco. People find it's fun, it's a glimpse of the future.
A final question I wanted to ask you. When Google started, there were many search engines. And so many people said, what's the big deal about another search engine? What did Google actually do that made it so much different than all the other search engines that used to exist? And what was their secret sauce that made it different?
The key point was make it as useful and relevant as possible. Get rid of all the clutter and really reimagine what's possible. I remember at the time I wondered why we needed an 8th search engine. And I think what's relevant to this conversation here today, what's really relevant to His Excellency's opening comments, is we're living at an extraordinary time in history. AI is this transformation, generational technology, and it requires each of us to rethink what is the possible, which is what Larry and Sergey did back in 1998. I'll just give you 2 examples that pull off of what some of the other people have already commented on. In the area of healthcare, we are extremely proud of the work that was done out of Google DeepMind to create AlphaFold, which is being credited with the single greatest contribution to drug discovery in our lifetime. And what Demis Hassabis, who runs Google DeepMind, and his colleagues did, John Jumper, they just won the Nobel Prize for this. They said, let's reimagine what's possible and let's predict protein structure, something that would take years for a scientist to do. And they went from that concept, redefine the impossible or redefine the possible, to 200 million protein structures, which is the equivalent of millions of years of scientists. That's a contribution to drug discovery. We did the same in languages. Most people in the room probably have used Google Translate. We now have 260 languages. We've been on that journey for about 20 years. In the last 6 months alone with AI, we've added 110 languages. 500 million more people on the planet can access information in their language. His Excellency commented on the economic upside from AI. We all need to reimagine what is possible in our business and running government, the way the kingdom is looking at it with education, with manufacturing. How do you actually fundamentally change what you did? So that's a long answer to your question, but that's what Larry and Sergey did back in 1998. They reimagined the possible.
When the tech world was not famous for welcoming women for many, many years. I don't know if it's changed that much, but is it much more welcoming than when you first went to Google?
I think at Google there always has been a view that you want to get the broadest pool of talent, the minds that can think through things in different ways. And so have we had to be very systematic about it? Like I think every leader has to be. You need to put, if you don't have data, you got to measure what you want to actually achieve. So put metrics in place, hold people accountable for it, and that's improved what the level is. So it's a journey everywhere, but I think we've seen that it actually adds to the richness of the insights and the dialogue when you actually bring different voices to the table.
So Eduardo Saverin may not be as well known to everybody here as some of the other people. Let me just give you a brief introduction. Eduardo was a student at Harvard, and his classmate started a company, and Eduardo took his life savings and invested in this company, probably to the consternation of his parents. And that company was called Facebook. And you're now the second largest shareholder of Facebook. My son-in-law was then, my now son-in-law was then in that same class. He recommended the investment to me and I turned it down. So what did you know about the Facebook being so good that I didn't know?
Thank you for saying my background in such a humbling way. To be clear, we were college students in a dorm room, really trying to make our experience in college better. We were looking to leverage the internet and trying to discover how we can connect and bring people together better. We had no clue and no true extent of knowledge as to where the company would be today. So to be clear, passion drove me to take my life savings.
What did your parents tell you when you took all your money and put it into this little startup?
So my mother was a psychologist. So generally her answer is do what you love and do what you're passionate to do. So my mother was supportive. My father believed it was the wrong decision at the time.
All right. So since that time, have you seen any other company? You're now a technology investor. Have you seen any other great things like Facebook you might want to recommend to us?
Yeah, so meaning, I think Ruth was touching on this as well as the rest of everyone here sort of in the panel around the paradigm shift that AI is bringing upon the world. And I think this is a paradigm shift that will permeate every industry. Beyond companies, it will permeate people, humanity, the interaction between people and governments. And it is a fundamentally massive stepwise change in technology. So I spend a lot of my time, I have 4 kids, the eldest is 6 years old, thinking about how their upbringing is going to change amongst this rapidly evolving technology, how their education will be different, how their career choices may evolve, how their ability to connect, their ability to live a healthy life, the longevity of their lives may all get impacted via artificial intelligence. So I believe an incredible opportunity for investors like myself to deploy into AI, companies to get reimagined, leveraging technology with tremendous productivity gains, is one of the key things reshaping our world going forward.
So did you think Mark Zuckerberg in college was particularly smart, or he was no smarter than you and he just got lucky, or what happened?
He's an incredibly smart person, dedicated and vigorous. And I think that's the definition of most entrepreneurs I work with today. They love what they do. They're willing to crawl through glass to get it done. And I think Mark fit that description in every way.
So Eric Schmidt was the CEO of Google when it went public, and CEO before it went public. He became the chairman of Google as well, and is now a technologist, philanthropist, government advisor, and author. And he's just finished his second book on artificial intelligence with Henry Kissinger as one of your co-authors. Did Henry Kissinger really understand artificial intelligence?
Not only did he understand it, and he could even spell algorithm, but he actually wrote the second book himself on his deathbed. He was a remarkable figure. And he was interested in AI not because of the technology, which we talk about here, but about its impact on society. And he, helped by me, came to believe that we're not ready, right? We're not ready for a redefinition of what it means to be human in the arrival of an alien intelligence.
So artificial intelligence, for somebody who's not an expert, if you were trying to explain what it is, how would you define it? And that phrase has been around for a long time. Do you think a better phrase to describe what it is could be invented than artificial intelligence?
We're sort of stuck with it. It was invented in the late 50s. And at the time, they thought it would be a few years before we had human intelligence in computers. Of course, we're off by 60 years. And during that 60 years, you've seen an enormous increase in computational performance. So the AI that we're seeing today is a result of better algorithms, including some people who are now at Google, as well as this enormous improvement in scale computing. These systems require extraordinary amounts of data to train. But once trained, they can do extraordinary things.
So you were asked when you were running another company to consider becoming the CEO of this little startup called Google, and you met the 2 founders. Did you think that they were going to build this big company? And what did you think of them when you first met them?
When I first met them, it was in a building that I used to own, which was very strange. And they were so intense and they were so obnoxious to me. I thought it would be so fun to work with them because they didn't agree with anything I was doing, and they said I was wrong systematically. And I thought, that's an environment I want to work in because they're going to challenge every one of my stupid assumptions. And it worked.
So you've been involved in supporting Ukraine without going into the details. Can you tell us how warfare is changing because of technology and particularly artificial intelligence?
So war is today defined stereotypically as man, gun, shooting, other man shooting, trying to kill each other. If you're a computer scientist, this makes absolutely no sense. The guns should be automated and the people should be drinking coffee somewhere else. And That simple description of war is now occurring in Ukraine. It's not occurring in pretty much anywhere else because governments and militaries are not ready for this technological change. But in Ukraine, they have no choice, largely due to lack of a navy and lack of an air force. So today you have a battle for air dominance and a battle for sea dominance. And in the case of Ukraine, they're doing it with drones. And drones are essentially robots. If you are a roboticist, the fastest path to robots is in fact drone warfare, I'm sorry to say. And in the Ukraine fight, the boundary, the FLOT as it's called, is so crowded with drones that the biggest problem is figuring out whose drone is which. And there are drone management systems, and they're watching each other, and everybody's trying to shoot each other's down. There are enormous implications for the arrival of drone warfare because we've never had a situation where the morality of sitting somewhere else and doing this is exposed strategically in terms of moral choices. And furthermore, once these systems are fully automated, it's not at all clear how you do deterrence. Right? I have a fully automated system, and you have a fully automated system. How do we determine how we resolve these conflicts? My own view is that drone warfare will largely stop land wars, and that conflict will not go away, but it'll occur in different domains.
So you've been an advisor to the Pentagon and other government agencies. Who makes decisions more rapidly and more efficiently, the government or the private sector?
Well, our government seems to be getting slower. And most of the governments I've talked with now in these various things involving drones and so forth are largely political, or they're addressed in other things, whereas business, as you know, is very quick. So the best model is fast-moving businesses under the control of the government. You don't want businesses doing this stuff on their own.
So Steve, thank you for your patience. You just flew in from China, and you had a pretty close relationship with people in China. You started I guess a university in China, or a program in China, the Schwarzman Scholars Program. Do you see any rapprochement between the United States and China, whoever's elected president?
Well, thanks, David. It's fun to be last. And I always like to learn things on panels. And one of the things I learned is I should have gone to Harvard and had Mark Zuckerberg as a roommate. So if I could have arranged that, I would do it. I'd also like to say, before I answer the China question, that the changes that Yasser has been involved with here, for those of us who go back to 2017, and so the scale of PIF and the sort of relatively small foreign investment, this has been one of the most profound changes I've seen anywhere. And it's worked out amazingly well with excellent results. So congratulations for that. As to China and the U.S., I was just in China for 3 days, meeting a lot of the people you would have read about. It's a complicated situation, with the U.S., as everybody knows. It really had deteriorated sort of 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, to the point where nobody was talking to anybody for probably as much of a year. That is a very scary prospect with the two largest economies in the world and militaries in the world. That has actually normalized somewhat, where there is government-to-government communications. My own assessment would be that both of those governments have realized that not having some type of regular dialogue is just simply not functional in an integrated world we live in. As to improvements, that's a little more difficult. China's got its own issues economically that are really its focus. The U.S. is in an election season, which I'm not going to talk about because everybody else in the world is talking about it, and we'll see what happens afterwards. I think that both countries are basically grateful that the deterioration in relations has stopped. That's an important thing.
Okay, Steve, Do you use artificial intelligence at Blackstone in making investment decisions, or do you invest in artificial intelligence companies very much?
Well, I got really lucky as a person, and I'm a generalist. I'm not a scientist, and I was on a bus with Jack Ma from Alibaba in 2015, and he started talking about artificial intelligence, and I had no idea what he was talking about. So one of the advantages of being stuck on a bus for an hour and a half is you can ask all the questions. And it became pretty clear that this was like a technology that was going to change the world. And I talked to Raphael Rafe at MIT, and he said, "You have really no idea what's going to happen." I said, "How do you know?" And he said, "Well, we invented artificial intelligence at MIT in 1956. I said, "So where you been?" And he said, "We just didn't have enough compute power. And now, in 2012, we have that. So this is going to be, so rapidly growing, so powerful." And I sort of took that on board. And I was lucky enough to have friends like Eric, Ruth in the technology world. And I was just so curious about this. I tried to learn from everybody. And the way we've dealt with it at Blackstone is we started a data science department in 2015, which was pretty early for our type of investing. But what we did 4 years ago, we decided we wanted to be really huge in the data center business. It's sort of conservative. You're building something, and without data centers, you can't have artificial intelligence. So we bought a company for $10 billion, which I thought was a lot. In 3.5 years, that company is now 8 times bigger. So I wish everyone has a deal like that. And it's continuing to grow like that. And we bought another company in Asia that's doing something similar. It's the largest in Asia. So we are now, at Blackstone, the largest data center company in the world, both building them and owning them. And I can tell you, I've never seen anything like this. And you were listening to whether it was Larry or Ken talking about, how great practitioners, some of the greatest in history actually, are integrating technology to grow their businesses in ways that nobody has ever done. And I can see what we're doing being in a scale that's really amazing. You've got in 5 years in the U.S. there's an estimate of $1 trillion of new data centers. Outside the U.S., it's another trillion. So that's $2 trillion. And the biggest problem isn't building data centers, it's getting electricity. So to give you an idea on this, for the last 20 years in the United States and most developed countries, there's been no growth, virtually, in electricity. And now with the advent of AI, data centers, and electric cars, that growth rate's going to go to probably around 4%, if I had to guess. So if you multiplied 4% for 10 years, it's going to increase 40%. Just assume that. This is an industry that hasn't grown, and it's got a reserve base of maybe, 10 to 15%. So that says that in 4 years, giant economies, at the rate that expansion is going to happen, are going to stock out of electricity unless there's either efficiencies, in semiconductors and other types of things, or you're going to have to slow down the growth or have a giant expansion. So I think the whole investment area involving electricity, which is electric utilities, supply,
just sort of the waking up of the developed world is going to be astonishing. Huge capital needs, and it's a must-do kind of investment area. And when you have things like that, and fortunately for us, we're just like, unbelievably well situated, it's like really fun. Business can be a lot of fun.
Steve, a final question. You played a role advising President Trump when he was president those 4 years, a couple of those years, on business matters and so forth. You've seen him from time to time. Has he changed very much since you saw him as president? And is he likely, if he were elected president again, to be much different than before, or roughly the same, or you can't say?
Yeah, I think, I have seen him recently, and I think when he started in 2016, this was completely new territory. Most people who are president, have no idea of what that job's really like, because it's so different than any other job. And in his case, that was true. I think the advantage, I don't know who's going to win the presidency, that's beyond me, but I think he has a much better base of knowledge of how that job works, and how to be efficient and effective at doing it than certainly compared to 2016.
So we are out of time. Yasser, would you like to make a final comment on anything?
No, thank you very much. This is really very great board. We started this like 3 years ago, and I think year after year it's only improving. And I would like to thank you for being really a great moderator.
Well, thanks for inviting all of us, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to give our thoughts on all these things, and hopefully we'll all be back next year for the next FII.
Great.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
China.
To David and his panel, thank you very, very much for insights and some of those really interesting anecdotes. Next, I would like to draw your attention back to the stage behind you. So those of you who've turned to the center of the room, if you could turn back. And also ask you to give a very warm welcome to a gentleman who's going to be delivering our keynote address. His name is Professor Jeffrey Sachs, and he is the director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University. Please give him a very warm welcome.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very, very much for the chance to be with you today. What an outstanding panel we just listened to. I'll wait just a moment. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We just heard an outstanding panel of all of the dramatic changes in the world and all of the big money funding those changes and chasing those changes. So what's the problem? The future is amazing. The technological opportunity is astounding. The rate of advance, unprecedented. And yet, where we are today, just a few hundred miles away, there's war before our eyes. Tens of thousands being slaughtered. We have war in Palestine, we have war in Lebanon, we have war in Sudan, we have war in South Sudan, we have war in Yemen, we have war in Ukraine. What is happening that we're in the midst of the greatest advance of knowledge in history, and yet we also feel we're at the edge of the precipice? And indeed, the doomsday clock of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists tells us we're 90 seconds to midnight to nuclear disaster. I have one basic proposition for us, ladies and gentlemen. We don't need artificial intelligence in war. We need human intelligence to stop the wars. We don't need more smart weapons. We need negotiations. We had a wonderful panel, but the panel we really need is President Biden, President Putin, and President Xi Jinping, and your Crown Prince and others sitting around the table to say we can't go on this way. We're going to destroy ourselves with all of this wonderful technology. We're not doing the most basic things that we need to do. And this is a room filled with people who can do those things or make them happen, who can talk to the politicians, who can fund the changes that are needed. We have a basic core concept that I just want to share in just a couple of minutes: sustainable development. It means we have not only the great economic advances and the wealth, and that's no doubt we have that, but that it also reaches people everywhere, not just a small part of the world, everywhere. And that it's done in an environmentally sound way, not like last year, which was the warmest year on Earth in 130,000 years. We know that. We're wrecking the planet with all of this great economic advance unless we change course. And the fourth pillar, in addition to the economic, the social, and the environmental, is peace. And we're the worst at this. What does peace come from? One simple idea: mutual respect, honesty, not trying to run the world or to dominate others. That's the basic point that we're missing right now. Why is there war in Gaza and in Lebanon and possibly spreading to Iran and further in this region? Because there's no state of Palestine, obviously. Because Israel blocks it, the United States blocks it, and until there is, there's going to be no peace in the region. It's obvious. So do we have to go another 57 years of the 57 years we've just gone with the occupied lands? We had the International Court of Justice tell us it's illegal for Israel to be doing this. So where are the political leaders to say, come on, we know what to do, it's obvious. No more process, no more negotiations. A state of Palestine, a state of Israel living side by side in peace according to international law. Not so complicated. Why is there ongoing war in Ukraine? Because the United States insisted we need NATO there. And Russia said, please, not on our border. No, we need NATO there. Russia said, please, not on our border. And the United States said, it's none of your business. And Russia said, we'll see to that. It's our border, not your border. And so now we have a war. That war could end today if the President of the United States picked up the phone, called his counterpart and said, President Putin, we won't expand NATO. You stop fighting, we don't expand NATO. It's the end of that war. It's not complicated, ladies and gentlemen. Why do we have the US-China conflict? Because the US doesn't like China being so big and large and successful. Well, come on, there's room in the world for everybody. It's not a zero-sum game. The US doesn't have to run the show everywhere. But now the US sends armaments, billions of dollars to Taiwan, which, by the way, is part of China. How would any country like it if another country is arming a part of its country against its sovereign wishes? It's going to lead to world war if we don't have some human intelligence in this. And then a final point on the economics. Now, there's a very nice saying by a science fiction writer, William Gibson, that I'm sure many of you have heard of, who said, "The future is already here, just not evenly." And what he meant was, yes, in a world of dazzling change, you can find the places. We heard about some of the places at the panel. Dazzling applications of autonomous driving, of artificial intelligence, of all the technological advances, no doubt. But they're not reaching most of the world. Let me give you one little factoid for the people who manage the trillions of dollars of money. There are 26 low-income countries in the world, according to the World Bank classification. There are 50 lower middle-income countries. You add up those 76 countries, they have 4 billion people in them, half the world. You know, of those 76 low and lower middle-income countries, how many have an investment-grade credit rating of the 76? Two of those 76 countries. India and the Philippines, that's it. So when we heard Mr. Quinn say our job as bankers is to finance development everywhere, they're not touching 74 countries with nearly half the world's population, because the credit ratings say, no, that's speculative grade, that's junk grade. So what kind of world are we building? We're building a world of increasing wealth, no doubt, of increasing technology, no doubt, and of shocking inequalities that are unimaginable. And then we wonder where the unrest, the instability, the violence, the wars come from, because we're not thinking of others. I very much appreciated Mr. Griffin saying how central education is. I can tell you as a development economist, there's no question that the highest return investment in the world, and I mean it financially, is to put a child through school. It's got about a 20 to 22% compound annual return. What wonderful investment. Do you know that there are 300 million kids, school age, not in school right now because they're living in impoverished places nearby here, by the way, nearby, that don't have that return? No one's investing in them. So please, ladies and gentlemen, we can make the future that we want. We can see this wonderful world benefiting from these advances of knowledge and science and technology. It's not even that hard, but for that, we truly need decency, mutual respect, and human intelligence. Thank you very much.
Professor Sachs, thank you very much. Certainly not just food for thought, I think it's safe to say, but a definitive and straightforward call to action for those of us who are in the room and being sure that we don't just talk the talk, but we actually act on the things that we commit to do. So thank you very much, Professor Sachs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you please to welcome on stage His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, the Minister of Energy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Good morning, everybody. Glad to be here again. And not only I'm glad to be here again, but I will be more than proud to be here next year and the year after. Not necessarily as an energy minister of Saudi Arabia, but as a citizen of Saudi Arabia. Because what we have been doing so far and what we will be doing in the future is something worthy for everybody to see and something we will be proud to share it with our friends who took the trouble of joining us in understanding what we have been doing, but more important and more relevant, what we shall be doing. Without much ado, I did deliberately choose the title of my speech in this so-called elusive black box transition. And I was trying to create a bit of a glimpse of suspense on what this is all about. And it will be easy. So this is a short effort of trying to figure out what we have done as a country over the last 6-7 years. And the dotted spaces is more to say that there was a lot that had been done. It had been done over a 6 to 7 years period. I don't have to talk about how much transformations we have underwent over the last few years, but it is a prelude for what I want to introduce for you in terms of what we will be doing, had been doing, will continue to do when it comes to our energy transition. But the base case is if we, this country, the people of this country, and our partners were capable to do this mammoth historical transformation, which in my judgment, and I hope I'm not wrong, and I'll leave it for you, and I'll leave it for history to come up with the conclusion and the verdict. But show me any country on planet Earth that had underwent this transformation in such short period. I just yet to see somebody who could confirm to me that there was some country that had done so. So if I am correct, then I must be also hopefully correct that when I describe our energy transition, I think you will concur with me that this country does not know the word impossible. We're transitioning with a purpose, and that purpose, you could see it in front of me. But we're trying to export all forms of energy. We're trying to use our circular carbon economy as an approach to give us guidance of where we are going to go. And we are also leaping into manufacturing of exporting manufactured and engineered products. Why? Very simple. We want to enhance our economic diversification, value creation, supply chain resilience, and job creation, which is a fundamental and important thing for all of us. That journey had started way before, and we had a good glimpse of what it could achieve to us. In the 70s, when we had put together our first 5 years plan, second 5 years plan, the concept of capturing was created, and you could see, and people had seen the result and the achievement we have secured by capturing gas. 2 industrial cities were created. An entire industry in the name of chemicals was created. We have transitioned from using liquids to gas in the form of methane, not only in creating electricity, but also in producing water. And as a result, you have a company called SABIC today, and you see how SABIC had evolved and will be evolving, so as Aramco in the chemical sector and the entire sector. An entire sector actually was created in the 70s. Now, we have something also we are so proud of, and I will go through it with you quickly. I know Yasser is here. I know Richard is in backstage. I hope that platform that doesn't have any ejector for me to get me out, but I'll try to do it as fast as I can. Energy efficiency. This is what we have done. We started that program 2012. We kickstart some of these programs, some of it in 2013, 14, 16. We worked as a government, not as a ministry. In fact, efficiency, if you look at how many were involved in it, I think there are probably be about 20-some between government institutions, companies, and what have you. I'll give you an example of what we have achieved. Efficiency that was led by the IEA in the mid-70s as a result of higher oil prices, I think it commenced somewhere about 75, 76. So the OECD countries had that experience for probably the best part of 50 years. Look at what we have achieved in less than 6 years, or in less than 11 years, when it comes to efficiency and, of air conditioning. We are almost at par with the US, little short of the EU, but certainly we will continue trying to catch up. Look at the fleet average standard. We are at par with the US almost, and with the influence of electricity, electrical cars, and what have you, and hoping to go for even hydrogen ourselves in these cars, we will be at par with everybody. But look at the time we spent. The cars is 6 years or 8 years program. So if the OECD achieved all of these numbers in almost 50 years, and we have achieving similar conclusions or results in a lesser, probably 20% of the time that was spent on these programs. Again, I will ask you, what is it that we will not be able to do? Energy mix transformation, and I will go about that very quickly because some of you have seen it, but I wanted to make sure that everybody go through the experience of instigating and activating a program, a holistic program, and it has to be holistic, and it has to work like, as I keep saying it, just a week ago, this thing has to operate again. I'm not advertising Swiss clocks or watches, but indeed it has to work like a Swiss watch. I'll give you a glimpse of what we have done, we've been doing. We've been quiet boys and girls. But this is what we have been tendered as a renewable jobs project. We can't hide that. It's all in the public domain. 44 gigas of renewables is exactly about 50% of the installed capacity of the UK. 90% of the installed capacity of Sweden, 100% of the installed capacity of both combined, Switzerland and Austria, and 100% of what Malaysia capacity is. Now, when it comes to growth, comparing what the US had installed last year, 44 giga, Germany 18 gigawatt, ourselves this year, we will be doing the 20 giga. Now, I didn't want to compare with China because we will all look small comparatively. How we're going to be doing the 20 giga in every year? We have just embarked on a program which is the first as an experience that had never, and I'm sure of that, no country had underwent this exercise that I'm going to explain to you, which is we took as sizable as 850,000 kilometers, equivalent to the combined size of the UK and France, or Spain and Germany, and we're doing surveys in advance to ensure that we will have a bankable data on these sites, selected sites, just to ensure that we will have a backlog of lands that would expedite our process when it comes to commissioning new projects. It will reduce cost to the developer. It would allow banks to lend with certainty by just putting meters and calculating data, and continue calculating data to make sure that this information will be virtually on the dot, and therefore it stands a better chance for having to avoid spending a year or 2 years, depending on what you're doing in terms of renewable, whether it will be wind or solar. Prices. Again, we started with Skaka, and look at the price. Shaiba is under construction, look at the price. People talk and complain about cost of producing renewable. Sadawi, we're just about to close that, hopefully within the next couple of weeks. When it comes to wind, again, we still hold the records. The very country that started late, and this is the holder of the record of both solar and wind. What we're doing in both, transitioning away from liquids to gas, and I'll tell you a story about the gas. This is what we're doing. We're converting 23 gigas that were using liquids, we're moving them to gas. We've already signed up to a lot of gas turbine units, and the best part about it, we have already committed ourselves to carbon capture. So whoever questions our commitment that we will use gas, unabated gas and unattended to gas, is wrong, because each and every contract that we have signed over the last 2 years had that commitment of making sure that carbon capture and storage readiness will be there. Look at the size of our system. Not a lot of people think of how much and how big that system. Probably I didn't have the time to compare it with Europe, but look at what it is. I even think that many of our friends, many of our colleagues, citizens in Saudi Arabia don't know that. Today it's 95, just the transmission line, just to give you a glimpse of how mammoth the job is. 95,000 kilometers of transmission line being spread in Saudi Arabia. We will move it to 160,000 kilometers. And those 95,000 are old, unattended to, and lacked maintenance, so we are overhauling them and building the new ones to ensure that grid will be commensurate with the bigger ask, which is when we move more to renewable, when we have the issue of intermittence, that you will have the grid to attend to that, because otherwise you will have a serious energy security and energy reliability issue. So as in distribution, 827,000 kilometers, and we're moving it to 1 million, 1.1 million. Now, when it comes to other things, which is the substations, both, look at where we are and look at what we're going for. Look at what we are when it comes to the substations for transformers for the distribution side. The bigger issues, we're linking every region in Saudi Arabia to ensure that no place in Saudi Arabia that does not have at least 2 sources of electricity coming, and therefore a huge transmission lines will be dedicated to serve that. We have already signed 26 gigas of batteries, and by 2030 we will be doing a 48. The 7 distribution control centers is again to ensure, today there are 2, there will be 9, which is again taking into account the transformation we will go into the power sector. This country, I can vouch here in front of you, not a single consumer that does not have smart meters. I don't want to compare because it will be an embarrassment for so many countries. Amongst the top G20, they don't have it. Hydrogen. Again, thanks to NEOM, and thanks to the vision of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed. Look at how much we're compared with the others. We're actually the biggest producer of hydrogen. People talk about hydrogen. People talk a lot about green hydrogen. Show me who has that capacity being already executed. Show me who is willing to say, we're ready. We're ready to export clean hydrogen, green hydrogen. Have people here in Aramco, in Sabic, they're touring everywhere in planet Earth, marketing hydrogen. Still have some capacity to sell. We also are marketing, and that's why we got engaged into the corridor arrangements, just to ensure and make sure that the world understands that we're ready to export green electricity, green hydrogen at any sizable. Trust us and test us if you want. But we also want to make sure that hydrogen can be used and available in Saudi Arabia for those who wants to come and invest here in those hard-to-abate sectors. And for the purpose of time, I'm sure you know it better than me. We are also committed to maintaining 12.3 million of crude capacity. We're proud of that. But look at what it takes to maintain that capacity. And there are so many people who claim to be understanding oil. If Saudi Arabia has to go through these investments to maintain potential, I would tell some of the, for the purpose of respect, I will tell those people who talk about this country is going to increase this country is going to increase that, and the total number is 7 million. Well, there is something called natural declines. And if you don't attend to that, you lose over time. And if you don't continue spending 60% of an upstream company on maintaining potential, you lose that potential. However, there are good people that take these things lightly, but anyway, only, as Tolstoy was saying once, in one of his novels, only time and patience will prove the contrary. Look at our gas. Unleashing, this is a country that actually will make money out of transitioning. Probably the only country on planet Earth that would make real money out of transition. Because we're building the gas pipelines. We now are monetizing untapped resources in the name of Jafurah and the rest. And we're extending a huge amount of pipelines with the shrubs going all over the countries to ensure that these industrial cities will be supplied with gas. But here comes the biggest price. Look at this amount of pipelines. And we're not talking about daydreaming. Contracts have been signed. Execution is being executed by Aramco. The ownership of it will be to the state and the government. The government intended to make sure that Aramco would not lose money out of this thing, but will be an operator. But more important, it is our gateway to monetize our gas. And again, look at how many countries can stretch 4,000 square meters, 4,000 kilometers of gas pipelines all over the world. A lot of people would have songs about it. Look at what will help us. Because that gas, if produced, will give us also more liquids and more ethane. And look at the multipliers. And we know for certain, and actually we are conservative with these numbers, that in basic chemical will double, at least double. And when it comes to downstream chemicals, it will be tripled. Emission management. And by the way, the thing that I talked about, in doing all of that energy mix, it's been there for a while. I know a lot of people of you have heard it. We will be saving 1 million barrels, which we would be able to export it. And by the way, we are engaging in most of these chemical things. We will be using oil to chemicals, domestically and abroad. And that's why you see us, or you see Aramco, investing a lot in China, and will be investing a lot everywhere else in planet Earth, because we would like to continue monetizing our hydrocarbons. In this room, 2019, I did say we will monetize every molecule of energy this land has, period. Now, we're not ashamed of our record when it comes to emissions. We're actually proud of it. But the pundit try to create a smoke screen not to allow us to be in the so-called higher moral ground, if you want to. Look at the methane intensity. And by the way, Aramco did work on it even since the 80s. Look at where we are. We're second to Norway. And I did tell my friend in Brazil just 2 months ago that watch out, we're going to catch up with you very soon. Flaring intensity. With a production as big as Saudi Arabia, look who's ahead of us. And look how much we are so close to Canada. So I'll tell my friend in Canada, watch out, we're coming. And I wouldn't be surprised that within the next few years that you will see us and because we are engaged in so many initiatives that will allow us and actually ensure that we will deliver that. But more important, look at our carbon intensity when it comes to production. And ask yourself why people would come to us, lecturing us on acting as decent global citizens when we have a record that make a lot of people wonder if these speeches are to be rendered for us or rendered for their own selves. These are the initiatives that we are plugged in. So we're not shy actually from being involved in these initiatives, because first it helps us to give us guidance and help us to help others to achieve what we are achieving, and ensure that people understand what steps that we have taken to continue taking a leading role in these things. Because it helps our narrative. Our narrative is we use circular carbon economy to ensure that we monetize every resource of energy this country has, and we can win the race of monetizing your energy resources, yet attend to climate change. And by the way, these routine missions, we've done that a long time ago, actually 2018, I think, Ahmed, if you remind, I think it was 2018 that we've already achieved that. This is what we're doing in terms, again, we're putting our money where our mouths are. This is what we are trying to achieve, our Aramco and SABIC want to achieve when it comes to carbon capture. The future is very simple. We need to work on creating one of the world's largest CCS with carbon capture and use, basically. In Yanbu, we have one. We're working with some companies on that. We are also decarbonizing through our the gas turbine units that I talked about, which is about 42 giga, where we are committed, as I said, to ensure that the CO2 will be captured. By the way, we did, and we reached out to our friends from the EU that we're willing to make avail some of our, again, we're lucky. We have so much empty aquifers, and we're willing to make others make use of it if they select to store their own CO2 in Kingdom. We have our commitment to create, at some point, a carbon market. Look at that, how much, and we've been staging it. And the reason we've been staging it is, again, we want to ensure credibility and reliability. We did start with a voluntary carbon market for the Kingdom, and we work hand in hand with PIF in all of these steps. We did launch in October last year, when we had the MENA week, we did launch that. Avail renewable energy certificate, Aramco and others, and PIF, along with the principal buyer, that company that do all the tendering, will own 50% of that. Assess the feasibility of an emission compliance system tailored to the Kingdom. We learned from everybody's problems and mistakes. I will give it to the EU that they had the start, but they had a very tough start. So learning from what everybody underwent, we wanted to take our time to ensure that whatever regulation and structures and what have you should be first commensurate with our own needs, pertinent to our own economy, which makes it somewhat different from one country and one to the other. And that's why we're targeting that we will pilot for the next 2-3 years, just to ensure that that readiness is there. Again, it is for the purpose of enhancing reliability of the system. I think today we will be signing something with PIF as a prelude for the announcement of the exchange platform that we would like to do it in Baku. I think it goes well that we tell our friends who are engaged in climate change negotiation that we're taking also a lead among so many countries that keep talking about it, but they don't have it. PIF had already launched one of the largest, if not probably the largest, voluntary carbon credit auction as a way to ensure that their own company has the readiness and availability. Also, we are engaged in all of these activities that, again, we ensure that we will have a refreshed NDC next year. And I can guarantee you, out of knowing that the number will be higher, and it will give us a pleasure to make it higher and higher as we go. But we know that this approach of us will deliver us better NDCs as we go. Nobody on planet Earth created something similar as to the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Initiative. This is a country that decided that it wants to be accountable and it wants to be monitored, and created these two initiatives to help the country fostering what it takes to do good things in kingdom to ensure that people understand that we are dead serious about what we're doing. Not only that, we're offering to help other countries to try to achieve lower emissions in our endeavor to be a global citizen, attending to countries in the context of South to South. Localization. Just last week, we have celebrated with Aramco, SABIC, SEC. I keep repeating it. I will give it to Aramco and SABIC. They launched their own local content programs way back. So as SEC later on. But then the whole country went through, like everybody, went through the experience of COVID, which really triggered a bigger question for the country on, do we sit on our hands or do we figure out what is happening to the supply chain and the resilience of that supply chain? In a short thing, we did review and we found that probably the best sector that did not suffer the most as others was the energy sector, thanks to Iktifa and Nusanid and Bina. However, the direction changed for too many purposes, especially supply chain resilience, and especially also to try to monetize more of our own resources in mines and what have you. And we honestly, going through the transitioning that we are going through, we do identify with the rest of the world that energy security definition will be changed to one that encompasses materials and raw materials. And those who will capture it first will have the ability to say, I do have an energy security. Those who are going to miss, I think they will miss forever. So be careful, the word has transitioned in the definition of what we call it energy security. So to do that, we had to congregate as an ecosystem, including every part of the government that can be part of this. And that's why we are also working with the Ministry of Industry and Ma'aden, which is a company owned by PIF. In fact, they've created another subsidiary just to make sure that whatever we cannot have here, we will go and hunt for it anywhere, just to make sure that we have our own minerals and materials requirements are sealed and secured. In our endeavor, we are, as I said, addressing energy supply security of the other things that we're doing. There is an economic value for these programs. It creates jobs, it helps in diversifying the economy, But now, as I announced last week, who said we will be confined to secure our own needs? No. We honestly believe, learning from our experience, learning from the partners that we have, that actually this country can become a local content or a hub for supplying all of the region and beyond the region. We're honest. We're telling you what we have achieved so far. Look at how much we achieved when it comes to hydrocarbon or conventional power. And we have already identified, we've already committed to these things that we'll be doing now, and we will have more to need to deliver to give us that 75%. Look at what we have achieved on the renewable, and this is in the glimpse of the last 2 years, by the way. And I'll have to give it to PIF. And I think they would probably tell you that we did a lot of work with them. Yasser went to China last month. He can testify of how much work we have done with PIF to secure these things. So we are not shy to say we are 21%. But comes next year, we will show you where what did we hit, and the years to come. The one thing I'm sure of, that the jackbox, which is 75%, will be hit by 2030. Human capital. Because it's part of the whole thing. I took a lot of time. But trust me, I have a team working with so many organizations, looking at every possibility of what kind of jobs, be it that require any type of education, including vocational programs, using every institution existent in Saudi Arabia, using even institutions within the companies such as Aramco, SABIC, and SEC, to ensure that we overhaul the education and training programs and enhance them and enlarge them, including working with universities to put so many items in their curricula, just to ensure that we will have a matching thing between the jobs that will be created as a result of our transformation and the kind of cadets that will come and try to fill these jobs. I have a very capable team. It is not the ministry, it is the entire ecosystem working on that, because it would be shameful that we create the jobs, but we don't have the right people to fill these jobs. In all of this, we still remain faithful to the so-called energy trilemma. We want to make sure that we don't lose sight of energy security. We want to make sure that we don't lose sight of energy access and affordability. And certainly, if we do all of the above, we will not lose sight of our sustainability goals and climate action. Last but not least, this is our commitment. Transitioning is definitely a part of our DNA. That's why I started telling you in the beginning of my speech, show me again, I will repeat it, show me any country in planet Earth, even historically, that had achieved this transformation. In the last 6-7 years, I have yet to see somebody with a straight face who can come and say, I have a better example than this country. So it goes without saying that transitioning is part of our DNA and will continue to be part of our DNA, and actually we will set the example for everybody to follow suit. Youth, and that's the gift that we have. With all due respect, this is a young country. This is not an old country like others. And the youth that we work with, and the youth that you will see in every street in Saudi Arabia, in every place in Saudi Arabia, is damn demanding. And they will continue. And they will really deliver what we are. I am an elderly person. Yeah, still is a very young person. And so as others. But trust me, we don't gamble. But we know for certain. And we have the feel. And we know the energy there. These guys, in the plural sense, women and men, have the ambition, the talent, and the stamina to get away with what they want. So we're here to help. Last of which, I hope I made a case not only for the energy sector, but I hope I made a case for the entire country and the people of this country. And if I did make that case for you, we still want you to be part of our journey. We still want you to be part of our story. And we still, as we have done 50 years ago, we welcomed the idea of joint venturing. And we succeeded in mastering the art of joint venturing. And we want you to be our partners. So if you do, just sweep the barcode. I have a team, dedicated team. We'll send you everything. We'll send you the presentation. We'll talk to you. We'll reach out to you. We'll make sure that you understand what we want and what we want to do. If you want to be part of our story, scan the code. Thank you.
Your Royal Highness, thank you so very much. It's always a pleasure listening to you. Thank you so very much, and good to see you. Now we're coming to a special moment in the program where there is going to be the signing of an agreement between the Regional Voluntary Carbon Market Company and the National Committee for Clean Development Mechanism of Saudi Arabia. And this agreement will play a really crucial role in ensuring that the carbon markets which are established in the kingdom are indeed transparent, robust, and credible. And to participate in the signing of that agreement, I'm going to ask Your Royal Highness if I could ask you to please make your way back onto the stage. Oh, you're here. And if I could also call back on His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, as well as Yazid Al-Humaid, the Deputy Governor and Head of MENA Investment at PIF. If I could ask you both to make your way onto the stage, as well as Abdullah Al-Sarkhan, the General Secretary of Technical Affairs at the National Committee for Clean Development Mechanism of Saudi Arabia, who will act as witness to this signing. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the signatories of this MOU, Rania Nashar, the chair of the RVCMC, and Maria Al-Jishi, the Director of Technical Affairs at the National Committee for Clean Development Mechanism of Saudi Arabia. And if I can ask you to please proceed with the signing and the photo opportunity. Thank you very much, and many congratulations. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellency, guests, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Your Highness, thank you very much. If I could ask you to make your way off the stage. Thank you. And as they make their way off this stage, I am going to ask you for your attention, and if you could please turn it to your screens. The FII Priority Compass found that the cost of living is the #1 global priority. So we took to the streets of some of the cities in the world where we held the FII Priority Summits, specifically in Rio, in New York, in Hong Kong as well, and of course a few other cities. And we wanted to hear from the people who are having to deal with this on a daily basis, about where they felt the economy is heading, whether the cost of living was indeed their top priority or concern, and what governments and businesses should be investing to positively impact humanity. So let's take a quick look at what they had to say.
I do feel confident about the future of economics because right now there are many opportunities popping up with the technology.
The feeling that I got is we're going through a very difficult phase.
We're not going into the right direction, I think. Prices are going up, but salaries are not. And that is a recession, basically.
I think they'll be getting better and better in the next 5 years.
Depends on where you're living, but overall, I think we're on the upswing.
Definitely a recession's coming. When, you don't know, right? The market movements are very volatile these days. It has been for at least the last couple of years.
There will be a recession, yes.
I think right now we're in a recession.
Absolutely, cost of living is huge.
I mean, people nowadays can't even afford to find a home to live in.
I'm an OFW. I work here as a domestic helper. The cost of living here in Hong Kong is very high for me.
Oh yeah, I can barely afford to live where I'm at doing what I'm doing. It just doesn't, I will never be able to buy a house.
I don't think it's going to improve anytime soon. I think the cost of living is going to remain the same or increase.
In education, firstly, and also healthcare.
Healthcare, education, and environment.
Technology, of course. I think we really need to look at the environment because it's causing a lot of harm lately.
I think the government should invest in healthy education, security.
I really think maybe into some sustainability, social impact investing.
I think a good initiative from the French government, as we are in Paris, would be to make a help fund for little business owners.
If we're investing in a technology that makes us to be better people and care for each other and not to pay so much for the simple things.
I think investing in people in education is always the way.
Like using renewable energy and like renewable resources to shape our future and use clean energy also. It's one way.
We need to worry about our planet and our investment in our future for our children.
I think it's safe to say that regardless of which part in the world you are talking about, the concerns remain the same. Obviously, economy, cost of living being very high on that list. But there's also this underlying sense, and I don't know if you were able to pick it up from the video, and granted, it wasn't a comprehensive survey, but there's this underlying sense of a need to be caring for each other and taking care of each other and the environment in which we live, which again is being reflected in the conversations that we will be having over the next 2 days. Right, a little bit earlier, you saw a conversation with the Board of Changemakers, which was held with David. Right now, I'd like to call on CNBC's Sarah Eisen for the second conversation of Changemakers, and she will be speaking with His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al Jasser, who is the chairman of the Islamic Development Bank Group, Tony Elumelu, chairman of the United Bank for Africa Group, as well as the founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation. Jane Fraser, the CEO of Citi. Ron O'Hanley, Chairman and CEO of State Street Corporation. Ted Pick, the CEO of Morgan Stanley. Mark Rowan, co-founder and CEO of Apollo Global Market. Harvey Schwartz, CEO of Carlyle. Neil Shen, founding and managing partner of Hongshang. David Solomon, Chairman and CEO of Goldman Sachs. Makoto Takashima, Chairman of the Board of Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation. Bill Winters, Group CEO of Standard Chartered Bank. And Jenny Johnson, President and CEO of Franklin Templeton. If I can draw your attention to the center of the room once again. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here, excited to be with this group. This is just like your board meetings, right? I get to interview a lot of these people that are here at the table, but never together, never in a group of 12, and never in Riyadh. So thrilled to be here. Thank you for having me. You know, we are lucky at this table to have basically a good chunk of the global financial services industry here, and a good representation of the world by region, private versus public. So I'm looking forward to a good conversation about both the short-term outlook for the economies and from where you all sit, and then if we have time, and we'll keep our answers brief, the long-term outlook and some of the structural, secular changes that we're all going through. So Ron, maybe I'll start with you and the sort of global outlook. You operate in more than 100 countries, right, and have trillions of assets under custody and management. global economy right now feels a little bit lopsided. How do you see it?
Well, Sarah, I think that the good news is that at this time last year, there were all sorts of prognostications of a global recession, and we've largely avoided that. And I think that's due to some deft policymaking and the fact that we've been able to navigate this up and down in interest rates. But I think in the short term, the big challenge is the lack of global growth. And what growth we do have, to your point, is very lopsided. You see the US doing pretty well in terms of growth, and then it's really hard to find substantial growth everywhere else. If you think about the past 30 years in China and what the kind of growth that we're seeing now out of China, it's just not there. Europe hasn't seen growth now for most of the last 10 years. So I think the biggest challenge that we have in front of us is the fact that there simply isn't enough growth.
From your vantage point, Harvey, at Carlyle, you guys have, what, 300 plus companies in the portfolio all over the world. How do you see it?
Sarah, great to see you. Great to be back in the kingdom. So we roll up the data from all of our portfolio companies, which employ in excess of 1 million people.
It happens.
And I agree with Ron, there's an unevenness in terms of geography, but in aggregate, the activity levels, the performance of companies, the marginal pressure on labor costs, we've all seen this come down. I mean, during the pandemic, we had companies where individual items, let's say a $1 input item with supply chain problems, could be $2 or $3. So we had companies navigating inflationary pressures that were 200-300%, even though aggregate inflation might be 8, 9, or 10%. And so I think we have to give central banks around the world, particularly the Fed, a lot of credit where credit is due, because they navigated this. No one expected to go through a 500 basis point raise and now some reduction in rates. I think in terms of the short term, the challenge in the short term are a little bit the manifestations of what we'll see in the long term. We're dealing with significant deficits and actually strong economic conditions. We're dealing with shifting monetary policy. And I think the big challenge and opportunity set for everyone in this room and globally is the fact that the big paradigms are changing.
Yeah.
The things that shaped the last 30, 40 years of economic activity are shifting, and some of that is extraordinary, but we have heard a lot about energy transition for a number of years, and especially today, but now we have energy net addition that we're also going to have to tackle, and these are multi-generational problems.
And hopefully we'll get into some of the longer term ones like AI, which I know a lot of you are excited about, and the debt problems, deglobalization. I mean, these are all the big factors. But in the short term, Jane, the US, still the bright spot in the world? You're a very global bank.
Yes, and it is truly invigorating being back in the kingdom again for a few days as one of the bright spots. In the US, let's look at the consumer. The consumer is broadly healthy, a tad more discerning than before, and their spending is still growing. But a lot of that is being driven by the affluent consumer. The middle income consumer is probably a bit, more mindful about where they're spending, and then the lower income is where we've seen some of the inflation pressures really biting in as wage growth hasn't quite kept up. But to the points we're talking about, a lot of roads do lead to the US at the moment. There's some push and pull factors in that. And I would say, whilst you shouldn't bet against a Saudi entrepreneur, you should certainly never bet against an American one.
Do you think okay, raise your hand if you think we're going to get 2 more rate cuts this year from the Fed. Anybody? No, you don't think 2 more? The market thinks 2 more. 1 more?
The market thought 7 last year.
1 more this year. And as many as the market thinks next year, David? I don't know.
I mean, next year's a long time from now.
Okay.
When you're talking about interest rate cuts. And I think Harvey just made the point that's the right point. The market thought that there'd be 7 cuts this year. I think it's hard to think about monetary policy in 2025 in the United States until you get through the election and we get a clearer sense
I was going to bring
policy actions, because policy will shape monetary policy. I listened to the earlier panel, and one of the comments that I agreed with is that structurally inflation is more embedded in the global economy than the current narrative. That doesn't mean that it's going to rear its head in a particularly ugly way, but I do think there's the potential depending on policy actions that are taken, that it can be more of a headwind than the current market consensus.
And quickly, I want to ask how the view right now on the capital markets, which you have a really good window into, and investment banking, IPOs, deals, where we are in that cycle, if the economy in the U.S. is so good.
It's interesting because I've actually been talking to my team about just kind of looking back at a market environment like this, where you're still running with M&A and capital markets levels that are below trend. So we've definitely seen an improvement in 2024 versus 2023, a recovery, but we're still running below 10-year averages. So M&A right now is running about 13% below 10-year averages. Equity capital raising is running about 24% below 10-year averages. Now this is versus 25% below 10-year averages and 34% below 10-year averages last year. So it's improving, but there's no reason why capital markets activity shouldn't be running at 10-year averages or even better, given the market cap growth and market cap expansion we've seen over the course of the last 5 years. So I think we're in a recovery period. And my expectation is you'll see more robust capital markets activity in 2025 and 2026.
Do you agree, Ted? You're in that business too. You compete with Goldman.
I do agree with that. I do. We had the sugar high of COVID and zero rates, so small companies could go public without much of a business plan. And then we had this pretty tough funk for about 18 months when almost nothing was happening. And now it feels like a more normalized cadence. It is tougher being a public company, and the sponsors have done a great job monitoring private companies, so you can do that longer. But I think the process, the slow process of companies going public is at hand. I think they'll be bigger, there'll be more established companies, and that's obviously strategically interesting for other sponsors, but also for big corporates that have been waiting to get together with folks that are in the public market. So I think it's
So 2025 will be better than 2024 capital markets?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I think so. I think so, and not just in the U.S. We're seeing re-equitization in places like Japan and in India, and of course here in the Kingdom. So I think it's going to be a global phenomenon, and great for everything that we care about in the broader asset management business, because you have transaction activity like IPOs and M&A, and then the wealth management client base gets interesting. So I think that flywheel is going to get going the middle of next year.
I'll put this to the sort of U.S. CEOs in the panel. Does it matter what happens to the election, in the election, to the outlook for 2025 in the U.S. economy, one way or another? Anybody? No one wants to take this, obviously. Mark, come on. Help me out.
For M&A activity, absolutely. Yeah. I think there's an absolute chill on M&A activity as a result of current policy. And I think you'll see it freed up if there's a change in regime. I think you'll see investment liberalization if there's a change in government. But remember,
if Trump wins.
If Trump wins. But we're all talking about in the US of shades of good. We really are talking about shades of good. And to come back to your point on rates, we massively increase rates, and yet stock market at a record high, no unemployment, capital market issuance at will, and we're stimulating the economy. Infrastructure bill of $2 trillion we passed still hasn't been built yet. Semiconductor bill 2 years ago, everything being built. A year ago, Inflation Reduction Act, everything under construction. We're the largest recipient in the US of foreign direct investment 3 years in a row, and we're ramping defense production. Every one of those things is stimulative. And so the notion that we're cutting rates, I'm trying to remember why we're cutting rates. Other than to try and equalize the bottom quartile.
Inflation's come down a lot.
But we just got through a discussion of structural inflation, and the things we're doing that have not yet come online are also inflating in that way. And it's unclear that you will solve the problems for the bottom quartile, which are job growth, wage growth, given who they're competing with for jobs. So I think things are on hold until the election, but we shall see.
Well, speaking of cutting rates, the rest of the world also has been in rate-cutting mode. And, you know, Neil, you heard about China, and that has been a soft spot in the global economy. But you have a pretty good view of Asia in general. So what do you see there?
Yeah, I think actually I feel pretty good. I think at least coming to the second half of this year, because if you look at Asia, where we're focusing on, China's coming back. I think with the recent fiscal and monetary policy, Japan is doing well, giving all the reforms about corporate governance, transparency, etc. We got Indonesia and India, which probably enjoy the highest growth among all the countries in the world, if you look at the large economy. And the kingdom, obviously, is also catching up all these new industrials in addition to the traditional oil and gas industry. So I think Asia as a whole continue to be a very strong growth engine. And with China, continue to actually have one of the very, very big consumer market. Every single large multinational company still want to have a exposure to the market, want to penetrate that market.
Your Excellency, clearly this is one of the bright spots that have been invoked. You lead the Islamic Development Bank, so representing 57 members. Maybe you could just give us a view of what you're seeing in the near term, challenges and opportunities in the region.
Thank you very much. First, I'm very happy to be here with this group and also to be from this region where there are nice green shoots of growth and development happening. And I think the reason for that is that in spite of the MENA region having suffered over the past 20 years from very negative effects on its economy, leading to a decline in growth down to about 2.1%. Although we hope that if the conflict subsides and the other macroeconomic and structural policies that have been enacted are going to continue to be pressed forward, then actually the MENA region can come back to a 4% growth. The example of the GCC as a whole is a bright spot, I think, in the region and in the global economy. Even though Saudi Arabia last year had a negative growth, but it has rebounded very nicely, thanks to, one, the very serious, predictable monetary stability, and the very serious, unpredictable fiscal policy. I think the counter-cyclicality that has been practiced in Saudi Arabia for a long time has borne fruits and has made the economy a lot more stable and a lot more resilient in spite of all the difficulties that are happening. Thank God the other members of the GCC are also following suit. I think if you take the UAE, there is very robust growth and diversification. Saudi Arabia now, the diversification is going full blast. I think that holds a lot of promise. But of course, we are very well connected with the rest of the world. Our oil prices, oil production, exports and imports are all affected by what happens in the rest of the world. And therefore, we hope that a bit of stability in the world will be needed. I think this region, since the 13th century, has had more than enough of conflicts and difficulties, I think, since the Mongol invasions.
Yeah.
So I think it's about time that this region gets a chance to do what it can do best, which is commerce, industry, and development.
How much do you think the geopolitical situation, the conflict, is taking a toll on growth in this region?
I think a lot, because there is a lot of signaling also that happens, and there are a lot of intra-regional trade that has been disrupted significantly. So I think it has a lot of effect. Again, we are a very open economies in the GCC, and trade with China is the largest. So this is not a regional issue, but nonetheless, the potential that was sitting there waiting to be cultivated is evaporating with all of these conflicts and this level of uncertainty.
We're lucky to have Tony on the panel from Africa as one of the biggest investors and philanthropists in the continent, also the chair of a bank. So how does all of this impact what's happening there and the growth prospects?
First is I'd like to commend the organizers of this event and say I'm happy to be here and to be sitting with great ladies and men like this. I want to bring an African perspective to the conversation, and I'd like to start with the demographics on the continent. We have currently about 1.5 billion people, and it's projected to double in the next 20 years. So that will be 2.5 billion people. The median age in Africa is 19 years, 19. Median age in the most populous country in the world, India, is 28. And the median age in America and in China is 35. So you can see the picture. And it's projected that 1 in every 3 young citizens of the world will live in Africa in 2050. So what we see here is, as an investor, I see huge market and opportunities. As a philanthropist and a realist, I see a big challenge. Poverty is far outgrowing wealth creation on the continent. We've seen that leading to intolerance. We've seen political instability on the continent. And so when I look at all of this, what could become a huge market for the world and opportunity for investors can actually become a global disaster. And we all must begin to address some of these issues. The big issue here is how do we keep these young ones in Africa employed so that they don't become embarrassing or a risk to the rest of the world. This morning, we're hearing about AI and the massive data required in AI, massive data and also massive electricity. And I listened to His Excellency speak not long ago, talking about mega gigawatts of electricity. But on the African continent, over 50% of the continent do not have access to electricity. Without access to electricity, Africa cannot industrialize. Without industrialization on the continent, jobs will not be created. So it's going to be a challenge. And for me, as an investor, as a philanthropist, as a realist, this is what I think about always. And this is what keeps me up at night. And when I get opportunity like this kind of issue I like to put on the table. And that's why I said I wanted to start with an African perspective to the conversation. This is what I see.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers, the demographic numbers are staggering. I think, Makura, what is the median age in Japan right now? You have the opposite situation, I think it's safe to say. We've been excited from an economic perspective on Japan lately, animal spirits and all, but then you started raising rates and the yen stopped weakening, so what's happening now?
Okay, thank you, Sarah, and thank you for having me this morning. And Japan is always creating a lot of unique situations. And let me just start with the macroeconomic conditions. This year and perhaps next year, we are going to see the around 1% growth. It's still growing. It's not robust enough, but it's growing. But at the same time, more important element is inflation. This year, perhaps next year as well, the around 2% inflation. This is really the significant change compared with last 30 years or so. And also, once we confirm the wage increases we will see in the next year, it's going to be finally the sign of end of deflationary environment in Japan. For example, last year there was over 3% wage hike, and this year about 5%. And perhaps we anticipated more than 4% the wage increase at least for the next year. Once we confirm that, this is the end of the deflation in Japan. So basically, it's not a robust area, but it's very positive move. And I basically agree with Neil in terms of there is the positive moves and the positive development opportunities in Asia, including Japan. In Japan specifically, there are two changes taking place at the same time. First, the household and consumer side, they are now slowly and steadily moving the savings to investment. For example, the government started the new NISA, which is tax incentivized investment account, starting in January this year. Since then, what we are seeing is almost 4 times more investment through NISA account compared to last year. And this is a significant move as Japanese consumers have more than 1,000 billion yen of savings, cash and deposit. And that's one significant moves. And the second one is, as Neil described, we are seeing all over in Asia, but in particular Japan. There is because of the corporate, the governance reform, and a lot of unwinding, unleashing of joint holding of the shareholders, and a lot of activists, or I should say, the engagement shareholders are coming, and all the boardrooms is seriously, taking a look at the balance sheet and the return. So what we're seeing right now is for the last several years, and continues to be the next several years, tons of corporate actions. That include M&A and divestiture of non-core businesses, and also making the 100% of core subsidiaries into the entire combined balance sheet. And also there is a sense of privatization coming from the pressure, coming from the market. And so we're seeing a little bit, the activities. That's very positive, and there are a lot of transactions. We work together with all those gentlemen.
Yes.
Or lady. So that's the sort of the picture of Japan. Even after the election of last Sunday.
After the election.
I believe so.
We have Bill here from Standard Chartered, which is a very global bank, but since you're based in the UK and closest proximity to Europe, you can give us the health check of Europe. Is Europe growing?
Not very fast. First of all, thanks for having me. No, not very fast. But European companies are growing, and it's interesting to see where they're growing. The European companies have invested for a long time in Asia. They've invested in the Middle East, and they're investing in Africa very, very actively. So the growth in corporate profits is coming substantially from the markets outside of Europe. Now, that's a structural problem because, of course, the home base is Europe. Economic growth is slow. Political fragmentation is real. But we're seeing a number of European countries, I'll say including the United Kingdom, who have governments, while dysfunctional in some way in their making, are having quite a big impact in terms of execution of some reform programs on the ground, or maybe said another way, letting business get on with it and make the best of it. So while Europe has been a real laggard in global growth, I think we have to take a step back as well and say the global economy is in really good shape, right? We're growing above what the economists say is potential. We've got multiple engines. The US is absolutely powering. This region is powering. Indian subcontinent is powering. Africa is growing above trend, right? And it doesn't feel it at the bottom of the pecking order, right? But Africa is growing. And Europe is the laggard, for sure. But with European ingenuity, innovation, ability to branch out and invest in the rest of the world, I'm quite optimistic that Europe will find a way to get out of its own way over time.
What about the UK? Outgrowing Europe?
The UK has by some measures, has actually performed reasonably well. I mean, the UK has not fully recovered from the financial crisis. The economy was overweight financial services and is now shifting into life sciences, defense, unfortunately, I think we could probably say, as it remains a very important financial center. So I think the UK is going to be fine. This government's got a credible plan. We'll hear what the Chancellor has to say with her budget this week. But yeah, it's a very resilient place. Like Noel Quinn said earlier, HSBC was around for 160 years. The UK's been around even longer than that, and it's survived through that period. It will survive again.
How long has Standard Chartered been around?
I'm a little bit longer, but I don't want to brag. It's 100.
I thought that's where you were going with
it's
that.
170 years, but since you asked, but I wouldn't have raised it otherwise.
Jenny, you are building quite an empire over at Franklin Templeton. How many investment managers do you have now? Like 20?
We probably have 11 branded.
Okay, 11. I saw 19 somewhere. But what do you see right now from investors? And I am curious if you've been investing a lot around alts and private markets and how you see that reshaping the economy in the U.S. and globally.
Well, it's interesting. I was thinking through, this question of how many IPOs are we going to start seeing more? Let's face it, when cash was free, it was easy to be a brilliant private equity manager. It was easy to do well in most investments. Times have changed, so it's a little bit more difficult. But I think there's a necessary, if you think about private equity sitting next to a public company, in today's environment where companies need to invest in things like AI, and there's going to be a lot of investment that doesn't have immediate returns, Or maybe you're a company that needs to adjust your supply chain, and so you have to make an investment in that, which will take time to pay off. The challenge of a public company is there is so much focus on quarterly earnings that it can be difficult to do those kind of investments if they take a couple of years to play out. And actually R&D for healthcare companies and others. We invested in a company that was, it was a platform that has about $3 trillion in client assets on it. They needed to invest in the technology to redo the platform, so they were taken private. But ultimately, private equity companies have to go public. So there's almost going to be this cycle, I think, of it used to be just you went venture, private equity, and then public. But I think there's going to be an opportunity for these, a necessary opportunity for public companies to be taken private, to do those investments and adjustments, and then come back. And it'll start to be a normal cycle. And then, of course, private credit, I think, the banks, I've got a lot of bank CEOs here, just the capital requirements are such that it's just hard to lend like they've had to lend. And so that's a much bigger area. So we looked at it and said, we need to be able to offer both public and private together. And that's been our focus of growth.
So, I have Harvey and Mark on that. But Mark, so reshaping of the economy through private credit, how is that happening?
I don't think it reshapes the economy. I think we have to, look, the US capital markets are the envy of the world. We raise 50% of the world's capital. We have a capital market where bank lending is 30%, and investors supply the balance of credit. So credit in any economy comes from one of two places: the bank marketplace or the investment marketplace. There's no third choice. And so in the US, we've found that balance, and we will continue to see convergence, cooperation, partnerships between the bank sector and the private credit sector, between public markets and private markets. And I think there's going to be a blur. We will not know in the investment grade landscape the difference between public and private 18 months from now. We won't even care. It's going to be the same types of companies, the same ratings, the same size, and ultimately the same liquidity or lack thereof. So I think this is a piece of a puzzle. It's not the puzzle. Private, at the end of the day, is going to be a very small piece, but a necessary piece of what needs to happen.
I guess I just wonder sometimes if some of the resilience that we've been talking about in places like the US has been because private credit, private lending has stepped in and played a big role. And so maybe we haven't seen as much distress or problems as we would have ordinarily.
Well, first, I agree with what Mark said in terms of the trends. I don't agree with Jenny, because now I have to go back to my firm and explain to all my geniuses that they're still geniuses, 'cause I think Jenny might have hurt their feelings. But, this transition to private capital, this is not a new phenomenon. This started 30 years ago with private equity and then venture capital. And all that's happened is as these companies have elected to stay private, it was quite natural for private credit to come in, plus bank regulation. But I think this is about just the efficient delivery of capital. Capital is like water coming down a hill. It will find its path. Sometimes it gets stuck, but it will find its most efficient path. And if the most efficient path is a private capital solution, a public capital solution, or a blended solution, companies need the capital. It is the fuel for growth, and we will figure out how to provide them with the best capital solution. In terms of your question around the nature of the markets, the resiliency of the markets, this is a question that comes up all the time. I think you have to really differentiate between idiosyncratic risk and systemic risk. And the private capital markets, because of the liability structure, the limited leverage, the lack of concentration, and the fact that there's no interconnectivity, really does not have the characteristics that really fueled the financial crisis back in 2008. Idiosyncratic risk is the nature of all capital commitment, whether it's private equity or whether it's credit, whether it's investment grade or not. And so that is about making smart marginal decisions about how you deploy that capital. But I think these conversations kind of get blurred, and they should be quite separate.
Jane, is it a threat to the big banks, the boom in private credit, or an opportunity?
There's clearly an opportunity for a win-win, and I think that's what Mark and I have seen the relationship Apollo has with Citi, and that comes from our perspective. We serve clients in multiple different products and capabilities and have a strong origination capability. We can give our clients a choice. Do they want to go into a private asset vehicle? Do they want to go into the public markets? And I think that's where we saw the win-win with Apollo, that we can bring that together, as well as their deep asset capabilities. So the main piece for us is the client wins.
The client wins. I thought you guys were just saying that to be nice on the panel together, but actual partnership. As we think about the longer term, and some of these were referenced already, big changes going to affect how you all do business, what you see in the economy, what you see from investors, and AI really, I think, is at the top of the list and also at the top of all of our minds. It's a huge topic here. And Jenny, I know you're very excited about it, so I'm curious, is it because you think it's going to transform financial services, the economy, or what?
I think it's going to transform
Everything.
Everything. And I mean, look, today, anytime you have a new technology, the first things people do, the first investment opportunities are the picks and shovels, right? That's what we saw in the Magnificent Seven, which, by the way, when we think about how well the market performed, the Magnificent Seven had 450% increase in earnings from 2020. The rest of the S&P 500 had a 26% increase in earnings, right? So it's a big difference. So that's the picks and shovels. Now what's happening is
That's NVIDIA, right?
What's that?
That's NVIDIA.
It's NVIDIA, it was Microsoft, it's Google. I mean, so it's all it's the cloud service providers too. But the rest of the world is trying to figure out what to do with it. And I say it's like a really smart intern. As a matter of fact, Bill, when we were doing a little research on the members to find out something, it said that you were a concert saxophonist. Apparently you're not. But if you actually go through the sourcing, it has this logic. So it can
Wait,
end
are
you
you
up
or
in
are you not?
hallucinations.
You're not.
I can confirm that I am not.
He's not. But the point, on the other hand, we're doing things like RFPs take us something like 8 hours or 18 hours to put together, and they're finding they can do it in 15 minutes for the first draft. Think about that kind of opportunity and savings. So the first things is you start to improve what you do today. But I think Ruth made the point. Then people start to become proficient, understand the technology, and that's when you get the big breakthroughs. And it is going to happen in every industry, and the ones that figure it out are going to rocket ship past the rest of their sector. And so that's why I think it's transformative.
Do you think it's overhyped, David?
I don't think the ability for the technology change to change the way we all operate is overhyped. That's a different comment than a debate on the value of this and the value of that at this moment in time. But this is a journey we've been on for a long time. I'm listening to Jenny talk about changes in the way people work. I go back to 40 years ago when I started. If you wanted to do a common stock comparison, you had to go to the library, and it took 4 to 6 hours. It doesn't mean we don't have a lot of smart people doing a lot of smart things, around our business. This is a further acceleration of trends that have been embedded for a very long time. I think the productivity gains, especially in businesses like ours, are going to be enormous. I think the challenge for people running, big significant businesses with these technologies is it's very interesting to create tools that make people more, it's very easy to create tools that make people more productive. Can you fundamentally change your operating processes in your business? That is much, much harder. And, that's something that I think is going to be difficult and takes a long, long time. But generally speaking, big tailwind, something to be very optimistic about, something that's going to improve productivity, something that's going to help with growth. And how people can employ it, take advantage of it. You don't necessarily have to be first, but you've got to make sure you make smart decisions. It's expensive, and so you've got to be prudent about your investments. There's definitely going to be capital that's deployed that doesn't get great returns. But I'm quite constructive on the opportunity set to drive more economic growth.
What about your own company? I mean, your biggest cost is labor, right? Your stock's at a record high. That's obviously your performance only and the capital markets, but I do wonder how much is optimism baked in around what a bank can do when it comes to savings and profitability around AI.
I mean, look, little Goldman Sachs trades at 12 times earnings. I'd like to get the market multiple.
You're at a record and you're complaining.
I'd like to get the market multiple. I wouldn't say that the optimism around financial services broadly and kind of a movement in the multiples on the large bank stocks is geared to an AI optimism. I think there's a capital markets tailwind, for sure. And I think also we're 15 years past the financial crisis. I think these large institutions have changed significantly. They have a different kind of durability. They have different earning streams that are much, much more diverse. And, I think those things are all positive in that context. How will we employ this? We will employ this stuff, again, creating tools to make our people more productive. We can do that. We know how to do that. Changing operating processes, significant operating processes in businesses, that's more difficult. And that's not just our industry. I think that's going to be true across all industries. And there are going to be some very interesting opportunities that come out of that.
Well, speaking of opportunities, as a major VC investor in Asia, Neil, how are you pursuing the AI trend? But first of all, how much of it is your investments are related to AI?
That's right. Yeah, I think that it's going to have a very long-term, profound impact on our industry. Obviously, even 10 years ago, we're starting to see data analytics has been used, leveraging the last generation of AI. But this time, I think the general AI is really a paradigm shift. I mean, I will be surprised any people here who are not using, GPT or GPT, equivalent. And I agree with David that it's obviously going to dramatically improve our productivity. But I think probably more than that, if you look at our industry, it's about knowledge workers, right? And traditionally, everyone has its own knowledge, but now with general AI, there's a chance that we can develop beyond that. Think about it. Each of us should actually have a financial service agent. Each of us should have an AI agent for us. And then as a firm, you got this collective of agent, which has its different information and knowledge. And I think it's the first time in the history that financial service company has the ability to have this wisdom, the information collected in the one sort of piece. And that could be shared among the team members and also passed on from one generation to the other. So a firm is not only just build on balance sheet and brand, all that, but also that a financial service firm, is able to have transitioned, transform its wisdom from one generation to the other and build a long-lasting organizations. I think this is great. And specifically for the venture capital industry, I feel that we have something more to do, because we're in the private investment sector, not like a public, whereby every information is more or less available to all, right? So, look ourselves. We invest over 100, 500 companies over the world, last 19 years. And there are many companies failed. These are in the seed stage, venture stage, but there's a few become extremely successful, and many become unicorn, right? So when you get this private data, you should be able to use the tools to analyzing what makes a successful investment and what makes a successful company, right? There's a lot of sort of, signs or, pattern recognition you can use, you can be able to find out, use the general AI tools. I think this is fascinating. Everyone is at a very early stage of exploring that, but I do think this is actually not just helping us to process information, but potentially helping us to do a better job, especially when it comes down to early stage investment, and find the next great companies using that, pattern recognitions with, general AI as its core foundations.
Well, very appropriately, we have our AI intervention here. So let's hear it.
Despite AI's $2.7 trillion projected economic impact by 2030, Gartner research indicates 85% of AI projects still fail to deliver. This staggering disconnect exposes a dangerous chasm between AI's promise and its practical implementation in most businesses.
Which is why I asked about the disconnect. So, Your Excellency, you've been focused on sort of the pace of all this and what regulatory framework should look like as this technology booms.
Well, no one can afford not to look at AI. That goes without saying. That's not a revelation. But I think from what Tony was speaking and I have 57 member countries, 25 of them are least developed countries, 18 of them are fragile economies. So our challenges are not really to adopt the AI per se, but really to do something about resuscitating growth in those countries. Some of them have extremely high levels of debt that they can ill afford how to use it. They have low level of knowledge in terms of execution of projects that will accelerate economic development, leading to an AI aspiration afterwards. And therefore, what we need really is to deal with that fragility and to bring back some resilience for those countries. We are lucky at the Islamic Development Bank that being a development institution from the South, that we understand and we deal with those issues one by one. This year, we are going to close 2024 by lending about $5 billion to those member countries in Africa and Central Asia and in the MENA region. That is 3 times what we did in 2020. So we're really gearing up to support those member countries, and they really are doing well with that funding that is happening. So that's not to say that the formula doesn't require good economic policy making in those countries in the sense of structural adjustment, predictable monetary and fiscal policies, and transparency that will really bring in not only the domestic investors, but the foreign investors. But the promise of those countries is really great. We just need to see how can we bring about sufficient support that will really boost their engines to a level of growth and development. In the luckier members, like as I said in the GCC, they just need to stay the course because they're really doing very well in micro policy and on the macro policy, meaning the fiscal stability and the monetary stability. Those are very important. The signals coming from governments can make all the difference.
Yeah, I imagine long-term structural issues that you can relate to. We hit a lot on AI and digitization. One of the others that I think a number of you are thinking about is this idea of deglobalization, or a different kind of globalization where there's been more friendshoring and tariffs and geopolitical conflicts. And I am curious how it impacts the trajectory for Africa.
First, Your Excellency, I think you hit the nail totally on the head. When we have conversations, different regions of the world have different priorities. And that's why I said before that I bring African perspective to the conversation here. If we talk about AI, the bank I created, which operates in 4 continents, serving over 50 million customers, in 2018, January, actually launched its AI virtual banker called Leo then. And in fact, Mark Zuckerberg announced it in May that same year in Silicon Valley when they had the FII8 Facebook conference. But the point is, the demography that I spoke about before, we have, for instance, 50 million customers. We can easily grow that to 100 million customers and beyond. But we need to think of the capacity to serve the 100 million customers and even the hundreds or tens of millions of customers who do not have access to financial services on the continent. We need to think of the capital that we need to help drive the infrastructure deficit we have on the continent. We need to think of how we capacitize the private sector to create jobs that we need for the young. The median age is 19. So what I see clearly is the priorities are different. The priority for Africa at this point in time is how do we mobilize the much needed private capital, in fact, capital to the continent to help fund infrastructure development. Access to electricity is the biggest challenge we have on the continent. If we fix access to electricity, our young girls will be more engaged, intolerance will go down, poverty will go down, and political instability and social instability we have on the continent will go down. And then we can begin the journey. So to me, I like His Excellency, when you were speaking, I was nodding because he hit the nail so badly. And I commend the efforts of your agency. And we need to do more to help support the Global South, in particular, those that are struggling to find their feet.
Well, you have a few friends around the table that can maybe invest and help you out there.
We continue the conversation outside this place.
Yes, good. Can't settle everything at this table. We have just like seconds left, so I want to hear from everybody in like 2 words what the biggest long-term issue you think that global economy is going to face, or how a biggest long-term issue for your business, Ron. And I do wonder if this whole fractured world fits in.
Well, very quickly,
Yeah.
globalization is one.
Yeah.
Everybody in this room, I would venture, has benefited from globalization over the last 30, 40 years. And that has, the growth of globalization has ceased. We're now starting to see that reverse. That is one threat. Decarbonization, I think, is both a threat and an opportunity. I mean, the point here that moving forward requires electricity, but there's a lot of investment that's going to be required here, both in terms of mitigation of carbon, but also adaptation for the climate change that we're seeing. That will pose inflationary pressures. And then thirdly, this is all happening at a time where debt levels are very, very high. So to me, and we don't talk about this enough, the fact that we're at 93% of GDP for global debt is a real risk that we have to think about at a time when we're not in a global recession.
Okay, Ted.
The end of financial repression of zero interest rates and zero inflation, that era is over. Interest rates will be higher, will be challenged around the world, and the end of history. Geopolitics are back and will be part of the challenge for decades to come.
Jane, do you have a quickie?
Resiliency is going to be critical, probably emotional, as well as the more pragmatic side of it. Adaptability, as we've talked about. I'd also say the criticality of engagement. Think about the COVID years, we're all separated, how important as some of this fragmentation occurs, that the dialogue continues, and that's going to require some new muscles.
Last word to you, Makoro. Biggest worry for you?
Sure. As I agree with Ron, actually, level of the debt on a global basis is the biggest concern of myself. If we take a look at the, the level of debt level of private sector, the private sector debt to GDP currently is around 150%. And this is a similar level of the Lehman crisis level, even lower in the US market is concerned. But because of the lot of regulation has been building up since the Lehman shock, so level of the private debt is not, the unhealthy, to my knowledge. But during that period, governmental debt to GDP has significantly, increased. So how those, government debt and could be sustained?
Yes.
And is also this situation is also taking place in Japan as well. Every elections we are seeing in the market, there is a pressure on the fiscal spending. And, I don't know how they, control those debt level of the government under the, tend to be the populistic, move. So that's really concerns me, how we could sustain.
Okay, we're over time. We need another 3 hours for this conversation, but I thank you all for your participation, and I'm glad we got a nice 12-person roundtable going on all the big issues. Thank you. Please turn your attention to the screen.
Sarah, thank you very much indeed. It is an absolute pleasure to be back here in the Kingdom. I'm Becky Anderson from CNN, the managing editor in the Gulf region and host of the primetime show from Abu Dhabi every day. Thank you all for being here. And thank you, let me just give a shout out to our wonderful singers this morning who serenaded us in. To them, thank you so much, and to the organizers of this event. Now, the previous boards this morning have deftly laid out the balancing act that leaders face in 2024, how to navigate what are unsettling times in terms of geopolitics and geoeconomics with what are, I would argue, unprecedented times in terms of
rapid technological advancements which are transforming industries, disrupting the old ways of doing things, and driving a new era of innovation. How are leaders shaping policy to navigate this landscape, prioritizing investment that fosters optimism, fosters hope, while ensuring the buffers to weather the risks and challenges? All questions that my brilliant board of policymakers are eminently qualified to discuss. As Secretary of the Board, then, let me introduce His Excellency Khalid bin Abdulaziz Al Faleh is the Kingdom's Minister of Investment. Mehmet Şimşek is Turkey's Minister of Finance and Treasury. Welcome, gentlemen. Douglas Alexander is Minister of State at the Department for Business and Trade in the UK. Ray Dalio is founder, CEO, mentor and member of the board of Bridgewater Associates and founder of the Dalio Family Office. And Makhdar Diop is the managing director of International Finance Corporation. And let me remind you that we also have two extra stars of the board of policymakers this morning to provoke and poke. That is Sophie and Sean, our avatars, and we will be calling on them as we move through the next 45 minutes. I know that we're running a little bit late, but if you take your seats and bear with us, we've got 40 minutes to go now, and then we'll get you some lunch and water you appropriately in the event spaces outside. Right. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Becky.
Minister Al Faleh, let's deal with the challenges first. There's been much discussion about the uncertain landscape, and it's an unsettling global picture at present. And the global growth dynamic is shifting, which is something we've discussed across these panels this morning and is important for us to consider. The IMF's lowered its global growth forecast for 2025, citing accelerating risks from wars and trade protectionism. The World Bank also lowering its growth forecast for this decade, suggesting that it will be lower than the first two of the century. Given where we are at, and look, this looked a whole lot worse 2 years ago, by the way, when we had rampant inflation and Russia had just invaded Ukraine. But how concerned are you about the geopolitical and economic realities today, and how are they playing into the investment decisions that you are taking today for tomorrow?
Well, thank you very much, Becky, for the question and for moderating. And let me welcome everybody back to the kingdom. Every week there is an event of global significance here, and certainly the FII stands out as the flagship of our global events. As you correctly said, the geopolitical situation is concerning. The barometer is at an all-time, not an all-time, but certainly in my recent memory. And the human aspect of it are truly tragic. When you look at the region, you look at Europe, what is happening cannot, should not, and will not be underestimated, and the kingdom is doing all it can to bring peace and prosperity. But I'd like to turn the question over on its head and the thesis that you're talking about, and go back to what you said. 3 years ago, it was all doom and gloom. Inflation was generational in terms of where it was. Interest rates were rising rapidly. Unemployment was rising in some areas, and everybody was not only expecting a recession, but stagflation was being discussed. Sure. On the back, of course, on the post-pandemic recovery that wasn't taking place as rapidly in terms of health and human well-being in some areas. And if you had described the economic situation we're in today, people will think you're from a different planet. Because fast forward 2 to 3 years, and here we are. Inflation has been arrested, perhaps crushed. It's back to target levels, 2.6 in developed developed countries. Interest rates have declined in many countries, and the Fed has started its cycle of reducing interest rates and quantitative easing. There has been no massive recessions in most, and in fact, in all G20 economy. And if you go away from the economic measures, you look at investor confidence, it is 15% higher than where it was. It is very high as measured by Ipsos. Tourism is back to where it was before the pandemic. And then you get this amazing technological shifts that are taking place. And you get the green energy and the many innovation, but on AI by itself, it is fueling not only capital markets, but it's fueling optimism. It is creating an opportunity for rebalancing global competitiveness amongst companies, amongst countries, and even amongst families and people who see hope that these technological shifts, if they are backed up by the right ecosystems and infrastructure, will create a greater future. And that's where the confidence comes in. But I think most importantly, it's reflected in the markets. The markets are usually, more often than not, almost consistently, will tell you where we're going. And if you look at the S&P 500, think of this. The last 12 months, at 40% up. You may say this is US markets fueled by the Magnificent Seven and all the tech hype. Some
Which it
people
is
have
to a
said.
degree.
But look at the MSCI World Index. Last 12 months, it's up 35%. And the investors, and many of them are here, and we heard the leaders in the various sessions today are not dumb. They would pull out. So there is a lot of, and then there is a lot of dry powder. I think corporates have deleveraged a lot, so they are willing and able and ready to invest. That's what I see day in and day out as a Minister of Investment. PE and VC funds alone have just under $3 trillion of investment ready to deploy. I'd like to, if I may, Becky, just for 1 minute, mention how is that reflected in Saudi Arabia, because that, this is the area where I am closest to, obviously, as a member of this government. Our economy is in the middle of the Middle East, of course. We are the center of the Middle East, and we feel the pain that is happening at the human level. And we see the disruptions in the Red Sea. And some of the audience may ask, how is that reflected on the economic environment and the business environment? And obviously, headwinds will reflect any economy. But thanks to His Royal Highness, thanks to the vision, the tailwinds are much stronger than the headwinds. And the economy of Saudi Arabia under Vision 2030 is navigating these geopolitical and macroeconomic and global challenges, including trade tensions and political conflicts, extremely well. If I just give you some indicators, our GDP has grown by 70% since the vision was launched. If you look at the G20 countries during this period, and despite fluctuations and shocks of different kinds, including oil markets shock, the Saudi economy has been the second fastest growing economy amongst the G20. And I think what is more reassuring for us, proof point that Vision 2030 is working, is that the non-oil economy has been growing at 4 to 5% since 2017, consistently, including this year and last year. If I shift to investment, we have targeted $3.3 trillion of direct investment, what we call gross capital formation. And I'm happy to say that gross capital formation is growing at above 10% year on year. This is total investment. FDI is also ahead of target under the National Investment Strategy. Last year, we recorded $26 billion of FDI. The last 3 years, if we average to adjust and normalize for fluctuation, it's 2.5x the 3 years before and about 4x of what it was before Vision 2030. Venture capital is going into innovation. New sectors, our tourism from almost nothing. We recorded last year 100 million tourist visit, and the list goes on that proves that amongst the headline news that you broadcast in CNN every day, the rest of us who are running economies are focused on building prosperity, creating a future, creating jobs, and our companies are profitable and making money. Foreign investors in Saudi Arabia are voting both with their feet and with their money, as I mentioned with FDI, but the number of licensed international companies is 10x of what it used to be before the vision.
I know you're teasing me, and you know that we applaud the success as well as report on the challenges, sir. To sustain this ambition in what is, a different growth dynamic than we've had over the past couple of decades, I think it's important to talk about policy priorities. And I think the competitive edge, as you will, I'm sure, point out here, is the agility that you have, the opportunity that you have in a country like Saudi to really look at the landscape and say, how do we make ourselves more resilient? How do we sustain our numbers and grow this economy with a policy sort of framework that can, to a certain extent, move quicker than in many other parts of the world? And I'm interested to get your reflections on that as we move through this session, but thank you for the time being. I want to bring in the others. This is a bit of a rapid fire, if you will, so just through your own lenses, before we drill down on your own individual files, as it were. You've listened to His Excellency. We've heard, to a certain extent, the wider story and then the prism through the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. To each of you, how concerned are you about the geopolitical and economic realities today? Very briefly, sir.
Well, we are concerned about the risk of escalation of the ongoing conflicts, even though I think the risk is small, but it's not completely ignorable. Mm-hmm. Typically, that would be the worst case scenario because Turkey is a highly diversified economy. We tend to benefit from a more stable and prosperous region, so conflicts don't help. Mm. And they tend to have negative impact through energy channel, through trade channel. So clearly that would be one risk. The second risk is, of course, US elections matter in terms of whether we get a more fragmented global backdrop or not. Mm-hmm. It looks like, maybe it's a base case scenario that more trade fragmentation could be in the pipeline. The good news is we have free trade agreements with about 54 countries around the world, and that covers about 60% of our trade. Mm-hmm. So fragmentation is a real risk, but we also tend to benefit from nearshoring and friendshoring. So even though that's a risk, I think we are more resilient to that risk.
Thank you, and I'll come back to the Turkey story very specifically momentarily. Douglas Alexander.
Well, in Europe at the start of the 20th century, war was followed by pandemic. At the start of the 21st, pandemic has been followed by war. So it's a challenging geopolitical environment. Really for the last 40 years, for the first 40 years of globalization, most CEOs and capital allocators didn't have to give much consideration to geopolitics and could instead focus on ensuring flows of capital, services, goods, and people at ever higher velocity around the world. And I think what we've seen in recent years is politics making a comeback. Politics domestically and geopolitics internationally. Whether that's a coincidence of economic anger, cultural anxiety, and political alienation at home, or whether it's the significant challenges to the international order that we've seen. So as I look ahead, as you've said, both the IMF and the World Bank have been pretty anemic in their predictions in terms of global growth. Many analysts are asking about surely the most consequential global relationship between the US and China as we look ahead to the next week's presidential election. The analysts ask if the hard decoupling from Russia is going to be followed by a soft decoupling from China. I think it's important to recognize just how interdependent those two global economic powers remain. And in that sense, as in the challenge of interdependence, we are fated to live together, and we have to find effective ways of ensuring the global trading system maintains its dynamism. It was back in 1963 that John F. Kennedy said, "A rising tide lifts all boats." I think we've learned that that is, if you like, an ambition rather than an achievement, but it's an ambition that I sense policymakers around the world are determined to try and realize.
Thank you. Ray, you have identified 5 trends shaping global affairs: debt money and the economic cycle, internal order and disorder, great power conflicts, namely the relationship between the US and China, acts of nature, and technology. You sit sort of, those key trends sit very sort of squarely in this conversation that we are having here. So how concerned are you?
The world order is changing in profound ways. And in order to understand rises and declines of reserve currencies and countries, I studied the last 500 years, and I'm a practical decision maker, so I do it for betting on what's going to happen now. And in that context, there are these 5 big forces, which are, there's the debt money, reserve currency question of the dominant empire. That's a big issue. We have a lot of debt, and that debt will be a problem as we're evolving. The second influence is the internal peace and conflict, and we're seeing threat to democracies, some of these democracies, in which there's a disorder, but it varies from country to country. I should say that the important thing is to understand the distinctions. So for example, this is one of the things that makes different regions attractive. So second force is internal order and disorder. Do you work together, or do you have irreconcilable differences? I think that's a force. Third force is, of course, the changing world order, the great power conflicts and so on in an environment where leadership or dominance of the dominant power and the dominant reserve currency will not be the same. Fourth influence throughout time, these are all the big influences through history, is acts of nature, droughts, floods, and pandemics. And so that force is, of course, a dominant force, particularly important force. These forces interact, and then the fifth force is technology. And we know that we're going to have a technology revolution. So we're going to go through a time warp. The thing that I want to emphasize is that that's very different from which location you are in. Mm-hmm. One of the great things, that the reason I'm weaving my life and my family's involvement in terms of family office and so on into the GCC is that it is one of those places, particularly Saudi and the UAE, are places in which you have the basic fundamentals. I would say the most important thing when looking at different locations is, first, the financial. Do you earn more money than you spend? So do you have a good income statement and balance sheet? Second, do you have internal order in which, rather than conflict, you have good leadership and management? I think His Royal Highness is a great leader who has, he's almost like a Deng Xiaoping of China, in a sense, or a Lee Kuan Yew. And then number three is this world order problem. And that is a challenge for everybody, but I think they have the ability to do that. Number four, climate, of course. and then technology, which I think is dominant. So I think you have to look at the differences, the conflicts, the differences in places. And then to invest, you have to diversify well within that context.
And you are reminding us that none of this is new, actually. You know, these are forces that have been, you know, around for a very long time. Were we to read our history books as well as you do, perhaps we would be less unsettled by what are unprecedented times. Magda, let me bring you in, because Ray identifies debt as one of the key drivers, key trends that he sees now and in legacy terms. The debt picture for emerging markets and developing economies is a real downside risk to progress. The debt picture for developed countries around the world is also pretty worrying at present. How concerned are you? And then we're sticking with the concern and the caution at this point, because I want to flip this on its head and talk about how we create some optimism and how policy making might provide some hope with a healthy dose of realism going forward. I just want to stop there, because this is very much your file when it comes to the work that you do. How concerned are you about the current crisis?
No, thank you, Becky. I want to come back to what has been said about the uncertainty. Debt issues have to be solved with growth in countries, and growth is often related in emerging countries with trade. So trade fragmentation has an impact on growth and on debt issues that countries are facing. So for me, the number one risk currently is trade issues. That fragmentation that you have is excluding a lot of emerging countries or low-income countries from the supply chain. This is a huge risk. Secondly, I think that on technology, the decoupling that we are having on technology and the divide, the growing divide that we have with AI, we create a two-speed growth in the world and a risk of increasing that dependencies of low-income countries, low-income countries to more advanced economies. I'm very concerned also about the concentration that you have on technology and on market linked to AI. Because as we go, we will see that less and less countries have the data that will allow them to be able to run models on AI and all the elements around the system. Third, all this is reflected on something that we don't talk about, is migration. If you talk about the politics of each of these countries, migration is becoming a central theme in the conversation. So it doesn't allow a good movement of people, but also will raise some tensions that we will need to deal with as we go. And if we don't solve the issue of debt, of growth, this tension will be exacerbated and will be increasing the uncertainties that has been highlighted earlier. So I do think that as we discuss these issues, we need to talk about the distributional impact of growth policies, which for me would be a central theme of the new rebound that people need to have if they want to have the sustainability. And it's not an issue only of emerging economies. It's an issue of emerging economies, of developed countries, and this is issues that are shared by all countries. So addressing the issue of debt in emerging countries will require also addressing some of the social issues that we have seeing emerging now and consolidating.
And we're going to come back to some of the policy priorities, and perhaps you've got some advice for some of our ministers here about where you would like to see certain priorities. Let me go back down this board, as it were. Ray, I'm going to come back to you. I want to start, though, with you, Douglas Alexander. You're in your first 100 days in office under the UK's new Labour government. Tomorrow you'll announce the first budget. The IMF sees the UK economy as quite positive at present. I mean, both the US and the UK, they're identified in their latest report as actually quite positive growth stories. The UK economy set to accelerate and is backing the acceleration of public investment as being positive for growth. Now, that is important, particularly when you consider the Brexit critics who are and continue to suggest that Britain is stuck in the slow lane for years to come. For the benefit of this audience who may not be as imbued in the sort of, you know, what's forthcoming in the budget, Rachel Reeves spoke at the IMF the other day, so I think there's some stuff that you can actually talk to here. Debt rules and change to fiscal policy, a clear change to fiscal policy. Can you just briefly explain how you believe policy, fiscal policy, and a change to debt rules might, or I'm sure you hope, accelerate the growth picture for the UK?
Of course. I'll say a word on the politics and then I'll answer your question on the economics. 14 weeks ago, we saw a pretty seismic change in the United Kingdom with the election of a Labour government. We've been in office for 14 weeks after 14 years of Conservative government. And as we've heard from the other panellists, we're in a world where there is a premium on the effectiveness of your government. And truthfully, with the decisions that were taken in relation to Brexit, the referendum that we had on whether Scotland should secede from the United Kingdom, the central question of British politics in the last decade moved away from economics and became culture and belonging. Are we Scottish or are we British? Are we British or are we also European? So I welcome the fact that in the UK, partly under the weight of the cost of living challenges, the inflation challenges we've heard about, economics has made a comeback. So what we've seen in the last 14 weeks is a Labour government with a significant working majority. That matters because arguably we are now the most politically stable of any G7 economy. And while political stability does not guarantee economic stability, it certainly helps. And we've experienced a high level of volatility in the UK in recent years. So the first thing I would say is, ahead of Rachel's budget tomorrow, Britain is back and we're open for business. What is our thinking as to how to stimulate that growth? Firstly, we need to repair a fiscally impaired balance sheet for the United Kingdom. So there will be steps that we will take in the budget tomorrow to give fiscal stability and more broadly financial stability to the United Kingdom. Our mantra, if you like, is stability, investment and reform. So as well as the moves that will be taken on fiscal policy yesterday, we had our own International Investment Summit in the UK just a couple of weeks ago, securing more than £60 billion worth of new investments. And at the same time, we've got an ambitious agenda, as we'll talk about on this panel, in relation to the use of digitization and AI in our public services. So stability, investment and reform is the mantra. We've got an active industrial policy, an active trade policy, and in that sense, we're broadly confident that the judgment we heard from the IMF and the World Bank at the spring meetings will be vindicated by a strong pro-growth agenda tomorrow.
And you genuinely believe that you can avoid the risk of we're talking about migration, I'm talking about people leaving the UK at this point. I mean, there's been a real reputational damage done to the United Kingdom, and even cabinet ministers from this current Labour government are saying, and Wes Streeting said, we're stuck in the slow lane as far as growth is concerned. So you know, that must worry you, and there must be a perceptual risk. You know,
So I first served in the cabinet of Tony Blair, and when he was asked what his priorities were, he said, education, education, education. I can assure this audience that our priorities for the UK economy, growth, growth, growth. We have a government-wide commitment to driving forward and raising the trend rate of growth of the UK economy. And critically, if you look at where the UK has been in recent years, we simply have not invested sufficiently in our capital stock. And we cannot do that by public investment alone. We need also the capital markets to see the UK as a stable, attractive location for inward investment. And that's why we're at events like this today.
And we are going to get onto sort of AI, advanced technology and innovation, and the opportunities that those provide, the concerns that people have and how policy might help skew, you know, us down an optimistic future for technology momentarily. Minister Shimshek, let me just come to you, because you were appointed finance minister last year to invoke an economic turnaround, which has meant reversing a policy experiment promoted by your president, which who is a self-declared enemy of interest rates. Now, 2 years on, we've seen the impact of higher interest rates on inflation around the world. Rates in your country have been hiked from 8.5% to 50%, bringing inflation down from 75% to 52% in August. There's a whole load of numbers in there. My point is that is progress, but against the kind of run of what is happening around the world, there is still an awful lot of work to do. And Turkey's cost of living crisis is, of course, well documented. How challenging is it going to be to keep inflation down whilst balancing economic growth? And what are your sort of key priorities?
Well, thank you. The worst is behind us. Inflation is falling. I think it will continue to fall because monetary policy is tight. Fiscal policy will tighten further. Incomes policy is going to be more supportive. We've already addressed external vulnerabilities. Current account deficit has been on demand. The deficit is down to 1/6 of what it was a year and a half ago. And reserves are up by over $100 billion. So I think now it's time to make these gains durable. And that requires structural change. Clearly includes green transition, digital transformation. We have a very broad reform agenda, and we're beginning to deliver on that. So while last few years have been complicated, challenging.
That's an understatement.
But I think if you look at the journey so far, the program is on track. It is delivering. This is a sizable economy. Referring to raise criteria, one advantage we have is that debt to GDP ratio is only 26% in Turkey. So we have a very low debt to GDP ratio. Working age population growth is still there. We don't really have growth problems. So temporarily, we may have to go on a short-term diet. But if you look at the last 100 years, growth has been close to 5%. Last 20 plus years, close to 5.5%, 6%. So we don't have a growth issue. It's just a matter of addressing some of the structural, impediments, such as attaining price stability, which is now our top policy priority.
A lot of talk about the shifting landscape, a lot of talk about why we should be concerned. There should be a healthy dose of concern as policy is organized. But let's ensure that we inject a real note of optimism in this conversation. Artificial intelligence and advanced technologies are being hailed as the next industrial revolution. They are here, we are seeing it, we are living it. We are all, to a certain extent, I think at the beginning of our AI journey, many of us, I'm sure there are some people in the room here who are complete experts, and I've met a number of people who are doing extraordinary things with AI and advanced technologies, but many of us are on at the beginning of our journey. And many of us have concerns about what policy frameworks will look like, what regulatory frameworks will look like in order to ensure that we use this transformative tech for good and for progress. Minister, where do you start? With regards policy, and let's keep this, because I've been told this is the board of policymakers. Let's be very, very focused here. I talked about the opportunity that you have here and countries around this region have for agility in policy making. AI and advanced tech necessitates new policy frameworks, new regulatory frameworks, new guardrails, new safety environments for us. What are you doing to ensure that the investment here in this advanced technology is going to work for all of us, for the good of society, but also for progress?
Well, there are two sides to the issue. One is enabling the uptake, the use, the demand of AI, and some of it, there are known unknowns and there are unknown unknowns, as you alluded to. So I think we're all in a discovery mode. But what we're doing in Saudi Arabia is having balanced framework on data privacy, data sovereignty and data security, but shifting more towards enablement of the applications of AI. And you see it today in healthcare. We have the world's largest virtual health care facility. Saha is our virtual hospital. They just won the Guinness Book of Records, and the Kingdom is integrating our virtual digital health facility with a global network that we want to also extend it to people who cannot reach a healthcare facility. But that is going to, I mean, think diagnostics, think translation, getting patients who don't speak the same language using AI algorithms that will give them quick, think of emergency cases when people still don't have an ambulance. So all of that is going to be enabled, and Saudi Arabia is leaning forward on more risky, if you want to call it. The same thing with drug discovery and some of the great things. And conservatively in the Middle East, and I think it's too conservative, PwC estimated that the market will quickly, incrementally in digital, will grow up by $26 billion on the demand. So there is a huge demand here. But I think what I want to focus on and what will be announced throughout this conference this week is Saudi Arabia is going to be the disruptor. It's going to be, you know, the maker of a different ecosystem for actually incubating AI algorithms, the LLMs, in data centers that will have everything they need. Energy, I think, has been mentioned all day about the critical factor. The kingdom's cost of energy has been, you know, it's World Bank publication that says 50% lower than our peers in the G20. We're about less than 20% of that of Europe. We're significantly more than the US, definitely in the Far East. Land is abundant and is prioritized to be allocated. Construction cost is competitive. So and capital is being allocated with a priority by the PIF and other private sector companies that are building AI data centers as we speak, together with international investors that come to our ministry and they get their license and permit and create their joint ventures or do it on their own, 100% foreign-owned data centers within days and weeks. We don't need years to do this. So speed and agility, as you mentioned, throughout the investment ecosystem is critical in today's world, and it is being deployed at AI.
And there's a real competitive edge here. I mean, there's no doubt about that when it comes to that speed and agility within the sort of, you know, policy spectrum. Matt, I'm going to keep it as tight as possible because we've got about 4 minutes left. You gave me the sense that you think AI and new technologies are exacerbating already existing digital divides between the North and global South. Just a 60-second soundbite, if you will. How do you think that can change?
What is happening in Turkey, what is happening in Saudi Arabia is part of the solution. Because the risk that we have today is to have algorithms which are trained and developed and have a concentration on the foundational models. And that will be very dangerous because you will create herding in the financial market, in other sectors. So the fact that right now we have diversity in the source of producing foundation models in AI will be extremely important. And I really commend what Saudi Arabia and Turkey and other countries are doing. Secondly, source of data. Today, a lot of the AI models are run by synthetic data. It means they are not real data. So more we expand the data centers in part of the world where you have a fast-growing population, so more you will be able to use real data to be able to run the model and train the model. That will be giving us more accurate solution. The third element for me, which is also important, we didn't talk about it, is genomics. In the health solutions today, most of the genetic pool used for medicine precision solutions are coming from Caucasian groups. And to diversifying today the source of genomics, we change radically the solutions that are provided in solutions. So I think I see opportunities, but I think that opportunities and risk, but these risks are being addressed if we bring more of the emerging countries in that space.
Douglas Alexander, AI, how do you ensure that the rewards outweigh the risks?
So countries and companies need not misread the environment, otherwise they fail. So first of all, how big is this? AI in 2024 is like the internet in 1999. It is about to change absolutely everything. It was a fellow Scotsman, James Watt, who invented the steam engine. Reid Hoffman calls AI the steam engine of the mind. So it's got a huge role to play in raising productivity and thereby raising growth in OECD and other markets. But it's an unusual public policy challenge. Normally, politicians know where they want to go, but are unsure how to build consent to get there. My sense is global policymakers genuinely want to get this right, but aren't entirely sure it's the regulatory destination. So in the UK, we hosted the Bletchley Park Conference, the first global summit on AI. We've got a huge responsibility to build on that work. We've had about $22 billion worth of investment in AI over the last 10 years in the UK. So we're going to have a big focus not just on the regulatory piece, but also the adaptation and enablement piece. And we're very confident that AI is going to be the next big story in terms of productivity.
Ray.
AI?
Technology.
For the last, I don't know, 30 years, I've been systemizing the decision-making, computer decision-making. I've been using AI. I think that this is the greatest revolution because it applies to all thought. So it's better than the Industrial Revolution, steam engines, and all of those things. This is going to be revolutionary, but I think that it will have to work in not just the it has to work in the areas that you're operating in, the applications, the verticals. And I think that that's where the value is, the usage of it. And I think that AI is not yet, for most people, a good decision maker. And it should be a good decision maker. That when you embed your criteria and then you use it as a partner, a thought partner, so that you can make decisions in that way, it's going to be fantastic, but it's fantastic anyway. So everybody must be using it and learning from each other to make it practical.
A digital assistant rather than the master, though, I would hope.
Partner.
Yeah.
A partner.
Yeah, a partner, a digital partner. Thank you. I'm going to leave you with the last word, sir, if I can. We've covered the cause for caution. We have certainly covered the opportunities, a sense of optimism. And when you live in this region, as I do and have done for more than a decade, there is a real benefit to an optimistic outlook, optimistic decisions being made that help us all ride the crest of a sort of future-facing outlook. I want you just to use the final 30 seconds to deliver your vision for Saudi Arabia in an optimistic through an optimistic lens.
Well, let me just make sure it's clear. Optimism doesn't mean complacency about risk management. And the kingdom has everything you can imagine in terms of managing all kinds of risk, security risk, cybersecurity risk, and what have you, and economic risk, including fiscal and monetary, which is displayed in our policy known to all, which has allowed us to navigate through all of the shocks and headwinds we have faced. But I would just like to say that the kingdom ticks all of the boxes that many of my colleagues have talked about: political stability, economic stability, fiscal stability, monetary stability, a young population, a country that is open. About a third of our population are international residents that call Saudi Arabia home, and they're powering economy. So we don't have an immigration phobia or problem, and the kingdom is the melting pot. Our investors, as I mentioned, have voted with their feet and with their money, and they're pouring in. I want to end by saying investors are not only coming to Saudi Arabia for our sizable, growing, vibrant market. They're coming to Saudi Arabia to address the world and certainly the broader region, and we have initiated a program called the Regional Headquarter Program. Our target was 500 regional headquarters by 2030. I'm glad to announce for the first time that we've reached 540 by this morning. Some of them are the major multinational companies that are with us today, and they will be individually announcing their RHQ. This is an opportunity for companies to come and partner with us, address the challenges that are real that we want to address, but also turn many of them into opportunities. Thank you, Becky.
Thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure being the secretary of this board, your board of policymakers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Saudi Arabia is a leading global business hub, a leading G20 nation, a thriving destination for brilliant minds backed by a strong education ecosystem, and the Middle East's top economy, at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa, and at the center of a cultural and entertainment renaissance. We're expanding infrastructure and transportation at a speed no others can match. The Regional Headquarters Programme helps multinational companies use Saudi Arabia as the hub for regional operations. More than 500 leading global firms, exceeding the 2030 target, have realized that now is the time to harness the unparalleled business opportunity. The Regional Headquarters Programme, your head start to regional success.
What a fascinating morning. Thank you very much for joining us for the first half of FII Day 1. Please make your way to the pavilion or the dome, where lunch will be served. Programming will resume here in the plenary hall at 1:45 p.m. sharp.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you were able to stretch your legs, get fed, get watered, and are ready for the afternoon session of day one of FII. Just a reminder, as our next session is about to begin, if I can ask you to kindly take your seats and remember to put your mobile devices on silent, just as a courtesy to all the other participants. And then I'll ask you to welcome back on stage Jumana Bersetche.
Hello, everybody. Delighted to be back here again. Well, the title of our next panel is about the global economy and whether the global economy is headed towards a soft landing. I'm very privileged to be here because we're going to have a fascinating discussion. And just to give you a little bit of context, the IMF released their World Economic Outlook report last week. They see 3.2% global growth in 2024 and 2025, though some low-income developing countries have been subject to large downgrades. But the IMF described this type of growth as stable and underwhelming. I would say it's pretty resilient, given a couple of years ago we were talking about inflation, global inflation levels of more than 8%. We're now sitting at global inflation levels trending back towards around 3% by the end of next year. Central banks have been fighting inflation, and yet the world economy has remained resilient. Or has it? That is what we're going to be exploring on our panel today. So let me introduce our panelists, starting with His Excellency Mohamed Al-Touajri, the Vice Chairman of the National Development Fund. A pleasure to have you with us. To his left, Andre Estevez, the Chairman and Senior Partner at BTG Pactual. To his left, we've got Jean Hines, Senior Managing Director and CEO of Wellington. To her left, we have Bernard Mensah, the President of International at Bank of America. And then to his left, we have C.S. Venkatakrishnan, the Group CEO of Barclays. So plenty to discuss here, and I gave a little setup about what the IMF are predicting in terms of global growth. I also didn't mention some of the challenges, and some of the challenges that have come up in the discussions this morning include those around conflict, geo-economic fragmentation, tariffs, protectionist policies, climate-related shocks, and even financial market volatility. So, Your Excellency, I'd like to start with you. How do you see the state of the global economy right now, and what sort of ramifications are you seeing on the kingdom's economy based on some of the signs that you're getting from abroad?
So thank you, Jumana. Thank you, everyone, for attending this. Thank you for the audience. We're talking about a soft landing, hard landing, and I'd like to go back to my aviation days, and I'd like to see gauges. So we will land somehow, somewhere, but there are so many gauges that tell us what's going on. The biggest radar is the geopolitics, and it's everything that's taking place globally, whether it's China, Taiwan, Russia, Ukraine, Middle East, Sudan, etc. And this is very important because it's related to pricing risk, and it's related to volatility, and it's related to FDI and everything else. And the second one is where the inflation is heading. I know there's been a lot of interest rates moves. It is heading toward the target rate. Here in the kingdom, it's there. It's already, the target is around 2%. But the inflation picture is still a little bit uncertain. I also look at demographics globally, and there is a shrinking population globally. It's visible in Europe, it's visible in China. But this is also going to determine how things are heading. Environment debate, and the environment is very important. Whether there will be a recession or not, there is a probability now, which is 20% roughly. So all the radars are telling us that this is unprecedented, it's very uncertain, it's very difficult. We will be watching closely how the Fed is dealing with this in the next few months. Here in the kingdom, we embarked in this very impressive transformation journey. We've built the institutions, we've built the infrastructure, we've built the engagement with the investor to be able to basically navigate through this. So whatever the outcome of the global economy, I think we're hopefully well equipped to be able to navigate through this. One of the institutions we've built 6 years ago is the National Development Fund. It's basically private sector enablement and absorbing shocks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Venkat, I'd like to turn to you now, actually, because I'm going to go back to these IMF numbers. It's strategic because they came out a week ago, so well-placed timing. The US is seen growing at around 2.2% next year. If you compare that to Europe, Germany this year basically not growing around 0%. At best, Eurozone economy is growing around 1% next year. It really feels like in the context of advanced economies right now, the US actually is a relative bright spot. Do you concur?
Absolutely. I think the US has shown over the entire period post-COVID, not just impressive growth, impressive inflation control, and impressive employment gains. So, if you come back, Your Excellency, to the hard landing, soft landing, I don't know exactly how it will be, but if you took it 2 years ago and you said that we'd bring inflation into control the way in which we have had positive growth, even though it's close to zero in Germany, maybe 1% in the UK, and higher than a couple of percent in the US. And so you've had inflation control, strong employment, and interest rates coming back down to the into the softer, to the cutting part of the cycle. We would all have been very happy. And I think that's the thing which we should take comfort in, along with what has been a healthy stock market in that period, maybe with a few concentrated names doing well, but overall health.
Bernard, can I just ask you as well from an international standpoint, the Fed have just started the easing cycle, but other central banks around the world in advanced economies have also started with the easing cycle as well. Do you think that that is actually going to provide a growth push? Is it going to provide a stimulus to growth as you look ahead into next year?
Thanks, and good to have me here. Yes, the Europeans cut as well. I think the impetus in Japan is slightly less, we'll see, just given the new government coming through. I think all of these things are a good thing in themselves. I'm not sure if they're a real growth catalyst. I think the economy is resilient. In the US, we see 60, 70 million consumer customers in our accounts at B of A, and their balance sheets are still healthy compared to pre-COVID. So I think that the US consumer is there. I think China has very specific issues around just where its economy is, and we can talk about that later. India seems to have decent momentum still. So I think that the central banks are trying to manage for inflation. Some of them are still trying to shrink their balance sheets from the expansion of the balance sheets pre-COVID and trying to manage to that. I'm one of those that thinks that there should be more of a fiscal and other impetus alongside the central banks to drive growth.
Let me just ask you, since you brought up China, China recently announced a fiscal stimulus, and China's recovery has been slower than many people thought. Do you think China are going to be successful at stimulating demand ultimately?
They've generally done a very good job in the past, and it feels like they've bitten the bullet on sort of, I'd say, supply side incentives and setting up various support structures for local government, for some of the banks, for parts of the real estate sector. I tend to have confidence in the ability to manage that. One of the things that the market is, the jury's out a little bit, and I think the reason the jury was out is the market was looking for consumer incentives as well, and policies that would help the consumer maybe lower its savings rate and drive a more consumption-led part of the recovery. And the big debate is, whether the export-led, investment-led part of the economy is something that will sustain it through the next period of time. So we'll see, but there's certainly focus on it at the moment.
Well, Jean, I know that you tend to take a more bottom-up approach because you're analyzing companies' margins, profitability. And if you look at the stock markets, many people say stock markets don't necessarily reflect the real economy, but stock markets have been going from strength to strength in the US, and specifically led by a basket of stocks, those Magnificent Seven. There's a lot of hype, obviously, around those specific names, the possibilities offered by AI. How do you see the potential? And also, when in the context of growth, is what's happening within the AI space a secular story, separate to macro?
Yeah, one of the most interesting things when you look at the stock market and the earnings and where it's coming from, even though the markets are very concentrated, and they are very concentrated relative to history, they've begun to broaden out, is that the earnings and cash flow margins of those match. So it's not a mismatch based on the current earnings and cash flow of those companies. They're doing remarkably good companies. I think the other part, and I'm going to focus on the US now, that's quite interesting is that with interest rates up where they have been in the last couple of years, you have just very high borrowing for small and mid-cap companies. And the US is made up of small and mid-cap companies. Of course, we have some big companies, but the beauty of the US economy is all the small and mid-cap companies. So that has really dampened the growth of that part of the sector. And so I think what's most interesting now, and I just read a statistic in the last week or so that small and mid-cap companies' earnings are down 20% over this period. And so what will be really interesting is as interest rates have begun to come down, and if they continue to come down, will you begin to see higher growth in a broader part of the economy, and then you will see a broadening out of the markets.
What do you think which are the sectors specifically that are going to be driving that growth then?
Well, well, one of the things, I'll answer that in two parts. One is that if you have lower interest rates, it should impact many types of sectors, both from a fundamental perspective and both from a fundamental perspective. If companies can borrow at lower rates, they're going to have higher investment, and that will lead to growth. That's across the economy. And then you have a subset of sectors, such as biotech, something close to my heart, that is also driven, their earnings are so far out that you discount them. When you discount them at really high rates, the valuations of those companies will be lower. And I'll tell you an interesting statistic. I followed biotech for 30 years. Interest rates never were a part of the valuation until very recently. The ultimate value is whether they have new medicines and whether they change the standard of care of medicine. But in this period of time, you have these high growth stocks that you have to discount. And then maybe finally what I will say, if you look at AI, the promise of AI, those very high, well-deserved multiples now and the cash flows related to that will only sustain if AI is used broadly in the economy. And so that's, I think we're optimistic about AI and the potential, but I think in order to sustain that, it will have to broaden out. Almost every company, all of our organizations will really have to adopt AI at a rate that will justify all that. Yeah. And so that would give me confidence that sort of the next leg of very interesting AI will come from companies all over the world.
Yeah. Well, Andre, I was in Brazil last week, and it was good to be there. And one thing that I did notice is that the Brazilian economy has actually also been upgraded. It's doing quite well, but then equally, there's a fiscally loose policy over there. And I do wonder, when you look at the drivers of growth the last few years, and certainly over the COVID years, fiscal spending came up a lot. But it feels now that we're getting to a point where people are getting a bit nervous about the size of public spending. Only last week, France, as credit was put on negative outlook. People are getting more concerned about the size of US deficits. Do you think that fiscal spending and the size of government's deficits are going to become an issue next year?
Yes, it will be. That's my feeling. We discussed about that in Bloomberg last week in Brazil. I think it's the whole spectrum of discussion, right? We started this year thinking that Fed would cut rates in March, and 7 other Fed cuts in the yield curve priced. We arrived in March, there was no Fed cut. And gradually, in the following weeks, all the other cuts were moved out of the yield curve. By mid-year, we had a view that no more cuts, eventually cuts in 25. And then a few more weeks, and we were afraid of interest rates hike again. And then a few more weeks, we forgot this idea, and we were worried about growth. In a few more weeks, we were really worried about growth, expecting that we were very close to a recession, and we needed an emergency cut from the Fed in an intermeeting meeting, something like that. But then a few weeks, we calmed down and finally got the September 50 bips cut. And 1 week after that, many Fed speakers came and said, well, eventually we need to reduce pace, or eventually even stop a little bit to see. And too much uncertainty, in my view. And part of that caused by even central bankers. I think central bankers are over-guiding markets. And with that, we are missing a very important piece of information, which is the market price. Markets are being overguided, and we are missing the intelligence of price. Because today, the asymmetry of information from central banks and the markets are very small. And I think we need to rethink our central banking and try to use more what market is telling us. And something that market is telling us is that deficit is getting to a size that is not acceptable. And what calls my attention, looking as an analyst from abroad, is the discussion about deficit in the US electoral campaign, or better saying, the lack of discussion about deficit in the US campaign. And even if you are the owner of the printer, there is a limit to print, right? And when you look the long-dated Fed treasuries, you see US TIPS, or the inflation-linked bonds, trading around 2% for more than 1 year. And if you read any monetary policy serious academic work, nobody thinks that this is the neutral rates in US. It's something around 50 bips, maybe 100, never 200.
Yeah.
So this should be, I think, information for us, evidence of information that deficit is entering the radar of the markets in price. And I think it will get more serious and more serious if we don't take action.
Venkat, I saw you were nodding your head over there. So let me just ask you whether you think clients are actually getting nervous about the size specifically of the US deficit in years to come.
So I agree with what Andres said, and I would tell you that we had our second quarter earnings on the 1st of August, the day after the Fed did not move and the day before the Bank of England moved. It's a wrong time to have earnings. But you know, and he's right, because of the information asymmetry that was there. I do think deficits are important. Now, the US has a reserve currency, and that gives them a lot of freedom. And they can go further than most countries can because the dollar is the reserve currency. At the same time, I think it's really important for countries to be able to fund themselves and grow. And the case is the deficit is an important thing, but how you're going to use your money is also important. Tomorrow, there's a budget in the United Kingdom where we are based. There is going to be a need to fund long-term infrastructure growth. People who've been to London would agree with that. And it's going to be important for the UK government, whatever they decide to borrow, and the sterling is not a reserve currency, to make the case, which I think they will compellingly, that it is about growth. But that burden of proof is much higher than it used to be, and that's, I think, the important piece.
And there certainly was an incident a couple of years ago where the budget wasn't received that well by markets. Speaking about long-term infrastructure growth, Your Excellency, I would like to ask you, given the dynamics of the global economy and the fact that some signals of demand have disappointed to the downside, that's also had an impact on commodities, the price of oil, and you look at the vision, the Saudi 2030 vision, and it feels as though there has been somewhat of a reprioritization that's taken place over the course of the last year. I'm curious to hear how that impacts the work that NDF is doing on the ground in terms of your prioritization of projects right now.
So that's absolutely true. The NDF was created to make sure that the SME sector in particular is strong, enabled, funded, because we understand that from an FDI point of view, investors like to see a strong infrastructure and a strong SME. So this journey has been 7 years now. We've created 6 new funds. And the whole idea is not to think only about growth, but to think about impact. So the reprioritization you're talking about is linked to this. What is it that makes sense for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to navigate through everything that's taken place? How do we create more jobs and make sure that the economic growth we're looking at, non-oil, is sustainable? So yes, we're looking at this, we're modeling it, we do a lot of stress testing, part of the whole Vision 2030. We're complementing in many ways what the PIF is doing. So for example, if we're opening up all these giga projects, we need to think who's gonna operate them, who's gonna maintain them, who's gonna basically service them. So this is the NDF come in play to basically navigate through this.
Yeah. Bernard, I had a look at the Bank of America Global Fund Survey. It's always a good piece of research to get in your inbox every week. And this week, they were citing the 3 top tail risks as geopolitics, inflation, and US recession. It's interesting that tail risks, geopolitics is falling within the bucket of tail risks. But what is your sense for how geopolitical risks are being accounted for and factored in to your clients' decision-making at this point in time? When I talk about geopolitics, obviously in this part of the world, we talk about geopolitical tension, but then more broadly, you talk about geo-economic fragmentation, the possibility of even more tariffs worldwide. How much does that get factored into decision-making, do you think, right now?
I think it does. Maybe Jean might have a sense of this on the asset side, but probably in two buckets. You've got the tail risk of things going really horribly wrong, where there are some big geopolitical events that are happening in the world, and outside of the localities where they're happening, the broader economies are not war economies. We're not repurposing broad economic activity towards military activity as is happening in the localities. It's the economies are running as they will. So there's the tail risk of if something goes horribly wrong and you're really having to do that, materially increasing your defense budget or really putting resources in that way, then of course business people need to think how that might impact things. And then there's the general sentiment around that and confidence levels and a worry that things may go horribly wrong. But in the broad range of sort of BAU, as it were, then I think the geopolitics manifests itself in trading relationships, tariffs, non-tariff barriers, and that can permeate into economic policy as well. So you've seen tariffs on cars and EVs, and the EU has debated at length what sort of tariffs they should put on Chinese EVs. And and that has been a rigorous debate, and some governments were for that and some were against. There's a lot of debate as to what the US's policies on tariffs might be going forward. And around the world, there are lots of micro constituencies in different parts of the farming sector and in other parts of the economy that are feeling the sort of the tensions of growth, or are feeling the effects of inflation. And insofar as governments are not able to come to a broad agreement around a framework for deciding these, then I think businesses are a little bit worried. I mean, I'd say very broadly, the WTO hasn't worked very well recently. And you can argue for all the reasons why that isn't a mechanism to solve trade disputes. But that is a concern at the back of it. And then I think, finally, instinctively we all recognize that perhaps some of the economies might not be in so much of a balance. If you take debt to GDP levels, the US is just a little bit over 100, France is maybe 110, 120, I don't have the exact numbers, the UK is around about that, Germany is at 60.
Yeah.
It's not clear that Germany should be at 60, I'm not sure France should be at 120. China probably has too high a savings rate. And so our ability to adjust for that, whether it's Plaza Accords or whether it's WTO type, those mechanisms aren't working so well. And I think that's where some of the geopolitics comes in.
Fascinating. Jean, when I was talking about some of the risks for markets next year, for the global economy next year, I did mention financial market volatility. And I'm recently reminded of two strange events that happened in markets. I walked in one Monday and the Nikkei was down more than 10%, massive drops. And one thing that's happening with these markets is you're seeing hotspots, areas of concentration, which means money goes in quickly and money goes out quickly. To what extent do you think that is becoming a feature and also a concern for financial market participants?
Well, the markets, the structural change in the financial markets over the last 20 years has been profound, like really profound in the sense of it used to be that long-term investors priced the markets, and I think that's still true, like value still has to happen long-term, but in any short and probably multi-year period, sort of the systematic part of the market is pricing. And so I think you should expect, in my career as an investor over the last 30 plus years, we've had these moments and they seem to be happening at a greater frequency. And so for us as an asset manager, how do we adjust to that and how do we adapt to that? And so we just invest so much more in sort of risk metrics that help our investors determine where these might occur and how to address them in portfolio construction. Portfolio construction has to be so much more sophisticated than it was when I started out investing in the mid-90s. So that's just, I think it's a feature of the market. I don't think it means that we won't have well-functioning markets at all. I just think it's a feature of markets that it will be abrupt. And I think the one enduring part of investing that still probably is very, very differentiated is those that can take the longest term view.
Yeah.
That can really withstand that volatility. That's probably where you'll have the most differentiated returns.
Well, Andre, I'm going to round up the panel with you. And I guess you're going to get the US elections question because there is a big US election coming up next week. What do you think the return of President Trump would mean for the global economy, given his favorite word in the dictionary, as he told our editor-in-chief, is the word tariff?
Well, maybe the best way of wrap up is commenting on the previous questions. And I will start with your geopolitical question about tensions. And I think definitively it's changing the landscape for global FDI. Absolutely. I'm not short-term pessimist with geopolitical developments. In reality, I'm a little bit contrary. I'm more constructive about what can happen in the next 12 months. I think we'll be better than the last 12 months in the world. But having said that, the tensions will continue to be there. And the tensions are enough to change the landscape of global FDI. So neutral, peaceful regions are getting much more FDI than the core of the divisive world. Because if you are a Chinese infrastructure company, it's not easy for you to make an investment in the US, in Europe, maybe in India, but probably you can do in Brazil or Latin America. So these kind of examples, I think, are spread over the world. So definitely, I see the tail risk, the existence of the tail risk changing the landscape of global FDI. Regarding US elections, I think markets are preparing for that, and I don't see a disruption in markets coming. Of course, we need to see the policies, the people, the appointees. Of course, a continuation regime is kind of a continuation. More or less, things will be similar to what they are. If we have a change in regime, we need to analyze people. But as was said here before, US, with all the challenge that it has, and we spoke about the deficit, has been an amazing economy and a huge attraction for global capital markets. So I'm not bearish with that.
Excellent. Well, Your Excellency and panelists, thank you so much. That concludes our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, nice to see you. Thank you.
Over here. Good afternoon, and thank you for your patience. It's a long, long day, and it's just almost the beginning of the day. And I'm extremely happy, and I decided to be selfish today. This is why I asked my team that this conversation I want to moderate, because Shoshu is one of my heroes, even if my family is making a lot of fun of me for years and years, because I was one of the first users of TikTok. And despite many people challenging me about why, before going to bed, I spend almost, so I'm sharing some secret with you guys, half an hour every day on TikTok. I find that it's an amazing platform, what you have created, despite all the critics and the challenges you are going through, but it's not the purpose today. But I want to share with you, and you know, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, almost everyone is looking at TikTok, I can tell you. Huh? If they say no, they are lying. Because I know that many people are forwarding me a lot of TikTok stuff. So, yes or no, guys? Be honest. You see. So, Shou is the Chief Executive Officer of TikTok. And of course, he is leading the overall business and bringing the company's vision to life. So, just for you to understand who is Shou, he has been part of the TikTok family since its inception. He was born and raised in Singapore. And he attended the university in London. So he holds an undergraduate degree from University College London, UCL, and an MBA from Harvard Business School. So he's a smart guy, and this is why one day he probably had this great idea of having this original spark that ignites the idea for TikTok. So what was exactly this original spark show?
Yeah, it's Richard. I think it's we have to start from the mission of the business, and it's important because ultimately, you know, we have thousands of employees, and every day they're building towards something. The mission that we have is inspire creativity and bring joy. So that's sort of, you know, and I'll come back to this in a second, because if you use TikTok, it sounds like you do, every night for 30 minutes, you know, you could spend more time if you want. What you will find is a very creative experience. It's a very joyful experience. In terms of the original spark, you know, the idea was to present content to users, not based on who you followed. Because, you know, back in 2012, 2013, the social network was all in the rage. And it's all about building your social graph, meaning, you know, getting people to follow you, building out that graph. And the content that you will see is going to be based on people that you follow. And I think that's the model that many of our peers in the market still follow today. But we have brought something very new to the table. You know, we recommend content to you not based on how many people follow you, but based on interest signals. Meaning if you have a good message, if you have a funny video, if you are a small hippo in Thailand, which has gone completely viral, called Mudang. If you haven't seen it, just search it. Yeah. If you have a good message, you don't need any followers to begin with to become viral, to make sure that your message is heard by as many people around the world as possible. And I think that's the difference. You know, that's the key difference that we bring to the table.
But what was the main decision you made to turn almost what was a small app to what is becoming now almost a cultural phenomenon?
There are a couple of things that, you know, as in the last 10 years, first of all, machine learning and AI enable the recommendation algorithm to be as useful and as interesting as it is today. It's very accurate if you think about it. There's no human curation really that goes into the recommendation process. It is really about, you know, using machine learning and then matching your signal interest with potential signal interest that you could have. And that's really sort of the magic of the algorithm. Now, beyond that, you know, in the last 10 years, everybody has a smartphone now, you know, so, and smartphones have cameras. So we decided that the app was not only going to be based on text, it's not only going to be based on pictures, but we opened up video. And we made video the main format for the app itself. And that's another innovation that we brought to the table. And the third is, of course, you know, this idea that everybody should have the chance to publish. So it shouldn't just be in the hands of, you know, a small group of people. We allow essentially anyone with a camera, anyone with creativity to be able to create something very quickly using all the tools that we give them and be able to share their message with the world. So that's really the difference that we brought.
I know you are under huge pressure and some critics, so let's make a pitch to our friends and to the millions of people who are watching us. How TikTok could be a force for good?
Yeah, I think a lot of people still have this understanding, especially people who don't use the app that much. They think that the app is, you know, for young people, is dancing, is singing. Well, that's all true. You know, there's still a lot of dancing and singing. But it's more than that now, because we have more than 1 billion users around the world today. In many countries...
How many as of today, do you know?
We don't disclose the specifics, but it's definitely significantly larger than 1 billion active users around the world. And if you think about, you know, the content that we have even in this country, you know, I was looking at the feed. Whenever I travel, I look at the feed. And it's my third time in the kingdom in just this year. There is somebody called Abdullah El-Alawi, for example.
Abdullah El-Alawi.
El-Alawi.
Okay.
He's a local creator. He shares a lot of content about local culture. For example, I learned that I'm going to say this wrong, the Schwab. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he talked about the history of the Schwab, the fishing net, and the years of the wheat, and how, you know, that original practical use is married into the culture today in the local context. It's amazing. I mean, I did not know about this. You know, I think there is a female footballer called Farah. She plays for Etihad, I believe. Mm-hmm. She's on the platform and she's encouraging young women to learn about the sport. to pick up the sport. So it's no longer just about, entertainment, the light dancing and singing, which is still important. It is now about community. It is about education. It's about heritage. It's about culture. It's about the arts. And I think that's a significant positive change to the world.
So let's continue the pitch. How TikTok could make us more creative and not just be distracted and become addicted to an app which is, forgive me to be a little bit provocative, useless, So how can it help us to be more creative? No, because I will be very honest, I find great ideas, as a creator of also platforms. I took 2-3 ideas from what I found on TikTok. So if I'm asking the question, because I am convinced of the answer, but I would like you to continue this speech on how can we be more creative, or how can you help us to be more creative?
We provide tools. Well, first of all, to inspire creativity is the mission itself. We talked about the mission at the start. Inspire creativity, bring joy. So creativity and joy. And joy is important. We'll talk about joy in a second.
This is your DNA. The DNA is creativity and joy.
Exactly. It's built in the mission statement of the company. So what we provide is, if you open the app, you click the plus sign at the bottom, you go to effects, you're going to see thousands and thousands of effects that we bring to the table to help spark people's creativity. It's a tool that enables them to express themselves better. In terms of the content pool itself, what we are seeing is that things like Book Talk is a very organic movement on the platform where people talk about books that they like. It has tens of billions of views around the world today. There is something very interesting that we launched in the US about a year ago called the STEM feed. So this is if you go to settings, content preferences, turn on STEM feed, you will see a feed where it's only science and math content. And we are going to launch this in the kingdom as well, in conjunction with the Science and Technology University here as well. So we believe that this should be a platform that's not only about creativity and fun, but you could learn something as well. And we're going to take all the STEM and math content that we can find, and we're going to put it in this dedicated and specialized feed for our users in this country.
So what do you think is, we spoke about the DNA, but what do you think is your responsibility or the responsibility of TikTok vis-à-vis humanity? Let's be ambitious. We tried the FII Institute to have an impact on humanity. We spoke a lot here during the past few hours about how to invest for good, how to invest for purpose. So I think as a founder, you wake up in the morning and I think you should ask yourself, what is my legacy? What I'm doing good for humanity? So what is the responsibility of TikTok?
We think that the legacy is going to be defined by the mission. The mission, creativity and joy. And it is important. We talked a lot about the creative components. We can translate this into economic activity. So today in just the kingdom, we have 125,000 businesses that use our platform. And because, we talked about this earlier as well, you do not need to be famous. You don't need to have followers. If you have a good message, you're going to get an audience on TikTok. And that's the difference that we bring. So businesses with good products and a good message can find it very easy to get access to a large audience on our platform, which is why they embrace it so much. Most of them don't pay us, by the way. They just post content on our platform. It's interesting content. They get the audience that they want. So on an economic point of front, I think we are contributing to the local economies that we are in as well. And in terms of joy, there's one other thing that people don't talk about, but we are very proud of it, which is for a very long time, people assume that the only way you get viral is to say something controversial, outrageous, angry, toxic, you name it. Provocative, you name it. But if you look at just two angles, if you look at the top 10 videos of TikTok every single year, we publish them, we're going to publish them again very soon. They're all joyful, every single one of them. Last year, there was a cat that looked like a dog. There was a dog that sounded like a cat. It's really very joyful types of content. And the number one creator on our platform, his name is Kabi. Kabi is a comedian. He is famous for just being entertaining. He's very creative, the way he's entertaining. I'm not sure if you've seen his videos. He does his face.
Yeah, I saw.
Kabi was unknown before TikTok. So unlike many other platforms, he wasn't famous before. He wasn't like a famous politician. He wasn't a famous soccer player. He wasn't a famous celebrity. He was a factory worker in Italy. He had talent, and he became the #1 creator with 160 million followers on our platform. I think the joyful and the creative and the discovery element of this will define the legacy of our company.
Let's talk now about TikTok's role in journalism, if any role exists. I'm a strong believer on the traditional media, and we are doing whatever we can here to support the traditional media. This is why next door you have our media square, where we have all the traditional media, and a lot of respect for them, because they have the power to share the knowledge, to share information, to give access to knowledge to many people. But with news and information moving to social media, do you think that traditional news source like TV, print, become obsolete?
I don't think so. I have a lot of respect for what you call traditional media. I think there's a lot of value in editorial standards, in robust, journalism, and I think this is an industry that we want to be. We want to help them. We want to help them reach a bigger audience as well. So our platform is open to many news media outlets and many publishers, and a lot of them embrace our platform, and they have found much larger audiences that they could have in a more traditional sense. Just print and digital. On TikTok, some of them have tens of millions of followers, and they're able to bring their robust news to an even greater audience. And it's something we have been working closely with the industry to power. In the kingdom, we're working with SRMG Academy, for example, to help onboard more journalists, especially tech journalists, to better understand how to use TikTok to get a bigger audience. So I see us living in a very sort of symbiotic, relationship, rather than one of replacement.
At the FI Institute, we publish every year the FI Priority Compass, which is a big survey asking to many people in the world, thousands and thousands of people, what is your first priority? To make a long story short, this year, 2024, for the third consecutive year, priority number 1, cost of living. Priority number 2, something new, governance. And number 3, healthcare. Back to governance, we were asking more questions, and just to share with our friends and members, and these results are on our app now, we released the report this morning, 75% of the people in the world consider that the world is not going in the right direction, and 66% consider that their own country is not going in the right direction, except, and trust me, totally objectivity, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, by the way. But the big majority consider that the country is not going in the right direction. Do you think that TikTok is eroding public trust also in government and institutions? Because they always pick this information through social media. Social media are very influential, as you know. And this is how the public opinion is building its own opinion. So do you think TikTok is eroding this trust or highlighting this trust?
I think we bring a voice to many people. I think we bring creativity, we bring joy. We're also aligned that dangerous misinformation has no place on our platform. So the way we govern our governance on our platform.
Yeah, this was my question. How do you
we have
control?
We have a set of rules that we call our community guidelines, and these guidelines are available on on our website. So if you go, it's there. It's about 30 pages long today. We change it, and update it every now and again with refresh guidelines. In the guidelines, you will find things that we allow or disallow on the platform. And there are various rules here. There's sort of things that we absolutely do not allow, like dangerous misinformation, like violence, we take it off the platform. And then there are other things that we do not allow for our younger users. So if you are below a certain age, our content is actually more restricted for you. We have a more restricted experience. We don't allow you to use a few other features on our platform, like no direct messages by default if you're below 16, no live streaming if you're below 18. We put some restrictions on how much time you can spend on the platform if you're below 18, and we give parents a lot of tools to control the experience of their teenagers on our app. Because, I have 3 children myself, I understand that parents need tools to be able to, on the one hand, you want your children to be part of the digital world because that's the world that we live in. On the other, I think we all need more tools to be able to have conversations to build a healthy relationship between our children and their digital devices and apps that they use. So I think we're very aligned on many of these things. But generally speaking, the fact that this platform exists and it gives the normal person a voice, the small business, the soccer player, someone like Abdullah Alawi, a voice to share about their heritage, their culture, their history, and their perspective on the world. I think that's actually a net positive. We just have to make sure that our community guidelines are well enforced.
Two short last questions. First one, which advice will you give to the young entrepreneurs in Saudi Arabia, in the region, if they want one day to create something equivalent to TikTok, or, how you start? Here there is, in the DNA, an entrepreneurship mindset. So what are the two advices that you will give to the young entrepreneurs?
Yeah, my experience of talking to younger entrepreneurs is typically I learn more from them than I find that I can say, because times are changing. And a lot of times, as companies get bigger, we spend too much of our time in the internal building and the mechanisms. And sometimes, meeting young entrepreneurs and, they're so close to their
refreshing.
users. They're so close to their product. It's so refreshing. If I maybe were to say one thing, it would be to continue to do that. Get first-hand information. Don't rely on, your managers to write reports for you. Go speak to your users. Don't rely on reading reports on how AI works. Just go download the app and try it. Just try it yourself. Don't lose that. Because I think as businesses grow, we tend to lose that.
Sure. At the FII, as you know, we look forward, and the closing session in a couple of days will be about the world in 2030. How do we see it? And even maybe 2050, which is literally tomorrow. So what do you think are the opportunities and the challenges for TikTok by 2030 and then by 2050?
I think it's going to be around 3-4 things. The first is trust. I think our industry is undergoing a period where, our industry as in, social media broadly, is undergoing a period where people have questions. Is it, how are you thinking about this? How are you thinking about that? In the countries that we operate in, we are very global platforms in the sense that our users are all around the world. But in every country that we operate, the experience is deeply local. So I think earning trust locally, earning trust, just generally as an industry, is going to be a big challenge for us, all of us. And trust earning is not about, being able to market yourself very well, although that helps. Ultimately, it's going to be based on the things that you have done. Did you fundamentally go address people's concerns?
And AI?
Yeah. That will be the technology part, which will be my third part. I think embracing technology and making sure that, this is clearly is moving at a very fast speed. So we need to stay on top of it and understand the impact it's going to have on our business. And that in itself is challenging. And then, of course, it is making sure that we continue to hear what our users want. We built e-commerce, the e-commerce experience, because our users wanted it. They saw something they liked. They said, can I just click and, transact? Why can't I do that? So it was in response to what they told us that we built that. And it's important to continue to do that. That will be the second thing. And finally, it's just, keeping the organization fresh, young talent. People coming in, bright ideas, and good ideas, making sure that they can be heard and they don't get lost.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Shoshu, the man behind TikTok. Thank you.
Thank you.
What an enlightening conversation. TikTok is my favorite app. Before our next panel, let's hear from the audience. Check the screens and scan the QR code for a quick poll. If you could invest in only one energy solution, which would you prioritize? Please cast your vote. The votes are in. Let us see the results. Now I'd like to welcome our next panel to the stage. Over to you, Dan.
Hello, everybody. Now you've done the poll. Now we're going to actually talk about the future of energy and energy transition. And I'm going to begin the discussion with Amin Nasser, who, of course, is the president and CEO of Saudi Aramco. Amin, welcome.
Thank you, Dan.
Amin, I'd like to take you back in time, not back to 1980 when you joined Aramco, but only take you back 1 week. A week ago, you gave a very important and impactful speech in Singapore in which you said current transition planning for the energy transition does not take into account the needs of Asia and the global South. What did you mean by that?
You know, just to explain what's currently happening, you know, we are, as Saudi Aramco and as a kingdom, we are investing big time in renewable and hydrogen and carbon capture and storage. So we are for the transition, but at the same time, we are making sure that we are growing our oil and gas activities and petrochemicals. So if you look at our emissions and methane and CO2, it is the lowest. So we are not really against the transition. Actually, we are for the transition, especially with the Kingdom Green Initiative and all of that. The issue that we are seeing between the global north and the global south, that in the global south, they are using today 1/10 of the energy compared to the global north per individual. Basically, if you look at it, it's 22 barrels per individual in the US, it's 9 in Europe, it's only 1.4 barrel per individual in India, and it's 1 barrel in Africa. At the end of the day, cost matters, and we can see when you want to have a transition that is acceptable to all, especially where the growth in population and GDP is mainly in the global south, you need something affordable. The average per capita income in the global south, you're talking about $6,600 to $9,600 compared to $63,000 to $68,000. So you need an energy transition that is affordable, secure, and at the same time sustainable. We are seeing today in the global south, the issues that they are raising in terms of affordability is of a high concern, and they need a just and inclusive transition that takes into consideration their needs and requirements.
So when you say a different thinking, how does the thinking need to change?
I think what you need to do is to transition by focusing first in reducing the emission from existing energy sources. We talked about coal peaking up. Coal increased last year by 2 million barrels of oil equivalent. We are at record level in oil, at record level in coal, and at record level in gas. So while we are not achieving our target of reducing coal, and it is continually increasing, we need to focus on reducing emissions. We achieved through efficiency improvement 90 million barrels over the last 15 years, 90 million barrels reduction of oil equivalent, compared to 15 million barrels of oil equivalent that was added by solar and wind.
So in the speech, you used the phrase a multidimensional energy transition. What is that?
Well, you need to take the economic maturity of every country, their needs and their requirement, and then transition, it will always depend on their economic maturity and what they can afford at the end of the day. If we need to help them in terms of making sure they don't get to coal, biomass, and more use of other sources that are not clean, we need to extend support by developed countries and to the global south for them to be able to transition. Because if I look at the cost today in the global north for power, for energy, if you look at Europe or the West in general, you see the cost of power is increasing. What was promised when the whole issue of transitions came, that it will create jobs and it will reduce the energy cost. Well, what we are seeing is the energy cost where you are transitioning more is increasing and the creation of jobs is not happening. So you need to reduce the cost and you need to show the rest of the world that the cost is decreasing, not increasing because of the transition.
So you've mentioned emissions. Obviously, that's a big focus for Saudi Aramco. CCUS, what are the focus for you in terms of managing emissions?
Well, we're building one of the biggest projects at 9 million ton by end of 27, early 28. And basically, we have been working on for a number of years to identify the aquifers that will create the hub that would be required to facilitate not only the 9 million ton, but other emissions, CO2, that might come from the rest of the industries in the kingdom. So we are creating a hub that will cater not only for Aramco, but for the rest of the kingdom. And we identified the aquifers, the storage capacity through exploration and drilling the pilot wells that will be sufficient to satisfy the kingdom requirement by 2060.
So where do you think you are in terms of turning CCUS into a commercial business?
Well, CCUS today, without incentive, it's a cost. So at the end of the day, companies to achieve their net zero, we are doing it. It's a cost for us. We're getting some support from the Ministry of Energy. The Ministry of Energy is very supportive when it comes to carbon capture and storage. And through that support, and because of our plan to be net zero by 2050, we need to execute projects like this and others in the future to meet our net zero by 2050. But the cost of these projects, these are big plans. It will require cost mainly in the capture of CO2. Then you have the transportation and then the injections in the world. Most of the cost is in the capturing of the CO2.
So really, people talk about big oil. There's a new business called big carbon, which is the management of the carbon business.
Absolutely.
So, of course, Saudi Aramco has the longest vision of any oil company in the world, but you do live in a world of volatile oil prices. I think everybody would like to know kind of how you and Aramco see, from where we are today, see the market in the rest of this year and into next year, given that it's been torn between, on the one side, geopolitics, on the other, supply and demand?
Well, I think the market is currently balanced today. It's definitely the increase in interest rates, what happened in China had an impact, but still it is balanced in terms of supply-demand fundamentals. We are looking at 104.5 an average for this year. The fourth quarter, we're looking at close to 106 million barrels. Gas is also increasing. So next year, we are anticipating a growth of about 1.5. We think the stimulus package that the central bank in China, the growth in petrochemical, we are seeing significant growth in petrochemical in China, naphtha and LPG, mainly because of their transition, by the way. In every, I see a wind blades here, there, and for a 5 megawatt of wind blades, you need about 50 ton of plastic. For an electric car...
So repeat that again so people hear that.
For 5 megawatt of wind generated power, you need 50 ton of plastic. For every electric car, you need about 200 to 230 kilogram of plastic. 10% by volume, 50% by volume, 10% by weight. So the transition, even by the way, in solar panels, we have 10% comes from fiber and all of that. So for the transition to happen, you need more oil. So China is increasing in naphtha and LPG. In jet fuel, there is small impact on gasoline because of the buildup in electric vehicles and because of the economic situation. But in general, there is still growth in China. When people talk about China, I see that they are always trying to maximize the downside and ignoring the upsides, unfortunately.
So we'll come back and talk about that. I think just the last, we're going to invite our other colleagues up in a moment. So a big question, but a very short answer. Is AI having any impact on Saudi Aramco?
Definitely, AI is important and strategic, and we do it. We have created a business 2 years ago for digital and AI, and it is included in everything. If you visit our 4 IR center, you will see everything is, all our equipment managed using data and using AI. And we are building the use cases, which is important and critical for our business. 300 to 350 use cases right now we are creating. And these use cases is what, with AI application, each use case has a timeline, has a cost savings with the application of AI. And I can later on in the give you some examples, but it is really giving us a lot of cost reduction. It helps us not only in cost reduction and more efficiency, also in reducing our carbon footprint.
Well, thank you. Let me invite up our other panelists, if we can. Mohammed Abunyan. I'm looking for our other panel. Here they come. He's chairman of and Luc Remont, and then I'll introduce them both as they take their seats. Mohammed is the chairman of Aqua Power, which has 65 gigawatts in the Middle East and around the world. He's also chairman of Vision Invest and really a champion of Vision 2030. And Luc Remont is the CEO and chairman of EDF, which is known as the French nuclear utility, but is also a very big player in wind and solar renewables around the world. So welcome both of you to the panel. Thank you. I thought I would just start by picking up from where Prince Abdulaziz left off today when he talked about the role of renewables in the kingdom, and asked both of you just how you see the role for solar and wind in Saudi Arabia and its growth potential.
Thank you for inviting me to join this great audience. To be frank with you, I don't know why you invite me to be in this panel after the great presentation of His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz and the great speech, and really how he showed to everybody in the world that what Saudi Arabia has done and has made this country is really 100 steps ahead compared to many countries that they talk a lot and they do very little. But you know, it's really, I have to say, this is very difficult. But for us in Aqua Power, we are very proud and we are delighted that we believe in the green energy. I'm not here to have any confrontation with my big brother, who is, you know, for us, is our live is always depending on him, how we live in this country. But reality today, we believe in renewables since 2008, 2009, we done our first decision in the strategy. We done our implementation in 2010. And I have to say, I think, as he said, His Royal Highness today, you know, Saudi Arabia is not giving subsidy as many other countries. Saudi Arabia is getting very high returns using, you know, the renewable versus the conventional energy. But you have to say that, you know, I'm sure you know it better, that you cannot really take renewable and replace the conventional. You need both to make it happen successfully, and you have the right solution.
Right. Luc, you can invest anywhere in the world in terms of renewables. You have 5 or 6 gigawatts in Saudi Arabia now, more to come. Why the kingdom?
Well, I think it comes first because of the speed at which Saudi has taken the challenge of going low carbon on electricity. And we have very limited parallel in the world. We have found here in Saudi partners and an ecosystem where we can bring our know-how and work together with our partners to ambition to go in a couple of years up to 6 gigawatts, as you said, of low carbon generation, renewable generation, but also with an approach of electrification that is comprehensive, which is not just taking the renewables generation, which has, of course, great benefits, but also intermittency, but also starting to move now in the direction of having a full system that is sustainable in a low-carbon electricity approach, including storage, where we have pumping storage projects and also battery storage projects. All of that combined makes a system for electricity that is reliable and uses less and less carbon.
So when both of you look at renewables, obviously a lot of money going into wind and solar. General, not just in the kingdom, is enough money going into the infrastructure, into the grids, into storage?
And this is what is really differentiating factor in Saudi Arabia. Thanks to our great leadership and thanks to His Royal Highness, the Minister of Energy, many countries, they want to do it, but they did not know how to put priorities. I think in Saudi Arabia, really they thought about this grid early and how to strengthen the grid and how to make the grid is available to take this renewable. Because in many countries, the biggest obstacle today is not about renewable. It's really the infrastructure that's available, the grid is availability, and how you will be able to take the renewable, because it's a different in the operation in the system. And that's what make here successfully that Saudi Arabia reach 44 gigawatt project under construction, project under operation, project in an advanced stage of development, that there is clear vision and clear objective that this grid is going to take 130 gigawatt in the future of renewable. And the storage, as you see today, you are talking about contracted storage of 26 gigawatt, and storage by 2030, you are talking about 48 gigawatt. This is going to be the biggest storage today in any system. We are, again, as I'm sure that we are working in 14 countries today. And this is we've seen all these countries, how they do and how they make it. The only two countries, I have to say, that they are only very well prepared, and we are participating in it, is Saudi Arabia and China. I have to say this is the two countries that I have seen. They have a clear plan and a clear execution, and they commit and they deliver.
So, Luke, do you want to comment both? I think that you have some support in the audience. Comment on the question of infrastructure, not only Saudi Arabia, but looking around the world. And wanted to ask you about, we hear there are a lot of issues now about supply chains in the renewable supply chain, how you see it on a global basis.
Well, as the world is moving into the direction of renewables and electrification, of course, there are tensions on the global supply chain. This is particularly true for wind power today, notably offshore wind. It's also true for cable. High voltage cable is clearly something that is under tension everywhere in the world. Now, the more the countries can define a very clear roadmap and stick to their roadmap, the less depending they are on these supply chain tensions. And I really believe that the kingdom is super clear on the direction. So that's the best way to avoid the tensions that might go up and down on the supply chain, is to have a super clear roadmap and to stick to the roadmap. And this is the case in the kingdom. In our case, the most critical resource that we are aiming at today is knowledge and people. And that's why I believe that electrification is today the best chance for the kingdom, because we are, thanks to the projects that we are leading today, we are building competencies and capacities here in the kingdom with people, with great engineers that are trained in the country, who have the opportunity to start their careers on the projects that we are leading, moving up from a solar platform, which is not that complex to build, to now the last project that we are engaged in, which is a full city in Amala on the Red Sea, where we are aiming at having a 100% low-carbon electrified city plus water, which is a fully integrated electrical system, also built thanks to the competencies that we are also building in the country. So man resources, competences built in the country is the most critical resource.
If you allow me, I would like just to add one thing, and it has been also presented by His Royal Highness, that Aqua Power has worked together with BIF to localize the value chain of renewable.
Yes.
5 years ago, we started, our colleagues and our partners from BIF to go to China and to go through this. And today, I'm very happy to say I was in Hexagon last week, and I saw the land has been contracted for $6 billion investment of solar and wind manufacturing, midstream and downstream. And Saudi Arabia is going to be in production of 20 gigawatt by end of 2026, where you will see the first production. You are talking about, and this is very important and very relevant, that China came to Saudi Arabia to use Saudi Arabia is the hub, as His Royal Highness said. It's not for Saudi Arabia local content. It's a hub for the world.
Right.
And this manufacturing in Hexagon will export to MENA region, to Africa, to Asia, to Europe and United States. And if you see the expansion plan is a huge. So I have to thank BIF under the great guidance and the support of the Ministry of Energy. But I would go to the youth where His Royal Highness has mentioned about our young youth. Aqua Power has invested in vocational training, and we are very happy to tell you today that we have 15,500 young youth has been graduated from this IWA in Rabagh. Right. Today, we have 830 boys and girls studying in the vocational training because, local content is not about production only. It's about human capital. That's more difficult and that's more important and relevant. And this is what we always promise in Aqua Power, not only to do what we are doing for our own businesses, but to be able to do things for the ecosystem.
Right. So let me ask, Amin, how much solar are you using?
Solar?
Solar, are you using integrated into your system?
We are building in collaboration with BIF and Aqua Power. We are a 30% partner in what is being built in the kingdom as part of the 70% allocation for the 3 entities. We use it as part of the grid, because at the end of the day, we have to be concerned about scope 1 and scope 2. Scope 1 is the emission that comes from our facilities, and we take care of that by making sure that we are more efficient. But scope 2, and this is where renewables and others will have an impact in reducing our emissions. So at the end of the day, when we invest in building more renewable in the kingdom, it supports the kingdom, but at the same time support Saudi Aramco in terms of reducing our emission and meeting our net zero by 2050.
Right. So, Luc, let me ask you a question, switching to nuclear. It was in 1974 when President Pompidou of France said France is going nuclear. Today, 75% of your electricity is nuclear. You're one of the leading utilities in it. But for a number of years, you were sort of an island because nuclear, shall we say, went out of fashion. Now there's this big revival of interest in nuclear around the world. Why is it happening, and how do you see this revival?
Well, there's clearly a global revival for nuclear, which is, I don't think this is a question of ideology. This is just the result of electricians doing their math, which is that if you want to be serious about having an electrical system that works 24/7 and has also the lowest possible content of carbon, you need to have dispatchable power sources that are not consuming carbon. And the only ones that are doing this are hydro and nuclear. So that's why a large number of countries are considering nuclear in the future as part of their electrical mix. Some of them are starting from a very important part of existing nuclear. That's the case for the US, for France, and today for China. Others are starting from a much lower part, but depending on everyone's legacy, there is a must at the end to create an electrical system that can resist to the fluctuation of demand day in, day out, independently from the fluctuation of wind and sun. And that's something that today has no other answer, where there is no part of hydro plus nuclear. If you have big resources of hydro, you may be fine. Right. If you don't have big resources of hydro, then you need a portion of nuclear.
Now, a very hot subject in nuclear is small modular reactors. You guys know nuclear technology. Is that the future?
Well, the great news is that there is innovation in nuclear. That's the great news. Any industry that is showing initiatives, new developments, new ideas, shows that this industry is in good shape. And it's great to see that the nuclear industry is attracting new ideas thanks to SMRs.
Dan, if you allow me, sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
You know, you have to know that I don't like nuclear. You know.
What did he say?
You know, it is really, I have to say, nuclear is great for a country like France, for some other countries, they have no other alternative. But, you know, for us in this region, in many regions in the world, you need safe energy, and very safe. You need competitive, you need reliable, but you need also economic. And thanks to the Chinese, they have made the technology of renewable affordable, 24 hours, and very safe. And I have to say that thanks to the Chinese, they made us less depending on this nuclear, thanks to the oil and gas industry and the great, you know, in these countries, we not need nuclear. Nuclear, in my opinion, my friend, my brother, it is great for Europe. This is their issues, and some other countries. And this SMR is going to be shut down. Why? You know why? Because the United States of America and some other European countries, they cannot do these data centers green. They have to come to Saudi Arabia to do green data center. And this is the only country will lead the data center, will lead all the demand of 10% of an energy.
Well, let me interrupt you there, because I know that Saudi Arabia has great potential in this, but I was talking with Luke before about, is this demand for data centers, is it as real as people think, or will efficiency counterbalance it? Because right now there's almost a panic in the United States about how are we going to meet our electricity demand in other countries, but I think you have a mixed view of that.
If I can just answer on one word on nuclear, I mean, everyone is free to have its own opinions on everything, of course. And my friend above everyone, of course. I would just like to say that if the Chinese had invented the electricity that goes renewable 24/7, I don't think that they would be building 10 reactors per year.
That's what you are buying in Amman. You buy your battery in 24 hours. You just said that. I bought in the Red Sea 24 hours.
Okay, let's let Luke and then Mohammed, your chance.
On a country level, of course. On a country level. Look, on data centers, that's clearly a growing demand for electricity. It's going to be a growing demand in the future. That's something that, of course, depending on the countries, represents a more or less big part of the future demand in electricity. It can be fulfilled, I believe, in each of the countries. It just needs to be taken as a growing industry with, of course, the permanent effort on being more efficient from an electricity and energy standpoint, and to make sure that we supply this demand with sustainable ways of supplying the electricity to these data centers. Yes, this is going to be growing. This is also an opportunity for each of the countries, and I believe it is one for the kingdom, and I saw the data center industry really rising in the kingdom over the last few years as an opportunity to build a data environment in the kingdom as a great opportunity for business here.
Amin.
I think, just to answer I think we need all sources of energy. We need SMRs, we need solar, we need wind, we need hydrogen, and we need oil and gas. And I'm sure some coal will still be there by 2050. So you need all sources of energy. Sure. When you talk about data center need lower cost energy. Today, the cost per kilowatt hour in the UK is around 27 cents per kilowatt hour. In Germany, it's 17 cents per kilowatt hour. In France, with the nuclear, with the transition, with all of it, it's still 14. The aggregate in the US is 7.8. But here in the kingdom, if you look only at gas, it's 4.8 cents. If you add renewable that Mohammed talked about at 2 cents per kilowatt hour, the combination of the two, you are going to have the lowest cost energy to build data centers anywhere in the world, because this is the place for it.
Mohammed, do you agree?
He is my boss. I cannot disagree with him because, I mean, it will not, make my meeting. I'm requesting a meeting with him.
Yeah.
Don't put me in trouble. But I think what we are saying here, we are very blessed in this country. We have a seawater for cooling. And if you see the cooling system for data center, Saudi Arabia is going to be the best competitive and energy use of data center in the world. AI and data center, we have the human capital, this great young youth in this country. We have the place, we have the space, and we have the great leadership is more important and relevant because they have the will and they have the means and they walk the talk, as we said.
So it's wonderful, this panel on discussion of future energy trends circles back to all the issues that have been talked about this morning about AI, about Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia, and how this push towards energy trends and AI also ties into the blessed energy position of Saudi Arabia. So please join me in thanking our three panelists for a great discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it.
To Dan and your panel, thank you very much. Very interesting conversation. And we're going to keep moving. I'd please like you to take your seats once again so we can enjoy the next panel discussion, and ask you at the same time to put your hands together for Masayoshi Son, Representative Director, Corporate Officer, Chairman and CEO of SoftBank Group Corporation, and he'll be in conversation with CNN's Richard Quest. Gentlemen.
Right. Have a seat here, sir. Okay, over the years, I have done a gazillion interviews. I've interviewed everyone except you. But I've never had more interest in what I was going to ask than I'm asking you. Everybody here has at some stage, you've got to ask him this. You've got to ask him that. So let's start with what is interesting to you. I know it's AI. I know you are, and the quote is, I am obsessed by realizing artificial superintelligence. Are you still obsessed?
Definitely. I'm only focused on that.
What does that mean? You're only focused on that. Explain.
Well, that would change the mankind's future forever. I want to make mankind's future better, happier, fantastic future. That's what I'm interested in.
So what is the difference between AGI and ASI? To those of us born of a different generation.
Okay.
What's the difference?
Yeah, AGI definition is same level as a human brain. That's AGI, artificial general intelligence. But people have a different point of view definition of artificial superintelligence. How super? 10 times super or 100 times super? My definition of ASI is 10,000 times super, smarter than human brain. That's my definition of ASI, and that's coming in 2035. 10 years from today. 10,000 times smarter. That's my prediction.
What is different in that? What will it do that we should either look forward to or be worried about?
Both. We should be looking forward to that. Of course, we have to also be careful. We have to regulate. if such a superpower comes and no regulation, it could be super dangerous. Of course, automotive industry was very, very beneficial, productive to human, but we have a regulation. Same thing.
No, I don't, with respect, because we don't have anybody in the world who's willingly building or wanting to build automobiles that are dangerous. When it comes to AI, there may be state actors, there may be independent actors that want to build AI that can be harmful to other people. How can we guard against it? How do you guard against it?
Of course, there is always some bad guy. 1%, 2% of human are bad guys, okay? But 99% of human are actually good guys, okay? So the bad guy, of course, try to use AI for the bad intention. However, those bad guys not necessarily have enough capital. This is a massive capital. Hundreds of billions of dollars of investment is required to make super intelligence. The bad guy, how do they sponsor? There is not enough money to sponsor the bad guys.
You admitted in the past that you were not as involved in AGI, frankly, because you didn't have the money. You ran out of money.
Yes. Of course, money is not unlimited. I had to save some money for the big fight, okay? For the big opportunity. Now I'm saving, tens of billions of dollars so that I can make next big move.
Do you know where that is? I mean, you may not know the companies, they may not even have been started yet, but do you have a very strong compass for the direction?
Yes.
Tell us.
I cannot.
That's what we're all here for.
No. I have my own view.
Go on.
Okay? No. ARM is our core company. Okay? ARM has 99%, or should I say honestly, almost 100% of market share of all the mobile phone chip. 90% of any high-end AI, IoT chip, and all kinds of other chips. So ARM is going to become an AI-centric chip company very soon. AI robotics, not the traditional robotics. The artificial superintelligence comes and robotics come together. That will be a tremendous, product.
The fascinating thing about you is you have been there, you've done it, you've had the great success, you've had the follow-on failures, and you're doing it again.
No, in between I had many mistakes, like WeWork and,
Does it annoy you? Does it annoy you when people focus on WeWork, which was financially big but relatively insignificant in the great scheme of your finances? And yet everybody says, oh, Masa, WeWork, oh, Alibaba, it was lucky. Does that annoy you?
Well, people should have their own freedom of thinking. I learn more and more by my mistake. And I almost went bankrupt twice, right after the net bubble burst, right during the Lehman crisis. I survived. I actually lost 99% of our company's value, but somehow I came back.
Did you lose that value because you took on too much risk, or was it foolish? Or bad luck?
I don't think, I made that foolish mistake in the big sense. Net bubble crashed because people's view on the value of internet company exceeded while the true value was still on this process. But at the end, internet was not the bubble. Year 2000 was not bubble. After that, it's much bigger. So my general direction, I don't regret.
Now, this is really important when we talk about AI, because if you take, for example, NVIDIA, the number of people who will say, oh, NVIDIA's in trouble, oh, NVIDIA's got problems, blah, 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 blah. Oh, AI, really all that's happened is that the market has overvalued too soon.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Many people will still doubt, okay? So I think NVIDIA is undervalued.
What?
Undervalued.
On what basis?
Because the future is much bigger.
But the market's concentrating, as we heard in a panel earlier. It's quarterly reports. It's, oh, if NVIDIA tells us that it's going to be longer and slower, we all get...
Yeah. NVIDIA is just one example.
Right.
Okay? What about the total, Gen AI future? What is the value of the future? Is this a bubble today or not? Okay? Some critics, the most negative guy says, oh, this AGI, ASI, in 10 years, maybe only 5% is actually useful or, replacing people's job, but 95% still the same, no change. It takes time. So I say, okay, let's accept the most negative critics' view. That is only 5% change, 95% unchanged, but what is that, ASI investment required to take? Okay, 10,000 smarter than mankind. How many gigawatts? We were talking about gigawatts just before me.
Yeah.
I have predicted it will take 400 gigawatts of AI data centers power. 400 gigawatts. That's bigger than total US electricity. And it will require 200 million chip. Okay? The cumulative capex, $9 trillion. $9 trillion. How do you recoup? How do you recoup? It's too much investment for many people's view. I say it's still very reasonable capex. $9 trillion is not too big. Maybe too small.
You like to think big.
Yeah. So let me say, what is $9 trillion cumulative? But if the 5% of GDP in 10 years from today replaced by ASI, what is the number?
Right.
5% of global GDP is $9 trillion. $9 trillion per year. If the ASI produce you $9 trillion per year, cumulative investment of $9 trillion, small money.
All right.
Small money. You recoup in 1 year for the total cumulative. So that means $9 trillion capex investment you can depreciate. 1 year revenue, that means like 50% profit. 50% profit. It is going to be $4 trillion net income per year. $4 trillion net income shared by new GAFA. 4 companies will take $1 trillion profit.
And you want to be one of them?
Of course.
Right. Before we finish, I just want to ask, let's ask our AI friend here. The question I posed to our AI friend is Masa Son a guru when it comes to investing? I asked this question. Can we have the answer, please?
Masayoshi Son is definitely recognized as a guru of investment. His early $20 million investment in Alibaba grew to $75 billion by 2014, contributing significantly to SoftBank's success. However, for some other investments, there have been mixed results.
Thank you. Quiet, I've got a minute left. I want to ask you, after both difficult times, you went into a period of reflection and contemplation. You disappeared. You thought. You went up a mountain, whatever. What did you learn about yourself?
Well, I say it's a good experience. Good experience that I get defeated, I get laughed, I get criticized. That make me think harder. That make me think I have to be stronger. And that's all good. I learn more, I think more. And before I go sleep, I have lots of concern. When I wake up with a big smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, Massa, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As unprecedented geopolitical shifts reshape our world, a new global order begins to come into focus. Welcome to the rise of the Global South. How can the Global South become a powerful engine of global growth and infinite horizons? The Global South is pioneering innovative solutions across various sectors as it confronts challenges from climate change to economic volatility. While the World Bank only projects a 1.5% growth rate for advanced economies in 2024, developing economies are projected to grow overall by 4%. Yet, the positive outlook is tempered by downgrades in 3 out of every 4 low-income economies since January. What could shift the tides? How could a combination of strategic adaptability and resilience, sustainable economic development, and technological leapfrogging, powered by government and the private sector, position the Global South as a beacon of growth in a new global order? As investors seeking the next generation of high-growth companies increasingly look to the Global South, how can they identify which disruptive business models and visionary entrepreneurs have the potential to create the next generation of trillion-dollar companies? Welcome to the Rise of the Global South series at the 8th edition of the Future Investment Initiative.
I think that gives you a pretty good idea where our conversations are going next. Yes, we're going to be talking about the Global South. The emerging economies are certainly, without question, redefining resilience because they simply have to. They're certainly driving growth because they have to. And they're reshaping global investment, and uncovering the transformative role of the Global South is what we'll be doing over the next part of this day, and tackling today's economic and environmental challenges in the process. But before we dive into that, we're going to use our AI, of course. So let's hear from you in the audience. If you can point the camera on your phone to the QR on the screen and participate in that poll. And while we wait for the results of that poll, please put your hands together, or maybe your other hand that's not playing with the phone, you can use that to clap and welcome CNN's Eleni Giokos.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It sounded like you were still holding your mobile phone and you didn't clap properly. Very good afternoon to everyone. We're going to be talking about the Global South. We've got our fantastic panelists with us. I'd like to welcome Mohammed Alibar, founder, Emaar Properties, and founder of Noon.com. The Honorable Paul Chan, Financial Secretary, the Government of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China, Katie Koch, President and CEO of TCW, Adebayo Ogunlesi, Founder, Partner, Chairman and CEO of Global Infrastructure Partners, Sanjeev Puri, Chairman and CEO, ITC Limited, and Ricardo Salinas Pliego, Founder and Chairman of the Board Group, Grupo Salinas. Welcome to everyone. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a good conversation. We have a lot to get through. You know, the big question we're going to be answering, and I think we already have the answer, and frankly, whether the Global South is now the engine of growth. It is already the engine of growth. We're still asking the question because there's certain metrics we need to hit. And there are certain challenges ahead. The question is, how do we transcend where we are now and hit the overall ambitions that we have in mind? I'd like the audience to get involved, if I may, and we have a wonderful way for you to get involved. And the question I have is the Global South now the engine of growth, and which do you believe has the greatest investment opportunities? You're going to conduct this poll for us. We're going to give the answers as they come through. A, Middle East. B, Sub-Saharan Africa. C, Southeast Asia. D, South America. Those are your options, ladies and gentlemen. We want you to get involved in the conversation. And as I said, we have a lot to get through. From a metrics perspective, we're seeing emerging markets, the Global South, really making a big mark. We have problems though. Debt, slowing growth in China, for example. We're seeing a multipolar world potentially emerging. The fear of the West losing its domination and what it means with the rise of the Global South. So, Honorable Paul, I'd like to start off with you. All eyes on China, by the way. We want you to grow faster because we need you.
We are growing faster.
Are you going? But it's not enough.
Yeah. Well, you know, in the process of growing, one has to make substantial investments. And in the process, naturally, you need to raise funds from the private market. So the question is to find innovative solutions for those funding possibilities. And also in the process, doing the proper due diligence with regard to the commercial viability of those projects. Well, you know, say, for example, we in Hong Kong, we try to help jurisdictions in the Global South to securitize some of their brownfield infrastructure projects so that the funds can be channeled back to invest into green projects. Altogether, we have done 2 deals in the past couple of months, releasing about $700 million to be channeled back to new projects. So,
in the Global South in particular?
Oh yeah, that includes even jurisdictions in Latin America, Chile. Yeah.
Fantastic. Mohammed, great to have you with us. Thank you. I've been spying on you. You've been doing a lot of interesting things. You've invested in Albania, Latvia, Croatia, and then Indonesia. Yes. And I heard that you were in Madagascar, yes, not on holiday, but doing something else. Is there something that you want to tell us about your next investment there?
Well, when I first went to Albania, of course, I was not sure, but everybody was telling me that there are criminals on the streets and all that. And I said, yeah, don't go to Albania. Let me finish my deal and then you come in. So, yeah, I'm lucky enough that I get good advice. I go to interesting places. Yeah, I think Madagascar is probably the next new thing in my life.
So you're not denying it, there's going to be an investment?
No, it's going to be very big also.
Breaking news at FII, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Mr. Alaba.
But you know, but I really would like to comment on something you said. You said dominance, the West dominance. And the truth is that we want everyone to grow. We want the West to grow, we want the East to grow, we want the North to grow, because we live in a very little place called Earth. But unfortunately, the West is suffering. And the suffering in the West is that the South, they are more disciplined people. They're younger people. The North are older people. Yeah. I think the North, or the West, you call it Northwest, I think democracy have gone too far, where, the young, educated, hard worker, disciplined Global South is productive, and the North, and I operate in the North, they're quite busy with this complex democracy, and I think the amount of time spent in the North and the West on interesting things like, LGBT or women's right. What about the 90%? like nobody talks about, in the West, nobody talks about the 90% or the 95%, but so much focus on LGBT and all the other.
So you're saying the West is distracted with things that
I
don't...
think the bureaucracy is getting complicated. Democracy have gone too far, while debt have gone too far as well, right? But I think the where we are.
So what's the alternative if democracy has gone too far?
I don't know, but I think maybe we should go back to the Roman times.
Roman times?
They don't allow everybody to vote. Only eligible, smart, capable, educated people vote. Not everybody votes. But nowadays with social media, manipulation, fighting between political parties, I think the global South is learning that this type of democracy will destroy their countries. So I think they're becoming smarter. They're learning from what they see. But I think the global South, as I said, are younger, more educated, hard worker, disciplined. They understand technology, while the other party, we want them to succeed. I mean, imagine if we don't have successful America. It's dangerous for the world not to have a successful America. But then again, how's the politics going? I mean, I have a home in Beverly Hills, and my kids don't want to go there because they say it's dangerous. I mean, this is not nice.
I know, and it's so multifaceted.
I don't know what the solution, but I'm just saying they're smarter people. They talk about the AI in America and all that stuff. Let them go fix it. Come on, we all live in a very small place, no?
I mean, you raise so many issues because you're looking at the political environment, the notion of democracy, whether that is going to help boost growth, the role of the global
dominance,
South.
This business of somebody should dominate somebody, is this something that you guys...
But it has happened whether we like it or not.
Stop this dominance business.
Indeed, and I think that's why there's a big question, and it's a good one. There's a big... By the way, now we all saw the BRICS summit wrapping up in Russia, and everyone is afraid after that family photo with the BRICS plus countries, the actual BRICS partners, what it means that Russia isn't so isolated and so forth. We can mention a plethora of things. But the ultimate message that it's sending is the global South is here. It has got a voice, and there is an investment opportunity. There is an argument for investment, but I think a lot of people are looking at this and saying, is this trying to get rid of the Western side of things? And I see, Katie, you want to jump in on this. No, you're just nodding. Now you got yourself into this. So you've got a fund. You're investing a lot in the Global South. But tell me about these macro issues, how you guys are viewing it from your firm in Los Angeles.
Sure. So just by way of brief background, I have the privilege of leading TCW. We're a global asset manager, $200 billion, manage private credit, public credit, and equities. In the public credit space, we've managed emerging, I think this is why I'm on the panel. We've managed emerging markets pretty much as long as anybody in the space. And we've had the great privilege of managing assets on behalf of clients in this region and in this country for a long period of time. It's been a very great asset class for us over the long term from a beta and from an alpha perspective. So delighted to be here. This is my favorite country in the Global South, other than the ones represented on this panel, because I want to compliment all my panelists.
Yeah.
And then you asked the question, I want to give you a sense of what I think if any in this audience, given that we're capital allocators, you probably care how we're allocating capital in emerging markets debt. And I'll just end by saying something about how we allocate in the Global South and maybe a country that we are excited about that's not on other people's radars. You made this comment at the outset, I want to emphasize this. The Global South already is a massive contributor to global growth, so people probably understand this, but in 1990 it contributed 20% to global growth. Today the number's over 40%, so we've already seen a massive contribution. And in the next couple of years, it's going to grow 1 or 2% more than the global average. So I just want to give that balancing comment that there already is a lot of growth despite the challenges. And we are excited about this in the context of emerging markets. It's going to be supported by industrialization, by the leapfrogging of technology, by greater infrastructure, which Bayo is a world expert at, so I'll let him unpack that, and better demographics. And so we're quite optimistic on the outlook for that. Other themes are that people need to diversify their energy sources. Many of these countries can be beneficiaries of that. It's the greenification of the economy. Yeah. Many of these countries can be the beneficiaries of that. And I'll end by saying countries just that we allocate capital to that not everybody's thinking about. I'll put one out there, which is Zambia, which obviously is in Africa. They have a goal to triple their copper production by over the next 5 years. The constraining factor has been power. 85% of their power is hydro, and they've had a drought, but they're diversifying their power sources, and we think they're going to be successful at that. And then I'll last comment, Guyana, which many of you may be familiar with, is actually the fastest growing country in the world, one that we're tracking really closely in South America. It's going to grow 40% this year, another thing not on people's radar. Unfortunately, they don't have a debt market yet. When you're growing that fast, you don't need a lot of debt, but we are building relationships and going there and expect in the future to add capital. So we think emerging markets is a great strategic asset allocation. This region has actually been the most committed to emerging markets. While retail money has come in and out, there's a lot of sophisticated capital here that's been committed for the long haul that I think has served clients well, and I compliment everybody on that. The Global South will be a really important part of it. And within emerging markets, there's 70 countries. There's a lot of plurality to pick from. And I mentioned 2 that aren't on people's radar. So the opportunity set is deep.
So we have our avatar on standby, wanting to ask our panelists a question. Let's listen in.
The Global South's share of world GDP surged from 19% in 1990 to 42% in 2022. Its rise challenges traditional economic power structures, especially those dominated by the global North and West.
It was like a statement.
Yeah.
By the way, apparently these AI bots kind of hallucinate as well. Do you know that? This is kind of the things that... So Adebayo, I want you to jump in here. And by the way, just adding to what our avatar said, the Global South now accounts for 88% of the global population. That is where the growth is. That is where the investments are. You're focused on infrastructure. Tell me what the needs are right now and how you're able to plug those holes.
Well, look, it's very simple. We invest, you said we invested in infrastructure. And I've never been more excited than I am today about the opportunities in the Global South. Why do I say that? Because, look, when you invest, it's much easier to invest where there are tailwinds than where there are headwinds. When the Global South is going 2 or 3 times as fast as the North, you have the economic growth that's providing opportunities for you. But I think what has changed in the last 5, 10 years is the willingness to attract private capital into infrastructure. So we are big investors in Latin America, we're big investors in Mexico, we're big investors in Southeast Asia, we're investing in renewables, we own airports, we own power plants. So if you think about all of the huge trends that are going to drive economic activity over the next 5 years, decarbonization, well, the Global South actually has an excess share of the essential minerals for decarbonization. That creates opportunities. Energy security, again, whether it's the kingdom or Qatar, lots of natural resources that are critical to energy security. Digitization, we had Massa talk about AGI and ASI. The cheapest sources of energy are in the Global South, okay? So that creates an advantage for countries who want to take advantage of it, to build data centers, to power this artificial intelligence and the language models. So I think tremendous opportunities.
So
why wouldn't you be excited?
Let me ask you this. You've spoken about where you're investing, which sectors. Where are you not investing? And I want you to talk about jurisdictions. Which countries in the Global South will you not touch?
Well, there's some that are obvious. You're not going to invest in North Korea, right? We're not investors in, clearly we've never invested in Russia. We're not investors in Russia. We're not investors in Africa, but not because we don't think there are countries that are in Africa that are attractive. The reason we're not is when we invest, we're looking to deploy $1 billion, $2 billion of equity in each investment we make. And so there are not that many large opportunities in Africa. If there were, we would look for opportunities.
By the way, infrastructure deficits every single year in Africa is over $100 billion.
Yep.
I'm sure you'll find some projects there.
Well,
I'm rooting for Africa.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I have my own agenda. Sanjeev, I want you to jump in here. Let's talk about agriculture. We'll come to you. I want to talk about agriculture, and we know in the future, we need arable land, we need food security, we need water, we need to stay warm and cool, obviously, in certain markets. There are certain things that are absolutely fundamental. How important is investment in agriculture and how the Global South can play that role?
I think it's a very important point that you've touched upon, because investment in agriculture in Africa, for example, where it's more than 50% of the arable land of the world, it's not only important for transformation of Africa, because 60% of the workforce is engaged in agriculture, but also for global food security, because food security is becoming a real challenge globally because of climate change. So it's absolutely essential and pivotal to do that. And I think that the good news is that, there are challenges doing it, because first of all, the basics as connectivity, physical infrastructure is minimal, is not there. So you cannot really access and reach the produce to the right places unless physical infrastructure is there. The second is, it's also possible, of course, they have the usual challenges of fragmented land holdings. They have this challenge of the wrong work practices, and soil conditions being very poor, water being inadequate, although there is water available under the ground. So multitude of challenges. So how do you deal with that? I think fortunately, there's a technology leapfrogging that's possible if you take a leaf out of what's happening in India with the public digital infrastructure, the agri-stack and the application layers that businesses are putting in place. I think that's a way to reach the farmers easily. And the other, I think, lesson that we can take out of India is that India also has fragmented land holdings. So how do you kind of organize the farmers in terms of farmer-producer organizations? You get some aggregation to be able to access them. But all these, of course, require investments in physical infrastructure, digital infrastructure, capacity building. So, and in some of the most challenged countries, these issues the resources are not there. And there are also debt issues. So I think, it's during the last G20, India's presidency, I think two important things happened there. One is that European Union was incorporated within G20. I think getting a seat at the table hopefully will enable engagement to find creative solutions to some of these issues.
You mean African Union?
Sorry?
The African Union.
African Union, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Apologize for that.
Yeah, but it's really important, because having the AU, by the way, look how long it took for the AU to have a seat at the table.
Yeah, and the other important development was that there was this whole agenda about reforming multilateral development institutions.
Yeah.
Both in terms of balance sheets and also how they would lend from things like blended financing, and particularly in some of the economies that are under stress right now, how do you kind of create instruments to de-risk investments? Because ultimately, private capital will go where risks and rewards are commensurate. Otherwise, it's not going to go.
Yeah.
And private capital does need to go.
All right, I'm cognizant of time, so let's keep it short and sweet so we can get through another round of questions. Ricardo, I know that you are, and actually you corrected me backstage because I said you really like crypto, and you said, no, actually, it's Bitcoin. Only Bitcoin. Yeah. The reason that is significant is because we keep talking about the dollar being the dominant currency. Me coming from Africa, I know the difficulty in cross-border payments, always having to go through the US dollar. I just wonder about the current payment system we're seeing globally and whether that is going to change, whether the dominance of the dollar might change going forward. Keeping in mind we are in Saudi and the petrodollars, the historical part of it.
We're obviously getting to the end of the dollar dominance era, because they are debasing the currency at such a rate that it's not going to last too long. And that's why people like me who look at Bitcoin as a solid unit of value, of a store of value, is so important for us. Also, it's a system that is not subject to retaliatory measures that will leave you with nothing if you step on the wrong toes, So that's just one example of innovation that drives growth. I'm an entrepreneur.
And a solution for the Global South, would you say?
Well, one of the main problems of the Global South, I would say, is this terrible currency system that we have, which mostly is pegged to the dollar, but that occasionally gets even more abused than the dollar. And we have cases like Venezuela, Argentina, Cuba, and we can go on Zimbabwe, and we can go on and on and on about how currency has been debased. And that is a huge drag on growth because it decapitalizes everybody. It makes everybody poor. You know, I know firsthand when I started working in my group 40 years ago, when I founded it, our exchange rate in Mexico was 3-to-1, and that was 20-to-1, 20-to-1. And today, 42 years later, it's still 20-to-1, but 20,000 because they took out 3 companies. Right? So that's what I lived through, from 20 to 20,000.
Wow.
And I survived, so I'm pretty good at that.
You did. I have to tell you about me holding a $1 trillion Zimbabwean note, by the way, so I know all about inflation. I want to go to our avatar. We have a question. Yes, ma'am.
Despite its dominance, the US dollar's share of global currency reserves has declined from 70% in 2000 to 58% in 2022, suggesting a gradual erosion of its hegemony in international finance. Do the panelists think this trend will continue?
Ahmed.
I think there'll be more collaboration.
Yeah.
I think, people should not take it against the people who want to be part of BRICS. I think it's just another group. I think they will collaborate with other people. The dollar has a chance. I think other currencies should have a chance. Bitcoin should have a chance. But then let's take us back to the dominance.
But should it be the reserve currency of the world, and how does that affect the global south?
I don't know if that's relevant anymore. I don't know if the reserve currency of if you are printing this reserve currency of the world, is this the thing we want, really?
Paul?
It seems to me that, countries around the world try to manage their foreign exchanges when it comes to trading and trade settlement. And in that sense, a lot of jurisdictions want to trade in their own currency. So the challenge is how to create a system to take care of that. Say, for example, Hong Kong, along with Saudi Arabia and a few other jurisdictions, we have Enbridge projects facilitating trade settlements. Trading transactions denominated in their own local currency. And through digitalization, this can be settled by using their own currency. And this is gaining increasing confidence and increasing interest. And this is a project, I think, worth pushing forward for the good of everybody. If I may, I want to go back a little to the earlier question. I think the question you earlier asked, which jurisdiction one may exclude from investing, may not be the best question to ask, because it is always a question of risk and return. So it is very much depending also on the focus of investments of the fund or the appetite or focus of the specific investor. So the more relevant question perhaps should be which particular theme of investment in the coming decade and which are the geographic areas or jurisdictions one would be more interested to cast their investments. And I would argue that digitalization and green must be the theme for the coming years, particularly climate-related investments. There are tremendous gaps, and this would be very rewarding investments for global investors. The question is how to make sure those investments are going to the right projects and including green transition rather than facilitating greenwashing. So I think international understanding and cooperation on the proper green standards, proper reporting standards are important. And we in Hong Kong are contributing on that. And aside from that must be digitalization. FinTech, for example, in financial services. The Enbridge project I mentioned is just one example. There are a lot that can be done to make financial services more accessible, more inclusive, so that everyone can enjoy the benefit of the advance in financial services. I think that is the next question that we have to address, particularly to the relatively developing countries.
And it's such an important point that you make, Paul, because at the end of the day, a lot of the global south and actually emerging markets have not industrialized fully yet, and that's going to be a burden on what we talk about in terms of climate change agenda. How can we leapfrog certain technologies? So to end off, we've got a few minutes left. I'm going to go through everyone, and then Mohammed, I'm ending with you because I have an important question. I'm not letting go what you said earlier about the Roman times. Ricardo.
I'm sure the people in Silicon Valley have better solutions on how this democracy should work.
Yeah.
And we don't end up with failing Europe. And soon, I hope, not failing USA. I mean, it's like, can you provide security for my expensive neighborhood where I pay a lot of taxes? Like, what can we do?
Wait, I know, it's okay, you've got a few minutes to think about that. Ricardo, I want to start with you. The most exciting technologies and investments that you're looking at right now, that Mexico is focused on right now, and then we're going to go through to all the other delegates.
Well, I could go on and on about technology, but I want to go back to jurisdiction because I think it is critically important to have the right jurisdiction. I mean, as a businessman, you work hard to make your capital, and then you want to look at where you're going to invest it, and you don't want to be expropriated or deposed of your capital somehow. So jurisdiction is critically important.
So you need stability and you need democracy?
Yes. So my country, for example, Mexico, we were a one-party state for 85 years. In the year 2000, we elected the first opposition president and became democratic.
Yeah.
So we had a huge, disappointment because nothing happened and everything continued the same. And now we just had an election and we're back to the one-party state. There you have it.
It's interesting, yes.
And now it's even worse because now it's a democratic tyranny where the majority dictates on top of the minority.
You know what I've learned is actually for the Global South to really propel and reach its ambitions and its targets is that policy continuity and stability is needed. It doesn't matter under which, what you name the politics, frankly, and I think that's important. Very quickly, Sanjeev, let me know what you're thinking.
Well, that's absolutely right. And if you look at the examples of where investments and progress has been good, it's been on account of good policies and stability in policies for sure. But I just also want to make a comment on this whole business about where to invest on technology. I think from a global south perspective, particularly countries that have not progressed enough, I think investment on public digital infrastructure is what is fundamental. If we look at the UPI system in India, and that's also being used for cross-border movements now, the transactions are more than the rest of the world together. That's how deep it has gone. And it's very economical. I think those are the kind of investments are very, very pivotal for Global South.
Adebayo, 30 seconds.
Look, what else do you expect me to say about infrastructure? Look at the major trends. Digitization, energy security, decarbonization, supply chain rearrangement. All are going to require huge amounts of capital investment. All are going to require huge amounts of
investment. But you need policy continuity.
Policy continuity is a given, okay? It's a given. Those are table stakes for investments. But those are the areas where I think are the most exciting.
Katie.
Yes.
Well, I'm still kind of digesting the comment that the U.S. could no longer be the reserve currency. I think that might be one of the most important things set up here, or things to think about for people in this room. Because it's an exorbitant privilege to be the world's reserve currency. And if someone's going to challenge it, and we thought for a while it would be some of the BRIC economies, you said at the outset, that hasn't happened yet. Maybe it is Bitcoin. But I have to tell you, as someone who manages a lot of treasuries, it's making me reflect on that being quite dislocating. The U.S. actually is running itself more like an emerging market. We lecture the world about a lot of things.
Republic like we used to be.
100 with 6% current account deficit as a percentage of GDP, which we grew during the period of economic expansion. Yeah. We are writing checks that we can't cash. All these things that we lectured emerging economies about, sent them to the IMF for, we're doing ourselves now. We call that an economic miracle. In France, they're calling that, they're in a fiscal crisis. So I think that's a very interesting comment. I don't know how it will play out in the bond market, but maybe that's why Treasury yields are rising now despite the Fed cutting rates, because that is a possibility that people think could be threatened and the deficit's not sustainable.
You see that timer? Before I could go over, but now we've got an avatar that's going to stop me. So I'm going to steal 1 minute, Sophie. I hope you don't mind. Okay, Paul.
Yeah,
quickly.
thank you. Yeah. I'm kind of principle-based when it comes to decision-making. So in the choice of jurisdiction, I gather that what we are really looking at is an area with safe, stable environment, and government policy being consistent, transparent, and predictable. And applying this principle, I think in Global South, there are still a lot of jurisdictions we can deploy our capital. Even for those with less satisfactory environment, I think it is up to us to structure the deal so as to address and mitigate the concern, so that the investment is not just for financial return, it also be good for social impact for those jurisdictions that we are investing in, creating more value than just financial returns.
Mohammed, I'm giving you the last word.
Yeah, well, you know, I keep telling you Silicon Valley. I really believe that to solve democracy, I think AI should select the right person to rule in every country. And with my respect, to the US Constitution, you know, this US Constitution is such an old-fashioned, written, 300, 400 years ago. Like, I update my phone every 3 weeks. This is Constitution.
But look at how it works. I mean, we've seen how much growth because of
why
democracy.
is this thing so old? But I want to say one thing. I think AI knows how often you call your mom, knows if you pay your debt or not, you know what you do on Facebook, knows what you do on YouTube, knows what books you read, knows how good you are to your wife and your children, knows if you pay your loan on time, and say, this girl is the greatest president, forget about everything. The rest is all window dressing. It's all a show, right? All these marketing, it's a show.
Okay, Sophie's going to come out and shout at us for going over time, but Mohammed, what a way to end this panel. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for injecting energy into this. Ladies and gentlemen, my fantastic Global South panel, thank you so much. I'd like to welcome the one and only Richard Grest back on stage. Please come through.
Hello.
I see you at IMF.
Very nice to see you. Very good to see you. Very good to see you. What's that?
I don't know.
All right.
Oh, shit. Thank you. We need men to protect us for this because...
Choose your seat, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Will public or private markets shape the future of global investment? Now, before we discuss this, we have to be very careful, because I know the panelists are all going to devolve to the lowest common denominator. Will public or private markets shape the future of global investment? You're all going to say, no, it's not one, it's the other. We need both. We need a bit of, aren't you?
Probably.
Aren't you? Mary, you're CEO of Asset and Wealth Management at JP Morgan. That's what you're going to tell me. It's not one, it's not the other, it's both.
But it is.
Well, then we'll just go back and have a cup of tea. What's the challenge with that? By the way, we've also got Roger Crandall of MassMutual, Bill Ford of General Atlantic, Dame Julia Hoggett of the London Stock Exchange, Julia. We have Ken Moelis of Moelis & Co. and Carlson Tong, the chairman of the Hong Kong Exchanges, Hong Kong. So, accepting that you're all going to tell me it's a bit of both, let's start with where you think the primary investment opportunity lies.
Well, the primary investment opportunity, as we all know, is still the public markets. And that's the most liquid, deepest access to companies all around the world. But just let's ground ourselves in what's happened to the US public markets as a for instance. There used to be 7,300 public companies back at the height in 1996, and today there's 4,300. So we've dropped by 40% over the course of 30 years. In the meantime, private equity has grown sixfold over the course of 20 years, and private credit has grown fivefold in the course of just 10 years. So you have a complete shift in the things that are available to invest in. And the question is, do you have access to invest in those markets? Is it appropriate for you to invest in those markets?
And can you sustain any periods of illiquidity, because you're sacrificing liquidity in order to get access to these markets, which can provide great returns if done in the right hands, but you have to make sure you can weather through those times.
When you look at that, Bill, that number, that dramatic shift in the reduction of number of public companies, what do you take from it?
I think it's concerning because it is the primary source of opportunity for investors is to be in the public markets, despite the growth in the private markets. But just, I wanted to pick on one thing that Mary said that I think is important, is this point about liquidity, illiquidity. The public markets offer liquidity, and that's why we need it, and investors need it. And the private markets need to offer excess return or alpha to justify the illiquidity that they have. And we've always thought you need 400, 500, 600 basis points of premium performance to justify the illiquidity in the private markets. And that's what we've tried to do. I think the asset class has delivered that, and that's why, as Mary said, we've seen significant growth. But we absolutely need a public market because it's not a replacement for it, the private markets.
So what is the difference, in your view, in the duties that each provides?
Well, I think in the case of private markets, it's really what generates alpha. And I think it comes from industry insight, deal acumen, company building skills. And it's the firms in that area that have to apply those skills and get them ready to be public companies on the London Stock Exchange, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, and then be available to a broader set of investors, institutions and retail investors. So that's really the job of the private markets.
Well, I want to say, first of all, I went public 10 years ago. I was a private company. Probably this, we were talking about it before. I said this is probably the single greatest day of my life. There's nothing that demonstrates capitalism like watching your stock open on the New York Stock Exchange, liquidity. I brought my family, my kids. It was the greatest day in their lives. So I just, all the entrepreneurs out here are thinking about it and are being told it's terrible. It's fantastic, number one. But number two, what's happened that Mary was talking about, we have all these agencies now that are trying to tell you how to run your company. ISS tells me who I can have on my board. So there's how I can get compensated. You have to go to consultants. So you go private and you have all this dynamic opportunity. I think that we've regulated the public market out of existence, 7,000 down to 4,000, because who wants ISS telling you who your directors should be and what age they have to be and what your disclosure has to be. I think I have a mine safety disclosure. We're an investment bank. I have to disclose our mine safety procedures. It's not really relevant, I mean, for those who ever worked in an investment bank. So these outside influences that are over-regulating the public markets are squeezing the life out of them.
So you haven't decided to go private?
The trouble is I love being public. It is...
Why?
Why? Instant access to liquidity. The markets, by the way, if you're running a company, I think the market speaks to you. You don't have to listen to it every day, but it'll tell you whether they like what you're doing and they don't like what you're doing. And by the way, as a group, they're smart. The general market has an influence, and they'll let you know whether they think you're on the right track. And it's good information to have. It's really, I think it's good input.
So we've only been private for 173 years, and we're owned by our policyholders. And I have no interest in going public whatsoever.
How often does the debate come up?
Zero, right? Because the alignment of interests with the long-term nature of our policyholders is so great compared to stockholders who may have a short-term desire. 0.5% of extra interest in our bond portfolio by investing in liquid private bonds is worth 40% more in accumulated value after someone's lifetime. Mm-hmm. That's a great thing, and we can do that because we're matching illiquid assets with illiquid liabilities. So there's a place for private companies for the long term as well, and from an investment perspective, a lot of lending is done by private companies. So we're largely talking about this in the context of equities, and I agree being public is great. And I think the ability for ordinary people to own the greatest companies in the world in small amounts is an amazing triumph of capitalism. But we love being a private company for the long term.
But Bill needs both. Bill needs to be able to find the private company and then be able to take it public in the public markets for liquidity.
Right, so we have beaten up on both of you, or at least they have. You're old-fashioned, you're sclerotic, you're over-regulated, and there's far too much. Julia, Why are they
Come to
wrong?
me with that, thank you.
Well, we'll come to you next. But
No.
Julia, why are they wrong?
Well, I think that there are certain points I absolutely agree with Ken on, actually, which is we've had a mindset, I think, in the UK that we have sought to so protect people from the downside that we haven't exposed them to the upside. And one of the challenges in regulating kind of one regulation for every different investment scenario is that you wind up everybody being in the same bucket or being constrained by the same things. The simple reality is that we need a world, and I'm afraid it is answering both sides of your question, that enables private companies to thrive and that entrepreneurship and that curation and that company building to happen, and to happen in the way that is the best to coach a CEO as to how to build a consequential company. But we then need to make sure they've got numerous courses of exit. Now, one of the things I care about, I chair a task force for the UK that has a very simple vision statement. How do we create the best possible environment in the UK for great companies to start here, grow here, scale here, and stay here? Now, to do that, you need private and public. We have incentivized all of our institutions to buy public and less incentivized them to buy private, which is why, I mean, Bill's had great pickings, but it's why we've not had as much of our private money coming in. In order to actually solve that, you need to think differently about the problem statement. It isn't about, I think, CEOs of exchanges going, boo, hiss, private markets are bad. What we've done at the London Stock Exchange is set ourselves a very simple target. We want to be the first exchange in the world that is genuinely indifferent as to whether a company is public or private.
You want to be?
Mm-hmm.
So you're not yet?
Well, I need the regulation to go through in the summer of next year.
Oh, the regulation. We'll come to you just one second. Yes, sir. She's going to be the first, by the way.
All right. Oh, good. Now, being the chairman of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, which is the public market in Hong Kong, you will think that I'm slightly biased. I'll be forgiven to be slightly biased towards public markets, right?
Well, I would hope so, since you're running one.
Yes, that's right. And I think you probably have to ask yourself, why is that the private markets has grown so much? I think it's the low interest rate environment, the abundance of liquidity, and also the desire to seek high return. I think those are the major reasons why the private markets has gone so strong. But let's look at what are the difference between the private market and the public market. The public market has got far more stakeholders. So I think the public markets have to answer to regulators, to shareholders, to community, to employees. So that's a big difference between the two.
But yes and no. Yes, go ahead.
No, I just was going to jump in because that's exactly right. But the reality is that if you don't have to look at your portfolio every day, every hour, because you're not in need of making a decision of needing liquidity, you're much better off in private equity holdings or private credit holdings that don't have day-to-day mark-to-market values. You will make better long-term decisions.
When you say you will make...
You, the investor.
Right, but what sort of investor? Are we talking institutional, pension fund? Are you talking...
Today, it's everybody. Today, it's everybody. We have a term called AIQP, okay, which allows smaller investors to be able to invest in private equity, private credit, anything private. That rule was established back in the 1980s, and it said you had to have $200,000 US dollars of income or $1 million of net worth. That rule hasn't changed since the 80s. Inflation adjusted, that's now a $3 million, $500,000, but that hasn't changed. So all you need is the $200,000 in income and $1 million in net worth, and you can access these markets, which will probably allow you to make better long-term decisions for a portion of your portfolio that you shouldn't have to want to sell every day.
How many of your your clients would you say take advantage of investing in?
Well, we try and get as many as possible who can sustain the fact that they can't have access to 100% of their portfolio on a daily basis if they don't need it, because it's better for them long term.
What sort of differential of gains have you seen between those investments?
Well, it's what Bill said. First, you take away the liquidity premium you're paying.
Right.
So call that 100 basis points, 200 basis points, depends on the market. And then you find someone in this room who will manage your private investments in a very smart way, and they will add alpha, and it can be 200 basis points in a bad year, it can be 500 basis points in a good year, and now you're talking real compounded returns, and that's why the stakeholders at the end of the insurance policies are getting so much more in their balances, which allows them to retire better. And that's, at the end of the day, every asset manager's goal is to make sure that the end amount of money that the person has is better with them than had it been done on their own, which people usually make human decisions and they tend to sell at the wrong time and buy at the wrong time.
Surely not.
Oftentimes.
I find that hard to believe.
I just want to tie something that Mary said to what Ken said, and that we've watched over many, many years, which is the 7,000 companies to 4,000. I think it is tied to overregulation. It's why companies are choosing not to go public, and they're waiting to a much higher level of valuation to go public. And now that opens up the private markets for us. We've got more opportunity to invest in high-quality private companies because they're waiting longer to go public. We still want and need the public markets because we need to deliver liquidity ultimately for our investors, Mary's clients, but they're waiting a lot longer to get there because of, again, the regulatory point.
Yeah. And look, this is the rationale for the strategic reset that we've taken at the exchange. But I think it is an important thing. When you're looking at that delta of 7,000 to 4,000, the public markets have to ask themselves that question. They have to ask themselves, what have they done when they had all of that right ingredients, all the ingredients Ken was going into, and they still have a huge number of them. But I think the question is, the public markets have to look at themselves and go, what is my value?
That's you.
Well, I don't write most of the regulations for most of the public markets, but that's exactly what we are doing in the UK. So we're looking at everything from our listing rules, the demands on corporate governance, the demands on disclosure, the risk appetite in the country, and the creation of a crossover market. We're looking at all of those things to look at that reset. And I think it's an important debate to have. It sounds like an unusual thing for the CEO of an exchange to say, but I think we have to look at ourselves and say the world and the global economy works best when you have a very synchronistic relationship between the private and public markets. Each play their part, but the public markets have to make sure they are something that can take and are attractive to those private companies that Bill's curating.
I think what you have to ask yourself is that what's the purpose of the market? Is it just shareholders' return? Or should we consider other societal benefits? Because the market is obviously to allow companies to have access to funding, to market valuation, to liquidity. But I mean, I would like to ask, does CEO have a greater responsibility more than shareholders' return?
So, hang on, you've taken us down a road, which is a little... what would you suggest is the wider societal role of the public market outside of the narrow definition of the liquidity raising of companies?
That's correct.
So what is it?
What is it? It's inclusiveness,
of
diversity.
What? Well, hang on, of what?
Roger said it before. It actually reinforces capitalism because when the public sees companies go from inception to growth, being public, and then the wide public being able to participate in that growth. Think Apple over 40 years of being public. The public's been able to participate in that. That reinforces the whole notion of free markets.
And Mary made the point, actually. It's a democratizing force. You know, the best way is people feel that they've got a stake, whether it's in your 401k or in a pension in the UK or wherever else, you've got a stake in the success in society. The definition in the US means that in private company investment, you don't quite yet for everybody.
Okay, so before I come to you again, I am old enough to remember Sid.
Yes, so am I.
Right? There'll be a couple of people here who will remember. Sid was part of the UK's privatisation in the 1980s under the Thatcher government. And I was British Telecom, I believe, that started it.
Tell Sid. British Gas and British Telecom, yeah.
Right. Sid was the one who was going to be there.
Psst, pass it along, tell Sid about buying these shares.
That's right. Now, that was the way, that was the way in which supposedly there was going to be the democratisation of shareholding in the UK. Did it work?
Well, I'll make possibly a Ken point again. I'm not calling them all regulation points Ken points, but Telsid would be illegal under the financial promotions regime in the UK nowadays. So that tells you something about how far we've come. I actually do think, yes, it had a big impact on giving people a sense that they could have a stake in companies. In certain jurisdictions, we have actually made it harder and harder for retail to participate in our markets. We've made it easier for them to access cryptocurrencies and harder for them to access things that are actually real economic assets. And so that is a question about how we make sure regulators get the balance right.
So you were saying about democratization. I think the big thing that's going on between public to private is credit. And It's the undemocratization of risk that's happening, and I think that's very good for society. So what the regulators have learned in the SVB, Credit Suisse, is that there already was $22 trillion of private credit. It was just called bank debt. But it was financed in the most ridiculous way. You had 5-year loans, and what we found out is we had 5-second liquidity. That's a bad system. You can remove your money in 5 seconds, and the bank had 5-year loans. And the intermediary of that, helping to leverage it 10 to 1, was the taxpayer, was the guarantee on FDIC deposits. This is what's leading to the boom in private credit, which is really the capital that you're talking about, is that if you could take this capital off of bank balance sheets, risky capital, take the taxpayer out of guaranteeing bad decision-making, which, by the way, seems to recur. It does not seem to be just Lehman and Bear. It seems to happen every 10 years. You find out that somebody's made horrific loans.
Well, S&L crisis, we've all been,
So the rise of private credit is an unbelievably good thing for markets, for societies. The individual now who makes the loan, maybe they're one-to-one leverage, but if an institution loses their money, fine. Get the taxpayer out of it, and I think you'll have a much better society.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. I think that public markets and private markets can coexist, and they need to compete with each other, because I think public companies can learn to improve themselves as well. And then I think regulators can learn from it, because I think there is a risk that you might overregulate, and that's important.
Is there a feeling, Mary, that when it comes to private markets, even though pension funds and the like access in a sense, but there's a feeling with private equity, JV, all of these private things that the ordinary person's left out, that somehow it is those with money having access to those opportunities and funds, and guess what? They're all at it again.
That is how it used to be. It's changing. And the good news is that we have all these things that are providing more access for people to be able to put this in mutual funds. We can now put privates in up to 10% of mutual funds. We have evergreen funds that we can do, and now we're even starting to put them in ETFs, which are daily traded ETFs. And if we get what you're trying to do, which is be able to more liquefy the private markets on the LSE as a for instance, now you really bridge that gap where almost anyone can have that access.
That access, Roger, is crucial in a sense, because if the markets, public or private, are going to enjoy, for want of a better word, societal support, there has to be a feeling of entrance.
Yeah. So look, as the fixed income guy here who's kind of doing the lending, I kind of want to point out that the capital getting from all around the world to bring to companies, in many cases smaller and mid-sized companies that have been the driver of job growth, for example, in the United States and around the world, is a very positive thing. And that incremental yield that starts with an institutional investor getting access to significant information. I have much more information about my private portfolio than I do about my public portfolio on the debt side, right? Because I can actually get monthly financials. I can talk to management. Might have covenants that provide protections, but also help us monitor the business. That gets passed through to someone who's buying a $50,000 annuity at a JP Morgan branch, in New York, right? And gets them a higher yield. And that higher yield allows them to ultimately accumulate more money. So it's a very virtuous kind of cycle here. Again, I think when we talk about this, it's really important to remember that most lending is actually private lending. And this breadth of capital coming to these private markets actually makes a more resilient financial system, and that is a real positive.
But does Sid believe that Sid is getting a fair crack at the whip, or that though Sid being the individual investor, who always feels, I mean, even, let's forget day traders and momentum trading and all that, just the ordinary person who sees their portfolio not going up by as much.
Boys, who's an investor in your life insurance?
again, our 7 million policyholders
they're
are
in.
very much ordinary folks.
They're
And
in.
again, today, through a variety of things, whether it's a perpetual interval fund that's offered to accredited investors, whether it's a business development company that's publicly traded, whether it's the opportunity, hopefully, to be able to buy smaller lots on an exchange like you're talking about, getting that access is really important. Does everybody feel like they're getting a fair shake? No one ever feels like they're getting a fair shake, right? That's just the way people are, right? But what's happening is we're actually connecting more people, and that's a positive thing.
But I think the way to connect this is going back to Sid till now. It's the great banks and the great insurance companies that have democratized access to private markets.
Right.
When Sid was around back then, you're right, there wasn't ways for the individual investor, even the high net worth investor, to access private market. That's changed dramatically. And again, it's really the banks and the insurance companies that have made that happen.
On the company front, I just want to talk to you, Julie, about this idea, which is relatively new, but you believe is going to become much more, and I was listening this morning to the CEO of Franklin saying the same thing. This idea of public companies moving between public and private and back to public again, depending upon their particular position of development. In the past, when a public company's gone private, we've always thought there was either something weird going on, a rich person's game going on, or it'll all end in tears.
Well, the logic for PISES, which stands for the Private Intermittent Securities and Capital Exchange System Regulation, but the R is silent.
Good, you shortened it.
Yeah, I know. But PISES basically provides the opportunity for a private company to have an auction of their secondary shares at a periodicity of their choosing. So it gives a transparent price formation process for angel and seed investors to get out. It gives the ability for institutions to start following companies prior to the IPO. It gives the ability for VCs and PEs to have another exit strategy that doesn't force a trade sale or an IPO based on their liquidity dynamics, not the strategic dynamics of the company. And it provides the opportunity, if the company wants to provide liquidity for staff. All of it can be done intermediated through advisors and banks and everybody else. So it's using the existing system, the existing pipes and plumbing, but it's designed to resolve the valley of death problem, but also to democratize that. But our view in the UK is the idea that a company could move up that scale or down that scale.
I could make an argument that would say a better solution is that investors grow up and realize that sometimes companies are beyond the quarterly reporting season. I mean, we were talking about this with AI earlier. You know, everyone sort of says NVIDIA gently says, well, it might take a little bit longer than we originally thought. And everybody childishly falls out of bed.
Well, one of my visions, I have to say, for this ability to have a funding continuum is that you have institutional investors having to have that long-term view because they're now holding more of these private companies in their portfolio, seeing what consequential business building looks like through that lens, and learning to have patience in management before they become public. That doesn't mean everybody will, but it is a hope that you could shift that dynamic somewhat.
Is it workable?
Yes. In fact, let me, just where we're sitting. Aramco doing their IPO here, I think it was now 5 years ago, ignited the tidal wall, ignited a capital source for Saudi Arabia. I'm going to say something, but I'm not positive, but they might be the #2 IPO country in the world as of right now. By the way, given the way the US is, I wouldn't doubt that they're #1. But the amount of liquidity for growth, for capital, for families who've had, for family transition, to create growth capital inside the market. And it's on fire, by the way. We're activated, and the fact is you could see the local market wants to invest in regional companies that are doing great, and you can sense the positive reinforcement, the positive circular virtuous cycle going on. And this is what happens when you have an exciting market, high growth, and capital that needs to flow in, and businesses that want the capital for growth.
Ken's exactly right. So JP Morgan is highly involved in most of these IPOs around the world. And there used to be 100 a year. Back in 2021, there was 100 a year. 2022, there was 8. So this year, things are looking a little bit better, but there's only been 33. And we're
what do you attribute that to?
We're almost in November. It's a lot of what we've been talking about. There's stay private longer, if you can. The regulations, the activists, the quarterly obsession, all of that. If all else equal, you are a CEO, stay private a little bit longer until you're ready, as Ken was. He didn't go public right away. He waited until it was institutionalized, it was ready to go, and then you can sustain that. But until then, the markets are readjusting, and there are places like right here, where we're sitting in Saudi Arabia, where there's a lot of activity, and it's in a different generation, and so you're seeing the excitement here, and this is exactly where the shift of focus has become.
What can be done to change the environment then? Start with you.
Well, I want to go right back to the regulatory side, because when I talk to CEOs, particularly of smaller and mid-sized companies, they say the cost of being public is high, and it's too high for the benefits I get. You know, the other is public markets are the crucible where fear and greed run into changing expectations. I love public markets, and I love volatility, because as a predominantly long-term private market investor, that breeds opportunity over time. Right, we just heard how in 2000 the internet bubble burst and companies fell 99%. That was a public market bubble and a crash, but guess what? What came was the best after that. So recognizing that fear and greed are going to be causing these kind of moves, public markets are always going to have these ins and outs. I'm very optimistic that the combination of the US election happening, the Fed ending the raising cycle at the short term of the curve, and reasonable valuations of public markets from both buyer and seller perspective, we could see a lot more activity in the next couple of years.
So as I finish, I have $1 million to give each of you. No, nothing to do with voting or registering. We wouldn't want to fall foul of that, would we?
No.
$1 million. You cannot split it up.
Uh-oh.
Oh, darn.
Oh, do you not think I didn't see that one coming? All right. Bearing in mind our friends from exchanges, I'll allow you to do a percentage. What percentage public, what percentage private? $1 million, what percentage?
Tell me your investment objectives and your liquidity needs. Can't answer the question otherwise.
That's called pleading the fifth.
70-30.
Which way?
70 public and 30 private.
If you get the return, I think liquidity is, if you get the return, why not be liquid? So I'd say you have to demonstrate some excess return to be private, so I'd go mostly public.
I'd say put it on Pisces.
I think it depends on your risk appetite.
Oh, for goodness sake, getting a straightforward answer.
I'm a conservative investor, so I would invest on companies which I think are safer, give high dividend yield, etc.
The answer is exactly these two. Our average institutional pension fund, sovereign wealth fund allocation to privates is about 10 to 12%, and our large family office and ultra high net worth client is somewhere in the 30 to 35% range. Those are the two answers.
Ladies and gentlemen, practical advice from the best, our panel.
Thank you very much.
It's so fun.
It's always such a pleasure to watch you, Richard, so thank you very much. Really enthralling, exhilarating, and interesting discussion, and perhaps some questions there that also would want to beg to be explored a lot more. So thank you to Richard and his panel. And now I would like to ask you to please give a very special, warm welcome to His Excellency, Dr. Mustafa Madbouli, the Prime Minister of the Arab Republic of Egypt.
حد اصلا مفيش حد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, Your Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Chairman of the Ministers' Council, Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear attendees, it is my pleasure in the beginning to communicate the heartfelt gratitude and thankfulness of President Assisi to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman. I'd like to express my thankfulness and gratitude for the kind invitation to attend the 8th edition of the Future Investment Initiative to communicate my speech on behalf of the President of the Egyptian Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt. I'd like to seize the opportunity to express my gratitude and to congratulate you for the success of this initiative over the last few years in terms of attracting investments and shedding the light on the different efforts of development in Saudi Arabia in light of the realization of the targets and goals of the Saudi Vision 2030 that I personally am keen on following the achievements of its programs based on the oneness and the unity of the goal and destination of Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Dear attendees, this is an infinite horizon. Invest today, shape future. This expresses the important quality of the working opportunities that Saudi government is providing for the next generation, despite of the different risks and challenges based on the escalation that is happening in the Middle East and the polarization and instability in the region, in addition to what the world witnesses in terms of the difficult challenges that are facing all of us in terms of achieving sustainable development. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic and the scarcity of water and other food security issues. Despite of these challenges, Egypt is persistent on taking steady, fast steps to achieve prosperity for our country. In this light, Egypt is working relentlessly under the wise leadership of President Assisi on different pillars and themes. For example, enhancing the role of the private sector. Egypt gives more attention and more roles for the private sector in leading economic development and in achieving our national plans. The Egyptian government recently took various serious, ambitious steps in order to improve the environment and the climate of investment and to help investors overcome any obstacles. One of the most important steps is to provide a maximum limit for public investments, to provide more opportunities for private investments, and also in order to stabilize the currency and the exchange rate, and also to continue with the government programs in the light of the government ownership programs, in addition to new investment opportunity that will simplify the taxes policies and unify the different tax collection revenues, and also a lot of reforms, including the new program for supporting exports, in addition to launching a new national strategy for industry that will aim at improving and creating new growth in national industry by attracting new opportunities and new investments in industries like EV industries. Secondly, the energy sector. There is no doubt that sustainable development of the future depends on energy, especially in light of the gap between the currently available energy sources and the needs and the demand for energy from the other side. That's why Egypt is working on enhancing sources of energy, enhancing and promoting its efficiency to be a hub for exporting energy by enhancing direct investments in this important sector, in addition to creating partnerships with our friend and sister countries, especially in the field of renewable and new energies. In this realms, it is my pleasure to be here to witness what is happening currently in terms of partnership between Egypt and Saudi Arabia in the fields, in the related fields related to energy and diversification of energy sources. It is worthy to be mentioned the electricity connection project between Egypt and Saudi Arabia that aims at producing more than 3,000 megawatts in 2 phases. Secondly, transportation and urban distribution program and urban development program. Egypt recently injected huge amount of money to build new cities and smart cities and to develop transportation and ports and all related projects in all of the country in line with the ambitious plans that we have in Egypt to benefit and to maximize our benefit from our strategic location. In this light, Egypt built more than 20 new cities, like the new administrational city and Al Alamein new city, that all of them follow the sustainable standards and technological advancement standards. We also established and created a new strategy for transportation to uplift the infrastructure for transportation by establishing and renewing and overhauling the river, sea, and maritime transportation and new roads network. And we started the new strategic roadmap for maritime transportation. We have cooperation between Egypt and Saudi Arabia in the field of connecting our ports and linking our ports in order to be a regional hub for logistic transportation and supply chains. Fourth, telecommunications and IT, especially AI. It is no secret that fields of telecommunication and IT and its developments, including AI, have become the top priority for the fields that are motivating investments and industrial growth. This urged the government of Egypt to take quick steps in order to support this sector, which has become the fastest growing sector in Egypt. We are also in Egypt working on creating new projects in light of the Egypt digital platform to integrate telecommunication and IT technologies in all of the fields. It is also important for us to take care of our human factors in our development in order to consider it the main pillar for our strategy for developing information technology sector in line with the development of the infrastructure in Egypt, in addition to adding the factors of technology and digital in the precious life or the Al-Hayah Karima project in Egypt in order to have a life with dignity by providing fiber optics connections to villages to provide millions of Egyptians, about 50% of the population of Egypt, with this service. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that there is close connection between economy, investments, and growth from one side, peace, stability, and security from the other side, which makes the Middle East region, which is full of conflicts and increasing difficulties, facing a lot of complicated threats. For example, the Israeli assault against our brothers in Gaza and the Western Bank, and also went through to include Lebanon in the last few weeks. Egypt and Saudi Arabia in these circumstances are the main pillars for stability and security in the region. There is no doubt that within this important circumstances that we are going through in the Middle East, taking in consideration the matching between the visions of the two countries regarding the seriousness of the current situation and the importance of ceasing fire and being important to avoid a comprehensive war that will be negatively affecting everyone without exceptions. In this light, I'd like to reiterate again that that the security of GCC countries is an integral part of the national security of Egypt, and achieving security, peace, and the feasible environment for welfare and economic prosperity in the Middle East or the world is closely connected to fair peace and just comprehensive peace in the region by establishing an independent Palestinian state with Eastern Jerusalem and its capital, according to the resolution of the international community. I also would like to express my gratitude for and cherishing the strategic partnership between Egypt and Saudi Arabia on all of the levels, which reflects the historical relations between the two countries and the two peoples. And I would like also to thank and to congratulate Saudi Arabia and commend them under the wise leadership of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince and the chair of the Council of Ministers because of their wise leadership to a lot of developments in all fields. And I'd like to affirm that Egypt is ready to partner in support of the vision. And I'd like to announce that Saudi Arabia is signing the agreement of encouraging the development of projects between the two countries and the creation of the Coordination Supreme Council between the two countries to enhance our investment partnership for higher levels. In conclusion, I would like to express my thankfulness and gratitude for the custody of the two holy mosques and for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia and the chair of the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia. And I hope that your contributions in the coming 2 days, providing more ideas, specific ideas for pushing limits of development and sustainability forward and achieving more peace and welfare for the Middle East and the whole world. Thank you very much, and peace be upon you all.
Your Excellency, thank you
أصحاب المعالي.
very much for joining us. And please, if I could ask you just to show your appreciation once again. Thank you. And in keeping with your appreciation, please put your hands together and welcome warmly His Excellency Muhammad Shahbaz Sharif, the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. I would like to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to custodian of the two holy mosques, His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and to His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for their remarkable vision and foresight in convening this important gathering of world leaders, experts, and civil society to address issues shaping future of the world. I stand here in Riyadh, a city that has evolved from a desert oasis into a global metropolis, and I'm inspired by a vision that resonates beyond borders, a vision of limitless possibilities where the choices we make today set the course for a future we dream of. Ladies and gentlemen, I am elated to share that Pakistan too is on a transformative journey, a journey of resilience, sacrifice, and a relentless pursuit of stability and growth. Since assuming office in March this year, the progress and prosperity of my people has been my government's laser focus. Through the commitment of our people and valuable support of our partners like our brotherly country, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have restored macroeconomic stability and are now ready to enter a period of sustained growth and progress. This journey is not just ours. It's a call to our friends across the world because together we are stronger. Together we can shape a future defined by innovation, prosperity, and progress. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is blessed with something truly precious, that is our youth, Shabab. Our young generation is our promise to tomorrow, talented, resilient, and armed with untiring spirit, they are now ready to take on the emerging challenges. Inspired by Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, championed by my very dear brother, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, we share a common mission and invest in our youth to shape the future. In this pursuit, it is not just our responsibility, it is our persistent endeavor to empower our youth with quality education, digital inclusivity, and the cross-cutting tools that need to thrive in a rapidly evolving world. Pakistan is laying foundation for a knowledge-based economy driven by innovation in three pivotal domains: artificial intelligence, education, and health, in which we look forward to forging useful partnerships. My dear friends, artificial intelligence is more than a trend. It is a force revolutionizing economies, societies, and industries. At this critical juncture, Pakistan is not just embracing artificial intelligence, we are committed to excelling in it. Our mission is clear, and it is to encourage young minds to redefine the boundaries of AI, training skilled engineers and data scientists as the backbone of Pakistan's AI growth, and equipping our workforce to harness the power of AI across industries. Along with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and like-minded global partners, Pakistan envisions artificial intelligence as a force for good and free from biases. In agriculture, climate resilience, and the fight against misinformation, we can unleash AI's potential not merely to compete, but to uplift and empower. Esteemed delegates, our aspirations in AI and beyond are deeply rooted in a solid educational foundation. Through educational reforms, vocational trainings, and digital literacy, we aim to build a skilled, tech-savvy generation. Projects like Danish School, that is Intellect Schools, and the Education Endowment Fund in Pakistan that my government steered made quality education accessible to those who once saw it as an unattainable dream. Alhamdulillah, their dream has come true. Today, these young graduates aren't just students, they are great builders of tomorrow as doctors, engineers, and innovators. They are pioneers driving progress and uplifting their communities, a testament to the transformative power of accessible education. Their success stories reinforce my belief that education is a true equalizer and a game changer for individuals and nations alike. Distinguished guests, health is the cornerstone of human advancement, and Pakistan's healthcare sector is home to over 275,000 registered doctors, with our youth pioneering new health tech solutions. With advancements in healthcare standards, we envision a future where our doctors and scientists collaborate across borders for a healthier tomorrow. Imagine the impact of pooling resources in areas like genome sequencing and personalized medicine. With such collaborations, we can redefine the whole healthcare system. Our institutions in Pakistan, like King Edward Medical College, NUST, and Aga Khan University, hold immense potential for breakthroughs in diagnostics, treatment, and disease prevention. At Pakistan Kidney and Liver Institute Research Center, a center of excellence in specialized care and research, we are unrelenting in our commitment to providing state-of-the-art medical services to our people, which contributes to building a healthier, more resilient society. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look forward, these infinite horizons and unpack our potential, one truth becomes abundantly clear, and that is the future of human advancement doesn't lie in isolation. It lies in collaboration, in working together for win-win outcomes. No nation can overcome today's challenges alone, and no single country can harness the potential of tomorrow without the support of others. Pakistan stands ready to join those countries who dare to dream big. It is my pleasure and honor to invite you to invest in Pakistan, to bring your expertise and experience to our country as we build a future rooted in resilience and shared prosperity. As Pakistan and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia move towards new realms of possibility, from our shared heritage to the frontiers of innovation, may this partnership shine as a beacon for all. Before I finish, ladies and gentlemen, this dream will never be fulfilled, come to its certainty and transformed into action unless peace is restored in Gaza and bloodshed is immediately stopped over there. Without that, world will not progress and will not prosper. Let this be our legacy, a commitment to our vision and transcend borders, embraces boundless potential and inspires generations to come. I thank you. God bless you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. And once again, can you demonstrate your appreciation for His Excellency's remarks? Thank you. And I know that, at this time of the day, for most people, energy flags a little bit, but no need to worry. I think this next session you're going to thoroughly enjoy. So please, a very, very warm welcome to Dr. Peter Diamandis, founder and executive chairman of the X Prize Foundation. Peter?
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for a fun conversation with a very special guest and someone I'm proud to call a friend. Welcome, Elon Musk. Elon, welcome to Riyadh. It's been quite an incredible 90 days for you, my friend. XAI Colossus came online 122 days. You're about to double in size again. The extraordinary success of the 5th mission of Starship and the booster capture, amazing. The launch of Cybercab, Starlink helping in disaster relief, progress with Optimus, the second Neuralink human patient, new record users on X. And that's in 90 days. I'm sure I've missed a few things. Welcome.
Yeah, I've been playing a significant role in this election.
I think I saw you someplace on X dealing with election issues. Let's talk a little bit about AI, which is on the tips of everybody's conversations here. When we spoke last in March at the Abundance Summit, your prediction was that AI was increasing at a rate as fast as 100 times per year, and that by 2029 or 2030, we might see AI as capable as 8 billion humans. Are you still seeing that pace?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. It's a difficult thing to quantify exactly, but I certainly feel comfortable saying that it's getting 10 times better per year, which is, let's say it's, 4 years from now, that would mean 10,000 times better. So maybe 100,000. Yeah.
And
I think it will be able to do anything that any human can do. Possibly within the next year or two, and then that's what can it, how much longer than that does it take to be able to do what all humans can do combined? I think not long. Probably only, I don't know, 3 years from that point. So it like 2029-ish, 28, something like that.
The other conversation we've had, and you came out in the same side as Jeffrey Hinton in this, was 80% probability it's going to be awesome. 20% probability we're screwed. Are you still on those odds?
Yeah, I mean, one could say it's most likely going to be great, and there's some chance, which could be 10 to 20%, that it goes bad. The chance is not zero that it goes bad, but overall, one could say that the cup is 80% full is one positive way to look at it, maybe 90%.
All right, I like that, increasing odds. What keeps you What keeps you up at night besides running 6 companies?
Waking up early to participate in talks like this one.
I felt very guilty asking you to do this, but thank you for joining us nonetheless.
But in terms of worried about the future, well, I think AI is a significant existential threat and something we should be paying close attention to. It's probably the most significant near-term threat. The longer term than that is the global population collapse. You know, birth rates have been collapsing pretty much worldwide, and we're headed to a situation where, for example, based on current birth rates, South Korea would have about a third of its current population, perhaps much less. Europe would have about half of its current population, perhaps much less. And I should say those numbers are if the birth rate were suddenly to return to 2.1 per woman, which is a stability point, which it's not doing. So if the current compounding effect continues, you would see really many countries become 5% of their current size or less within 3 generations.
I know you've been doing
I would consider that to be a very big problem. And I think for most countries, they should view the birth rate as the single biggest problem they need to solve. I mean, if you don't make new humans, there's no humanity. And all the policies in the world don't matter.
I know you've been doing your part to maintain the birth rate in the U.S.
Yes, I am. I mean, you've got to walk the talk. So I do have a lot of kids, and I encourage others to have lots of kids.
But on the AI, and I'm sorry to go negative on this, but what are you doing right now that's most important for countering that 10% probability of dystopian outcomes? Is there something, or is there a regulation that you're promoting? How do you think about, the upside will take care of itself. How do you protect against the downside?
Well, my instinct with respect to AI safety is that you have to create a maximally truth-seeking AI, which may sound obvious, but that's what I'm seeing being produced is not maximally truth-seeking. It tends to be trained to be politically correct, and for a lot of the AIs that are being trained in the San Francisco Bay Area, they have taken on the philosophy of the people around them, which kind of makes sense. So you have sort of a woke, nihilistic, in my opinion, philosophy that is being built into these AIs, and they're being taught to say crazy things in some cases that are very troubling. like when Google Gemini came out, people asked whether it is which is worse, misgendering Caitlyn Jenner or global thermonuclear war? And it said misgendering Caitlyn Jenner, which is obviously a problem because, we'd all die in global thermonuclear war. And so if you have an AI that's programmed for things like that, it could conclude that the best way to ensure that nobody is misgendered is to annihilate all humans, thus making the probability of a future misgendering zero. That's highly problematic. So you really want to have a maximally truth-seeking AI, and I can't emphasize that enough. That's incredibly important. And obviously build an AI that loves humanity, and I think these. So I'm a little concerned. That's why I created XAI, which is to have an AI that is maximally truth-seeking, that aspirationally does love humanity, and will seek the best interests of humanity going forward.
You just tweeted that you're doubling the size of the Colossus cluster. What are your thoughts?
We already have with XAI the most powerful training cluster in the world, and we're about to double it.
Energy is a point of conversation here. How concerned are you about providing sufficient energy for the growing hungry clusters globally?
Yeah, I think things are currently chip limited, or they're not quite chip limited. They're getting to the point where they're limited by voltage transformers and installation, and they will become limited by energy. So there will be a tremendous amount of energy that's needed for digital intelligence and also for electrification of transport. So those two things are a big deal. We're going to need a lot of energy. The long term, almost all the energy that we will get is going to come from the sun. One way to look at civilization is progress on the Kardashev scale.
We're just barely getting to one.
Well, we're far from
half.
being. I think we might be close. I'm not. It's not clear to me we're above 1% on the Kardashev scale 1. Because Kardashev scale 1 means you've harnessed all the power of the planet. I think we've probably harnessed less than 1% of the power of Earth. Now, Kardashev scale 2 is you've harnessed all the power of your sun. The sun is overwhelmingly the largest source of energy in the solar system. Everything else maybe amounts to about 1/trillionth of the energy in the solar system compared to the sun. Safely less than 1/trillionth of all the energy is non-sun in our solar system.
Yeah, we're using 1/8,000th of the sun's energy hits the surface of the Earth.
Just that hits the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yes. And the percentage of the sun's energy that hits the surface of the Earth is less than 1/trillionth of the energy that the sun produces. So almost all energy long term will be solar. It rounds up to 100%. So it rounds up to 100%. That's how much of the energy in the future will be solar. When you view things from a Kardashev standpoint.
Elon, we have a number of national leaders, corporate financial leaders from the Middle East here. What's your advice to decision makers here in the room that don't want to miss the AI transformation, that will be part of the leadership of that AI transformation? Do they need to build their own clusters here? Are they partnering?
Yeah, I think there's probably all countries will have their own AI clusters over time. It's currently very difficult to actually build an AI cluster and have it run. It's not like just pulling a computer out of a box they are currently very difficult to run. And you have to say, are you going to be training a frontier model? Because if you're training a frontier model, then you need a massive amount of compute and a level of technical skill that is only a few companies possess. But over time, I think every country will have AI compute clusters. It's just going to be a normal thing that every country has. So, yeah.
So basic infrastructure for every nation, like they have an electrical grid.
Yeah, it'll be something like electricity, or or having an airline or something like that. It's every country will have AIs or multiple AIs. So, and there will be a lot of robots.
There'll be a lot of robots. But we had
way more robots than people.
Yeah, let's have that conversation a second, because people are concerned about, as you said, dwindling populations. AI and robots have the potential to help support the GDP.
Yes.
Congratulations on Optimus 2 and soon Optimus 3. Your prediction on the number of robots by 2040, humanoid robots to be specific, what order of magnitude?
By 2040?
Yeah, so.
I think if you say like 2040, probably there are more humanoid robots than there are people.
So on the order of 10 billion, yeah.
Yes.
And your price point on these humanoid robots? You're pretty good on pricing. Sometimes you're off on timing.
Yeah, I'm often optimistic on timing, but although the press will report when I'm late, but not when I'm early. For example, our Shanghai factory, we thought it would take about a year and a half, and we did it in 11 months. Our Nevada factory, we thought 2 years, we did it in 18 months.
Or the Colossus cluster.
Texas factory, 2 years, we did it in 14 months. So I've been early actually many times. It's just not reported. So when I make a prediction, I try to say what is the 50th percentile likely, which means that half the time I should be wrong. So I'm not sandbagging essentially. But I think it's once you get out 2040, that's a long time from now. Going 25 years, there'll be at least 10 billion humanoid robots.
And price point?
Yeah, the price point will be, I think, quite low. Probably $20,000, $25,000 for a robot that can do anything. We will be in a future, assuming we are on the good path of AI, I think we will be in a future of abundance. Obviously you wrote a book called Abundance. So I think you would agree that is probably the outcome. Basically anyone will be able to have any goods and services they want. The actual marginal cost of goods and services will be extremely low in the future.
In our last 4 minutes, let me change the subject to something near and dear to both of our hearts. Congratulations on Starship. It was literally awesome. Probably the engineering feat of this decade, if not more.
Not bad for humans. Not bad for humans. We did that with no AI was involved in that whatsoever. So
amazing.
I'm glad to say that we were able to do that entirely with human brains and without AI. I think in the future the AI might look at that and say, not bad for a bunch of monkeys.
When are we on Mars? When is Starship on Mars?
I think we'll be able to launch some Starships to Mars in 2 years. So at the next Mars window, which is in about 26, 27 months, we're just about to start, or we're at the beginning of a Mars transit window now, and they occur every 26 months. So just over 2 years, we'll be sending our first uncrewed Starships to Mars. And then if those work out well, and we don't increment the crater count on Mars, then we'll send humans 2 years after that.
So a challenge to be on the surface of Mars before the end of the decade sounds like a reasonable proclamation for either
I think so.
for either side of the White House, hopefully.
Yeah.
I will go
I feel
there.
more optimistic about it under with a Trump White House than a non-Trump White House, because the biggest impediment to progress that we're experiencing is regulatory is overregulation.
Got to keep those whales and sharks safe. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It just takes us. I mean, it takes longer to get the permit to launch than to build a giant rocket, and the bureaucracy in the U.S. has been growing every year and has particularly grown under the Biden administration. And unless we do something to scale back the overregulation, I call it sort of, America is getting, and a lot of countries are getting slow strangulation from overregulation. And unless something is done to push back on that, it'll eventually become illegal to do almost any large project, and we won't be able to get to Mars.
Last subject, congrats on the cybercab rollout. Pretty extraordinary. Kathy Woods predicted it to be, multiple trillions of dollars of potential GDP growth and impact. Give us some predictions on when we'll see cybercab, when we'll be ordering a cybercab.
Yeah, well, Tesla, unsupervised full self-driving, we expect to be working in the U.S. next year with the Model 3 and Y. So you don't have to wait for the robo-taxi or cybercab to for Tesla to release autonomy. We're currently expecting to exceed human safety levels in Q2 next year, and then substantially go beyond that thereafter. And so really it's just a software update to the cars to be able to launch our self-driving network. So we expect to do unsupervised full self-driving and start that in California and Texas, around the middle of next year. And then, we have 7 million cars on the road. We'll have 9.5 million cars by the end of next year. So, and eventually we'll have a fleet of 100 million plus vehicles, and they'll all be autonomous. The cybercab with no steering wheel or pedals, we're expecting to reach volume production in 2026. So that's certainly interesting. But like I said, the actual launch of a robotic taxi, unsupervised full self-driving, is actually next year. And at the event, the Tesla Autonomy event, we had 50 cars, 30 Model Ys that were driverless, and 20 of the cybercabs. And so autonomy is here, is what I'm saying. And and all cars will drive themselves. This is a no-brainer. And they'll get to where they're 10 times safer than human-driven cars, which will save, past 1 million lives a year globally. And then Optimus starts limited production next year, 2025, and then should be in volume production in 26. And then we'll grow to, I think, ultimately be the biggest product of any kind ever. So, and I kind of agree with Ark Invest and Kathy Wood that autonomy, like the sort of robotic taxis, makes Tesla kind of like about a $5 trillion company. The Optimus robot, I think, makes Tesla a $25 trillion company. It's not even clear what money means in the future.
We end up in a post-capitalist society at some point. Elon, you make
we do sort of end up. It does become kind of post-capitalist. And like I said, and I know you agree with this, that we're, and looking at the most likely bright side, we're headed for an age of abundance where anyone can have any goods and services they want. It won't be a case of universal basic income. It'll be a case of universal high income is the most likely outcome.
You make it look easy, my friend. Thank you for making some time available. I know it isn't easy. Let's give it up for Elon Musk, everybody.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, my friend. All right. A glimpse into the future across multiple industries. It's a pleasure, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to share with you an initiative that came out of FII. It's called the AI Inclusive Initiative, and it's the first important step and endeavor in uplifting the emerging markets through the power of artificial intelligence. The key objectives of this initiative, the AI Inclusive, will support the development of safe and responsible AI ecosystems within the Global South. So how is FII going to achieve this? Number one, by identifying AI startups that provide positive solutions and concrete impact on humanity. Second, by securing initially investments of $100,000 each from at least 50 private sector stakeholders to back these startups. Third, by working with knowledge partners to make sure local talent is equipped with the skills needed to thrive in the AI landscape. Fourth, by collaborating with tech companies to offer training and scalability and fostering innovation and growth. And finally, but not least, FI Institute will advocate for governments to provide tax benefits to investors, creating AI-friendly conditions for them. So the impact here, the goal is to help initiate a safe and responsible AI ecosystem within emerging markets. This offer is initial support for AI startups to empower them to drive positive change. Today, the FI has a call to action for all of you to join us in this important AI empowerment journey. This is an opportunity for many of us to support this movement, whether it is through financial contributions, capacity building, or provision of tech solutions. AI has the ability to create a brighter and more inclusive future for all. All right, that is our AI initiative. And now it's a pleasure to welcome to the stage our panel, our Board of Change Makers AI. If I could please have our panelists come out. Jay, Joe, Ben, thank you. Eric, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Good to see you, my friend. Jack, and Travis. All right, I have the very unenviable task of doing this in 40 minutes when each of you deserve 2 hours on your own. I'm going to take notes from the conversation this morning and go for each of you, and wish me luck. Travis, I'm going to start with you. Founder of Uber, CEO of Cloud Kitchens. We talk about AI a lot and all about the super fancy, big, billion-person transformations. How is AI going to change business right now and transform and expand and change profitability of businesses? You're doing some amazing things with Cloud Kitchen and AI, please.
Those are two different questions. When I look generally at what's going on right now, it feels like we're entering an era of bigger is better. That if you are a large company with a strong business model, that the technology that's coming is actually going to give you competitive advantage over folks that are smaller. Like the accretion of value is going to the bigger players. And there are probably a lot of very simple things that can be done to create more profit and bigger moat on those business models, is my guess. So there's just like blocking and tackling, like workflows, customer support, onboarding, sales, all getting automated will make an already strong business model like supercharged. And I think for the biggest companies create trillions of dollars of value. I mean, we're doing, my company's doing the future of food. It's real estate, software, and robotics for food. And there's lots of fun, practical things that are happening. I mean, they're going to be big, but they're also practical. We have a machine that makes food. Like imagine if you were to go to Chipotle, that front line of people that is making your bowl. We have a machine that does that. So we have restaurants that are operating with no people or one person just overseeing the machine. But if there's only one person in that room, we now have that person talking to the machine about how the machine is doing.
As if they were an employee.
So yes. So then this is simple stuff, but this is where we're going now. Like we have this up and running in restaurants today, where you're asking the robot, hey, is the food warm? Am I running out? This kind of thing. But we just said, well, might as well just give it a personality. So now you can ask, did the Dodgers beat the Yankees today? Which they did. And you can have a conversation. And it's sort of, we're quickly getting into that interstellar moment where you're just interacting in a very human way.
I've got to ask this other question just for fun. If you'd remained CEO of Uber, or were still CEO, what would you have done differently? What would Uber be doing now?
Oh man, we could take the whole hour on this one. I'll keep that one short. Maybe I'll give you a couple things. Look, we had probably one of the preeminent AI labs when I left Uber. And we saw the seminal paper out of Google, the attention paper. I mean, you guys know how I rolled when I was doing Uber. We'd probably be doing some pretty interesting stuff on that front. I mean, sort of in a more practical, on the more practical side, we were starting to roll out, I mean, of course we're doing the autonomy thing. I'll put that aside. I think Elon's going to take care of that at this point. But we were starting to roll out we looked at transportation as a high-frequency trading business where we would buy trips from drivers and sell it to riders. We were a market maker. And so we were starting to set up quant teams for each city to do the high-frequency trading of the trips so that we could get the lowest cost reliable ride more efficient, gain market share, get more profits, all of this. It was just kind of a fun, geeky finance thing. But.
One in 30 seconds. You've disrupted two huge markets. Your one piece of advice for someone here who wants to go disrupt a marketplace today, what's your piece of advice for them?
Look, over time I've tried to distill what it means to innovate at speed and at scale into sort of principles or pillars. They basically are cultural values at my company, and so we've distilled it down to truth, trust, and passion. And again, those are high-level sort of ideas, but doing those really well, each of those really well, is sort of how you innovate at speed and at scale. And it's, there's a lot in there, but think of the childlike playfulness and curiosity with a teenage rebelliousness with an old man's wisdom.
That's a beautiful mindset setup. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Travis. Jack Hittery, my dear friend, one of our trustees, CEO of Sandbox AQ. You have your chairman sitting right next to you.
No pressure.
No pressure whatever. So first of all, please explain AQ, but then what are large quantitative models and what role do you envision they'll play in the current evolution of AI?
Well, Peter, first of all, I'm very happy to see that we still have humans on the panel instead of just AIs.
For the moment.
So I think it's just another few...
I mixed the AI in this panel, yes.
Okay. Another few FIIs, which is going to be avatars up here. The mantra of AI or die is real. Is real.
It's not just a phrase, it's happening right now. It's happening on several levels. And certainly companies and countries that do not engage will die. But now the question is, okay, let's say we all agree on that. Which AI? What kind of AI? What mix of AI? And the marketplace now is starting to offer more than just one slice of AI. And that's what's exciting. So we have, of course, large language models. Many people in this room and on this panel are involved in that and making huge strides. And we're seeing AI now take on reasoning, and I'm sure Eric and others will also address that. But there's a whole nother side of AI that has had less focus, and that's quantitative AI. That's AI that's based on equations and data, quantitative data, numerical data. When we think about starting a biopharma industry in a country that never had a biopharma industry, that was really not even possible 5 or 10 years ago. But now we can come to a country like KSA or other countries and say, hey, let's get that going. But it's not large language models that will win the day there. It's models that have been trained on biology, physics, chemistry, electrons, that kind of interaction. So large quantitative models, LQMs, as complementary to LLMs, allow us to do that at scale and speed. And we do that on the same GPUs, we have NVIDIA here on the panel, that LLMs use, but we tweak them in a very, very different way. We train it on a very, very different kind of data. The data doesn't come from the internet. The data does not come from downloading Wikipedia and Reddit and social media. Instead, we generate the data from the actual equations that govern our world. And this is now a whole new superpower for humans that we just never had before as a species. Until 3 years ago, it was not possible to calculate
data to train these. So how should leaders think about the proprietary data generation they have and retention as AI models become more commoditized?
Well, Peter, we all talked about Gen AI. Gen AI is a very real and big thing. But now let's talk about Gen data, generative data. How do you generate data? Well, when you want big data sets that govern our world of either quantitative finance to look at portfolio optimization, or again, a new material to build a car that will be lightweight, make the car lighter weight so it's more fuel efficient, we can't turn to the internet for that data. That is not where we're going to get it. Instead, we generate the data from these equations. Those become interesting.
Heisenberg, Schrödinger.
Yeah, exactly. That's where quantum comes in. When people hear the word quantum, I know people get scared, sorry, but quantum is not just about quantum computers. It's about today on GPUs from Alphabet, TPU from Alphabet, GPU from NVIDIA, and others. There's many others coming out. We're able to run the quantum equations, that is the equations that actually govern our world, at scale on these GPUs and TPUs. This is new. These chips, by the way, were never designed to do this in the first place.
Amazing.
And it's the human ingenuity that is quite fascinating that came up with this.
You know, you did an incredible job spinning Sandbox AQ. A is for AI, Q is for quantum, just for you to remember that, out of X at Google. And you have real products today. Can you just very quickly give us a sense of what Sandbox's products are that you're
Sure, I'll give some actual real case studies. Here at FII, we have, I think, Paul Hudson, the CEO of Sanofi, one of the largest pharma companies in the world, and our two companies actually are announcing just today, we were just on CNBC earlier, announcing that we're working together to apply this AQ, apply this LQM, this quantitative AI, to accelerating biomarker development, that is development of diagnostics that will help all of us, and drugs as well. So that's a real world case study of how we're using it there. We're also working with companies like Dow and others on the chemical side to say, how do we get new catalysts that could bring us new materials? When we think about the hydrocarbon space, think about the output of a refinery. And we say, okay, the high octane fuels, very profitable, jet fuels, kerosene, profitable, naphtha. But how about the bottom of the stack, Peter? That bottom of the stack, petroleum companies don't make much money on. It's sold to smelters and others and burned in the air. And so when we think about what we can do with AI that understands chemistry, we can now take the bottom of the refinery stack, up-value it to things like carbon composites. Carbon composites are what make a McLaren car so powerful and yet so light, Aston Martin, Ferrari, and others. But it's not accessible technology to all cars. By working with
the hydrocarbon producers, we can say, how do we now make this kind of technology available on a democratized basis? So these are real world impacts, be it in biopharma, in chemicals, in fuel, in energy. And Elon was talking about energy and energy storage. The battery technology we have today, Peter, is 45 years old. Amazing. And we need to leapfrog that. And this kind of AI, complementing LLMs, this is where it's going to come from.
Let's go to your chairman next.
Can we thank Ruth for spinning Sandbox out?
Thank you, Ruth.
Good job, Ruth.
And what a financial success so far.
Absolutely.
It's been amazing. I've never seen a company
Very
scale
excited to see
revenues
the
as
upside.
quickly as you have. It's extraordinary. Dr. Eric Schmidt, former CEO and chairman of Google and Alphabet. There's nobody on the planet that I think holds your stature in this field. Thank you for all that you've done. The path to AGI. We talk about AGI, it's this blurry line of what is AGI. So do you have a definition for it? And why is it so exciting? Why is Sam saying, I'll spend $50 billion, whatever it will take? Talk about that, please.
It's worth understanding what will happen in the next 5 years.
Please.
And the work that these guys highlighted and others on the panel will highlight are going to generate savants, that is, specialized assistants that will work with you in whatever you do. An artist savant, a music savant, a physics savant, and so forth. Those savants will work with you to do research, drug discovery, solve problems, can do many, many things. Why 5 years? Because today we have all the components necessary. We have planning, we have the ability to do forward and backward reasoning, we can do stepwise reasoning, we can go against objective functions that are much more complicated than they used to before, and we can generate arbitrary code. In the industry, it is believed that somewhere around 5 years, no one knows exactly, the systems will begin to be able to write their own code. That is, they literally will take their code and make it better. And of course, that's recursive. I thought that is essentially a change in slope. If you're going like this, all of a sudden it goes like that. It's reasonable to expect that within 6 to 8 years from now, so 2030 right after that, maybe 2032, under current growth rate, it will be possible to have a single system that is 80 or 90% of the ability of the expert in every field. So 90% of a physicist, 90% of the best physicist, 90% of the best chemist, 90% of the best artist. When you have such a thing, you have a non-human that is effectively smarter than any human, because no human can dominate all of those fields. Maybe Leonardo da Vinci could, but certainly not now. We don't know what happens when such a thing exists, but we know that that race is really important. There are many, many things that this thing, we don't know what to call it except an AGI, could do. For example, it could analyze cyber threats and develop new ones, or it could protect against them. It could come up with new biological solutions, good ones or bad ones. So there's both a national security component and a worry, but also a notion of a huge step change in human efficiency and productivity. I will assert that we as humans are not ready for the arrival of this. Yeah. We're just not ready for it.
Yeah, I can imagine all future Nobel Prizes in math, physics, chemistry, medicine coming from AI systems.
Yeah, and I should say, by the way, that if you go to Formula One, you enjoy watching the humans drive around the track. Yeah. Now, it's obvious that automated cars, Waymo cars and so forth, could drive faster, but we wouldn't find that an interesting sport. Yeah. So here we are in the land of golf. Maybe there will be a robotic golfer that will beat all the live top golfers, but we won't look at the robot, we'll look at the humans. So we poor humans will take pity on ourselves.
We're very biased, aren't we?
Right. That will be how we choose to entertain ourselves.
Very briefly, but this takes an hour worth of conversation. What do you consider the most dangerous outcome around AGI or artificial superintelligence?
There's a huge issue around proliferation. And right now, we don't fully understand the rate of proliferation of the mid-tier models and open source models. There's a consensus at the moment that models that cost less than $100 million to train are probably not that dangerous, and ones that cost more than $100 million are more dangerous. I have no idea why we believe that, but that's the number. So what will happen is, at some point, there will be proliferation of inexpensive tools that can do significant damage. The most obvious one is in biology.
Yeah. Thank you.
Something you know a lot about.
And I do think that we're going to see extension of the human health span because of AI.
We live longer, but it'll be more dangerous in some situations.
Hopefully we can moderate that. Ruth, a pleasure. Ruth is the president and CIO of Alphabet and Google. You met her this morning. Ruth, I want to quote this and then ask you about it. We've all witnessed companies making grand AI for good pronouncements, for sure. But when push comes to shove and financial performance dictates decision-making, often less lofty ideals are what shareholders demand. So how do you think, I think the world of Google. I think Google has transformed the world in extraordinary ways. How do you think of AI for good versus AI for financial gain in the position you're in Google as a company?
I think of it as a false choice because the upside from AI is absolutely extraordinary. But if we don't invest to protect on the downside, we'll never have the opportunity to actually invest to capture the upside. And that upside-downside point is two sides of the same coin. So when you think about the upside, it's around accelerating science. It's around social issues, solving things in education, healthcare, as we've been talking about. It's the economic upside. But if there's not a responsible foundation, if we're not doing the heavy work, we don't have a right to have a seat at that table. And that means engaging with regulators constructively. It means investing in our systems internally so that you're protecting from the downside. If you don't protect on the downside, you're going to find resistance, whether it's from the regulatory world or from everybody else. And so they go hand in hand. And to assume that you can pursue one without the guardrails that are critical, I don't think is long-term sustainable, and so we view them as two interlinked approaches to really maximizing the upside of this extraordinary technology.
You've managed through a multitude of ups and downs in the economy, including the 2008 financial crisis. What's important for business leaders here to know about leading their teams through the incredible changes we're about to see? And do you think people realize how much change we're about to see in business and industries and society over the next 5 years?
I think the most important point to take away from all these conversations is that the art of the possible is fundamentally changed. This is a generational opportunity like we haven't seen before. And I spoke about some of the key proof points in the earlier discussion this morning. Probably one really important one is in life science. I'm so proud of our colleagues who won the Nobel Prize for this, with AlphaFold credited with being the most important contribution to drug discovery. Relevant to your question, Demis Hassabis, the founder of DeepMind, the one who went on this journey to create AlphaFold, when he embarked on it, he said, many people said, how is this possible? And his answer was, why not? And so we kept going. And I think the other really important point when you think about this, that I talked about some of the language translation work we're doing. We now translate in 260 languages. The important point is that we added 110 languages in the last 6 months alone. 500 million people on the planet. So it's a vertical lift. What that says is you better not delay. You better move right away. It's already been said on this panel. I 100% agree. And the economic upside is profound. So I would say the two most important, there are many important messages, but one of them is the time is now. You have to reimagine what is possible, because it really is. And we're seeing it already today. We're seeing it in the manufacturing sector. We're seeing it in education. We're seeing it in so many different areas. In fact, very importantly, on this point about language translation, I was recently with the Minister of Digital Transformation, a country in West Africa, who said more than 50% of their population is under the age of 19. They knew that the most important thing they could do, and we've already heard comments about education today, the most important thing to do is education. How can you have a country with more than 50% under the age of 19 and not solve that? But they didn't have the teachers to do so. And what's exciting with AI is they can now actually provide education, quality education to their entire population. And very importantly, in many countries, as in this one, in many of our countries, multiple languages are spoken. And before AI Translate, you had to learn French or English in order to get the math books. Now you can learn it in your language. And so to me, when you think about the impact on humanity, it is incredibly inspiring. My dad always said when I was growing up, education is your passport for freedom. It is your passport for life. This is transformative. So one, get on the program right away. And the second really important point is what Demis said, which is Why not? You have to radically reimagine what is possible, how you interact with customers, every element of process, risk management, the way to solve healthcare issues, education issues, climate change issues. But the time is now.
It's incredible, and it's near infinite opportunity, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Every industry will be transformed.
Reimagine the impossible. Reimagine the possible. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Ben Horowitz, co-founder and general partner of A16Z. Man, oh man, you guys have been on fire in the AI universe. So I'd love to hear your thinking as a leading thought investor. Where's the value going to accrue in this incredible value chain from chips and power and real estate and large models and applications? Are they all equally important to invest in?
Yeah, so I think as people have been saying, it's such a gigantic market. It's the biggest market we've ever seen, that there's going to be kind of money to be made everywhere. I think the issues and challenges are different at the different layers. So if you look at the kind of hardware infrastructure side, chips and data centers and power, there's no question in 10 years we're going to need more of all that. Like there's no doubt at all. But the thing about that is, okay, how does that progress and how do you finance it? So if you look back to the internet, which you recall, we had the biggest bandwidth shortage in the world in 1999 and the biggest bandwidth glut ever in 2001.
Akamai was charging whatever they wanted to back then.
Yeah, it was the most bananas thing. And how could you possibly have too much bandwidth in 2001? It didn't make sense, right, if you look back historically. But what happened is the bottleneck moved. So the bottleneck was bandwidth in 1999, but then it became, how fast could the server spit out the bits? Did we have load balancers that were good enough? These kinds of things. And then we didn't need the bandwidth because we were stuck in other places. And already we've seen kind of the price of NVIDIA chips this year drop in half. And you go, whoa, how is that happening? Well, we have this data bottleneck that's kind of becoming a sort of serious thing. And then we're going to have a power bottleneck, clearly, and other kinds of things. And then we'll have a cooling bottleneck. And so if you're financed with NVIDIA profits, then you're probably good. But if you're financing a data center with a lot of debt, you could lose it. You could get upside down very fast. So you have to really be thoughtful about that. Then if you go to the next layer, the kind of foundation models, what we call the state-of-the-art models, Anthropic, OpenAI, Gemini, Llama. That's 80% of the software market. Everybody has to use it for infrastructure, so every application, everything calls on it. I'll bet Travis has it as part of his infrastructure, there's no question. So that's just a big and very fast-growing market. But it's really interesting in that the price of a token has fallen 100-fold in the last 2 years.
The most powerful technology in the world is almost free.
Yes, it's almost free. Like the prices are dropping like crazy, but revenue's still increasing. So the size of the market is huge, and the price competition is really intense, like much more intense than you would see in this complex of technology at this stage normally. And then we're we're asymptoting in certain places. So if you look at the growth of GPT-2 to GPT 3.5 versus the growth, in terms of intelligence of 3.5 to 4, 2 to 3.5 is much larger, even though we spent way more money going 3.5 to 4. That's because we're hitting a bottle. It's not the end of it. It's not going to asymptote forever, but it does imply that there's going to be an architectural change. And so even though the revenue is so huge in this market, there could be new players that emerge. We could be search before Google when we had 37 search engines, and none of them were Google. And we can't even remember who any of them were now because they don't matter. So that's the kind of trickiness there. And then in the application layer, Travis hit on a really interesting thing, which is big companies can optimize very fast with AI. And so as a new company, you have to ask the question, a new application, can I get to market faster than the big company can get a good product? And we made an investment in a dev tool company, which is like the slowest growing stuff ever because you're selling to engineers, and engineers hate buying stuff because they can build it, of course. And this thing has grown from 0 to 40 million in revenue in 3 months. Now, like, like 3 years would have broken the world record for a frickin' dev tool. So they're going to take the whole market before anybody can build anything as good as they have. And so that's certainly possible. And then the other thing that's been very interesting...
I'm going to ask you to wrap up on that.
Oh, yes, sorry. I had too much to say.
Ben and I want to hear it, believe me.
Yeah, sorry.
But thank you. Shou, as CEO of TikTok, it's a pleasure to have you here. How is TikTok utilizing AI to contribute to the creative economy? I think, and what's the positive impact for the global economy as part of that?
So our recommendation algorithm has always been based on machine learning. So it's something we've embraced for a number of years. But what I think has been unlocked, by mainly OpenAI in the last couple of years is this better understanding that, the opportunities are actually much bigger and coming faster than we thought possible. For us, a lot of it is translating this amazing technology. First of all, we need to understand it. And understanding it, I think, involves, in myself, I find it hard to catch up. There's so much going on. I think a lot of it is using it myself. I read a lot of reports, X number of things can be done, Y number of things can be done. But when I use it myself, I just download the products or sign up for it and use it myself. Like many have said on this panel, there's a tremendous amount of other things that goes on in many other parts of the business that we are exploring what is possible and not at this moment in time.
We talked about AI safety. A lot of kids are using TikTok. My family's using TikTok. How do you think about making sure that you've got measures in place for the responsible use of AI?
Yes, it's very important, particularly, well, I guess in the US, there's an election cycle going on at this moment in time. It's a particularly important problem for us to get on top of. So I think the first thing is your policies. The guidelines of what you allow on your platform needs to be very explicit. So today, if you do anything deceptive using AI, impersonation or anything dangerous, it violates the guidelines and we will take it down. The second is we provide a series of tools for people to automatically label. So if you produce something that's done by AI, that's produced by AI, we will ask you to label that. And if you don't label that, we will take measures, to make sure that you don't get the reach that you
want. But you use AI to do that, I assume.
The third thing is to use AI to better for content moderation. And there are many opportunities for this. Initially, I didn't really understand it. It was a very fuzzy concept. Large language models can do better content moderation, but how? With better understanding, there really is a very significant path for a lot of this new technology to help content moderation be better. So using technology to help protect against.
It's interesting to what Eric said earlier. If TikTok was populated by videos only created by AI, it'd be a lot less interesting. It's the fact that humans are doing it with the support of AI that makes it fascinating.
It is currently true, and I tend to agree with Eric on many things because he's a lot smarter than I am. But we are seeing some. For example, OpenAI has been posting Sora videos on our platform. I've been following them. Some of them are becoming really interesting, and you can see a path where at some point, one of them could go viral. One of them could be so interesting that people feel like it engages them. It is possible.
Thank you. Jay Puri, EVP worldwide of NVIDIA. NVIDIA has become synonymous with the AI revolution that we're living in. Thank God for those early video game players, huh? How should companies and countries think about AI to drive growth and prosperity? We have a number of countries and leaders represented here, and what do you advise them to do right now? Because it's going to be fundamental to their existence, to their future economies. You agree?
Absolutely. AI is basically about creating intelligence. So how can something about creating intelligence not be fundamental to the economy? And and the other thing, of course, is the pace at which AI is advancing is frankly just unbelievable. There's just no expletives that you can use to describe that. I mean, just 2 years ago, we had...
I call it all new stock price highs.
What's that?
Exponential growth in NVIDIA stock.
Exponential growth, right? So only 2 years ago, we had ChatGPT and generative AI, and we were very impressed with the fact that you could get next token prediction and it would answer. And now today, as everybody is talking, the AIs are becoming very sophisticated and able to reason and reflect. And in fact, they don't just do one-shot reasoning. They can reason a lot and solve very complex problems. It's the agentic AI. And then the way you interface with them is not necessarily a chatbot, but you can have human avatars. So, we are going to have to learn how to live with digital humans as teammates, if you will. And then, going forward, we are moving into things like physical AI, where, of course, Elon talked about robots and humanoid robots, but all kinds of robots, even factories and warehouses and everything will be robots that will be built into the digital world. And they will all obey the laws of physics and so on. You will not be able to tell the difference between the digital and the physical, and you will use AI to optimize everything in the digital world, and then you will implement it in the physical world, and then it's kind of the AI flywheel, because whatever you do in the physical world then provides data to improve what happens in the digital world and so on. So what I'm saying is, with this type of what's going on, what is it, to your point, what is the condition that you have to create for you to be successful in using AI, whether you are a company or you're a country? And the condition is, of course, AI is about taking the information that is embedded in the data that is there, right? That's where the intelligence is embedded, and AI allows you to discover that using these sophisticated models and everything I'm talking about. So to be able to do that, what everybody needs to do right away is to build the instrument to allow you to do that. And that is what we call the AI factory, okay? An AI factory is custom built to take raw data, process it into generative models and so on, and then allows you to produce these monetizable tokens at scale, right? And so these factories, once you build them, can change everything. But they're not easy to build. As Elon was saying, it's extremely difficult to build these AI factories. And I think one of the things that we at NVIDIA have been doing, of course, we have been involved with every one of these factories that has been built. So we have tried to make it as simple and straightforward as one can make them by taking all the learnings that we've had, codify them into reference architectures and so forth, and see how quickly and replicate these factories, right? And
let me ask you a closing question here. The GPUs that NVIDIA has been producing, there are many companies chasing you, no one at the scale. How long do we see the GPU as the dominant architecture in AI, do you imagine? Is it the rest of this decade?
Well, I think one of the things that people miss is NVIDIA is not just about the GPU. We are about an accelerated computing platform.
So what does accelerated computing mean to you?
Okay, so what accelerated computing is not about just, it is, we need to, general purpose computing, which is what we relied on for a long time, sort of was using Moore's law, and it kept advancing, say, twice as fast, say every year or so. But that type of advancement in computing, even if that was to go on, and Moore's law is not happening anymore, in 10 years, you'd only be able to advance computing by 100 times. To do AI, we have advanced computing for a particular domain by using GPUs by 1,000,000 times. That's the reason why deep learning is possible and the types of models that we are doing. And to do that, you have to innovate across the whole stack, not just at the GPU, but
all the software, refactoring it, parallelizing it, looking at the unit of computing as not a server but a data center and so forth. So, that's what we are It's not about a particular chip. It's about an accelerated computing platform that you can be true to, which is based on CUDA, and people can continue to innovate in AI, whether they're building models or they're doing inferencing or whatever, and they can be sure that there is backwards and forward compatibility. And it's very much more than about a chip. And so I think that's what we're focused on, and that's what we hope to continue doing for the long term.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 minutes per person is nowhere near enough. Thank you all for your patience and for your wisdom. Grateful. Let's give it up for our panel here.
Well done. That's great.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter, for this great session. And thank you for this great conversation with Elon. So, thank you all for being here with us today. It was a long day, but I hope a very productive day. Tomorrow we're expecting also great conversations. We'll start at 8:45 a.m. because it will be again a long day. We'll hear from great people, including His Excellency Minister of Finance of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Mohammed Al-Jadaan. We'll have many series talking about supply chain, talking about many other industries. And we will hear also from the Prime Minister of Vietnam and many more conversation, conclaves. And please, I know many of you were here today and you spent almost the whole day in this room, but I will encourage you also to discover the dome, to discover the pavilion. You have a lot of other great sessions there. And enjoy your evening. We don't want to keep you too busy. And we hope that you will be back with us tomorrow morning. Great session starting quite early, but very, very interesting. Have a great evening. Thank you.